there's some variable that isn't present in Antarctica that has some kind of optical effect.
What is that variable?
We'll start isolating variables until you figure it out.
Okay, have you done that?
This isn't for me to do. This is your flat Earth, not my flat Earth. My flat Earth is the ground, not the sky.
I'm sorry. I was asking you about your flat Earth, not.
No,
mine.
your flat Earth. On your flat Earth with the sun set.
No, your Dungeons and Dragons world.
I don't know.
Okay, if you don't know, how could you run an experiment if you don't know? You have to have a predictable outcome and then verify that through an experiment, a final experiment, if you will. If you have no idea what's going to happen, it could be something completely random, completely unpredicted. There's no way to run an experiment that's repeatable, observable, measurable, and falsifiable.
Fair enough. Good point. Yeah, I was using my version of what a flat planar Earth would look like with the North Pole at the middle and then everything going outward. So what is yours? I'm curious.
Yeah, it's just as you see it. As you see it, what you see is what you get. And that you can model that how you see fit. See, the thing is, though, I'm not going to present a model and then scratch off the word model and use a crayon or a marker and just write in reality. That's called a reification. It's a logical fallacy to call an abstraction something other than an abstraction.
So you're saying
that's where you get in there.
An abstraction?
Modeling it and then saying your model isn't a model anymore. It's now physical reality.
Is it possible to model things accurately?
Yeah, you got one in New York. They got miniature Manhattan in New York. A whole building, the whole first floor of a building, models out all of New York. It's got airplanes taking off and landing. It has sunrise. They use it to determine how wind will move across the skyscrapers. They use it to help out all kinds of things they use it for. Flat, stationary,
reality.
All flat and stationary all the way across. No, I'm telling you that isn't actually New York. New York is New York. The model of New York isn't really New York. It's a model, not New York.
I agree with you.
Okay. So they've got it modeled out, flat and stationary, all the way across. And they use it to conduct experiments with the way airplanes, the noise coming from airplanes, the flight corridors for airplanes, they have sunsets and sunrises so they can show you how light will bounce off skyscrapers, off their windows. They use it for wind, how windstorms will move across the city. So they've got that model that they can use to say, hey, what will happen if we put a skyscraper here? Or if we take this one down? How will that change the dynamics of the system? And sometimes they're right, sometimes they're wrong, because there's other variables in reality that they're not accounting for. Because it's just a model. It's not actually New York.
When you say they, who are you talking about? Like the city of New York? Like the
Yeah, the people who made the government, who made this miniature New York.
So the government made a miniature New York to try and
it
find out where skyscrapers
costs millions of dollars. It costs millions of dollars to make it.
I've never heard of this.
Proof?
Yeah, this is the best part. Some of this stuff.
I live in New York.
Some of these things. Some of these things are so. Some of these things are so beyond your comprehension that it wouldn't matter if someone grabbed you by the ear and drug you there and said, "Look at it."
Oh, come on!
Look at
Stop
it.
getting on your high horse.
A miniature model of New York is not beyond my comprehension, but
all right, can you guys
sure you
New York
comprehend? I'm just wondering why they would spend billions of dollars making a miniature New York to test the circumference of the Earth.
Listen, you need to type that into Google and find out. Yeah, just do it. everything he's saying is legit. Everything he's saying is legit. Just type it into Google.
Oh, then it would be super easy for him to just post like the source for like what he's saying, right? It's called the burden of proof.
It's not super easy because I prefer to bathe in your ignorance.
Oh, it's not super easy? Yeah, it's called the burden of proof then.
No, it's not super easy. I would rather have you pretend these installations don't exist and let you just be ignorant.
Can we talk about reality and not...
That way, you know, as soon as you say this can't be modeled, and you have something in that you should be in your reality that demonstrates a model that you says can't be modeled, it's better that I would laugh and point at you and use you as an example for the others. This is what happens when someone shits their brains out over basic incompetence and not being able to understand anything at all. This topic
doesn't go both ways though. Like
this topic isn't for you.
Thing for when you say
sure, no problem. You can say whatever you want.
This topic is
right?
for us.
This topic isn't for you.
It sounds like this topic isn't for you.
Yeah, you're making like a round Earth argument right now.
No, he's making the argument that you don't need to deal with the model. You need to deal with the original in the first place. Then you can make a model.
What are we talking about a model for?
Yeah, and then I asked for a source, and he goes, do it yourself. Do your own measurements.
He's basically telling you that you were asking for a model of the Earth. He showed you one using the New York, Manhattan 3D
the man-made
model.
City of New York.
I didn't show
the island that we made ourselves.
Millions and millions of dollars to reconstruct New York or something like what?
No, you don't like it. That's all it is. That's what you're saying.
No, I'd love to hear more.
I just want to read what he's referencing.
Really not even going anywhere.
Yeah, type it into Google. Otherwise, he's just gonna keep bashing you on your ignorance.
He asked us to look. Why can't he?
I told you why.
Have you ever heard of the burden of proof?
Burden of proof, but
I know it exists, but
being
it's
a child.
But when a round earther talks, the burden of proof's on him, and then when you talk, burden of proof's also on the round earther also. Like that doesn't make any sense.
I hope you never ask for a citation ever again.
He did it.
If you want it, you know where to get it.
Go over if there's want to bask in your ignorance, I guess.
If you want it, you know where to get it. If you don't want it, you know what to do.
Can you get it? You're the one who brought it up.
Oh, that's perfect.
Why would we have any burden of proof? It's already a self-evident empirical fact that water is level, seeks its level, rests with a flat level surface.
Yeah, how do you know that?
Waves? What are you fucking on about?
The burden of proof is only...
How do you know that? Did you measure the water? What
waves debunks a resting water level being level. Yeah.
You said it's flat.
What measurement is the water level?
Not flat.
How do you measure
it's not flat. Okay, so you've never seen like a body of water standing still before?
When there's no waves.
Motion being applied to it. Oh, okay,
like
so
lake.
yeah. Right, okay,
lake.
so instead of avoiding my point entirely, right, you could just acknowledge it that, yeah, obviously water is self-evidently flat, it rests still, and when it's still, it rests flat, level and horizontal over its surface. No, any scale. No, you don't need the, no, you don't need the qualifier. Yeah, the pool is going to be flat. Yeah, see, now we're on the same page. Now we're tracking. The pool's going to be flat, right?
Can you be an adult and like chill the fuck out?
The lake's going to be flat the way that the pool's flat, right? You can have waves in a pool.
Terminally, but can you talk like a person?
Shut up, dude. Don't worry about the speech. Just worry about the content. Worry about the material, okay? The subject matter. Okay? So the lake's going to be flat the same way the pool is. The ocean's going to be flat the same way the pool is. That's a property of water that can't be defeated. So, I mean, that's already a self-evident fact. See, you just admitted to it. You know it. You've experienced it. It's an empirical, verified thing.
A pool is not the ocean, buddy. Are you okay?
It's water. It's water. And the physics of water apply all the same.
I have water in a cup. Does that that...
Yeah, the ocean
same physics. Same physics.
Yeah, the ocean is used as a standard. Dude, the ocean is used as a standard. It's used as mean sea level that's taken over a 19-year period. So you'd better believe that it's used as a standard. So that's how we know what elevation change is using this standard. 19 years in the making. Thank you.
The surface of
you don't
water,
have to believe me. Look it up.
The surface of any large body of water is flat, independent of the ripples or the waves that are.
But what about the floor, though?
That's independent of that. And what shows you that, for example, in the ocean, The horizon that you are seeing, which from we got the word horizontal. So the horizon is always horizontal. That's the surface of the ocean.
Yeah, but these guys already know that, right? That's already been his experience. So what he's actually arguing against is his own experience and everybody's experience. He's arguing against the self-evident facts as they are for all of us. So the burden's squarely on you, sir, to back it up. That it isn't the way that you yourself experience it along with the rest of us. Go ahead. No empirical verification for it resting with some kind of curve over its surface. You know that because you don't experience that. You had to appeal to some grand scale that you don't experience, so then you go into imagination mode. It's not empirical. It's not self-evident that it's the way you say it is. So from the starting baseline, it's up to you. You actually have the burden of proof here, not us. We're just going with what's already understood and commonly known.
Simply to understand that better, positive claims they always have burden of proof. Negative claims, they don't. When you say that thing, Superman, doesn't exist in reality. So the burden of proof is not on me to show that Superman doesn't exist in reality. But if someone thinks or believes that Superman exists in reality, it's the one holding the burden of proof because he have the positive claim.
Well, we're talking about Superman, duh.
Okay.
We are talking about,
I love it.
we are talking about the curvature of the Earth that you think that you just have in your imagination.
Yeah, you just imagine that. You don't experience that. You don't empirically verify that. Or do you?
You guys can't follow. He's talking about the burden of proof. What are we talking about? Follow along, perhaps.
This topic's not for him.
It's just ridiculous at this point.
Yeah, I know.
We're talking about Superman.
That's why. You missed the point. You're talking about the burden of proof.
No, I get the point. It's just a fucking stupid
you wouldn't have said what you said. You wouldn't have said what you said.
What are you talking about? What?
You understood.
You guys need to get offline for like 5 minutes, I think. That might help you.
Yeah, that's
you keep talking about
everything
us
that we said flies above your head, way above your head. So you couldn't process anything. For you personally, everything that we said is just word salad.
That makes you feel better, I guess.
Yeah, think about this guy's still terminally online. He's ignored all the information online and only signs on to talk about people. This guy's TMZ, BuzzFeed, top 10, number one will surprise you. Complete brain rot. Dude's brain is just gone.
Donnie, try to laugh and to speak about geometry, not people. But if there is curve, I will laugh with you afterwards. I promise you.
Dude, he's incapable
so
of talking about a topic.
Okay, shut the fuck up. Picture a cup. You have a cup. Let's say the top of the water is flat, okay? But
it is flat.
The bottom of the cup. It can have
matter.
bumps and the water's still flat.
That's pretty much flat too. Even in the ocean,
it's not flat.
Even in the ocean, it's called an abyssal plane, and we were obviously talking about the surface of the body of water.
You can come up with anything to make your argument.
No, these are just facts. I didn't come up with these. This is the world the way it already is, dude. No, it's called
right back to you. Brain rot again. He couldn't even maintain a topic.
You are claiming the Earth is flat, right?
Yeah, the surface of the water
is
flat.
on you, dude.
No, it's
I'm not saying the Earth is round.
That's already empirically verified.
That it's not flat.
It's a self-evident
if you were listening,
fact. Dude, that's a self-evident fact. All right, so there's no burden at all.
What do you fucking? No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Donnie,
Just said
no,
it is.
it's not.
The surface of the water in the cup is flat.
Then, how is it self-evident if I'm arguing with you about it?
You told me, dude, that you look at the cup and see the surface of the water resting flat.
The water, the top of the water. What about the Earth? Not the water, retard. The Earth underneath the water.
Yeah,
Donnie,
the water would have to be conforming to the curvature of it on a ball, so that surface would be bending and wrapping around that ball. You're not going to have flat horizontal oceans for thousands of miles.
So show me where we've measured how flat the water is. Give me something. Give me something.
Well, it's a self-evident fact. You just experienced it for yourself while you arguing with
mean sea level. Mean sea level. That's it right there.
So the claim.
Go look up mean sea level. Yeah, that's the evidence. Mean sea level.
Yeah.
Check out how they extract.
I don't really have an argument. I'm just poking at you guys because this argument is.
Yeah, you don't want to listen, do you? You don't want to hear anything.
No, I'm not even. I don't have.
Yeah, go look at mean sea level.
Fight. I'm just listening to you guys fight. Like,
why aren't you asking
it's sad.
Why aren't you asking the Globers for curvature measurements of that surface of water that you?
Because I don't give a fuck, dude. I really don't. I don't give a fuck.
Harden onto us, right, for already telling you what you experienced.
Because you're so passionate about this, but I don't get it.
You don't give a fuck when you're here, right? Awesome.
Yeah, I'm bored. It's
Donnie, what don't you get?
Nothing else to do. I'm
Donnie,
to some
what component don't you get?
Being flat.
Hey, Donnie, what component don't you get?
The Earth being flat. I want to know how it's flat. Give me something.
Okay, so when you walk outside, there's the water. So when you go outside, where do you witness curvature?
I live on a mountain. There's a ton of it. What the fuck you on about?
Take a photo and post it in side chat for us so we can all see this curvature.
It's nighttime. Okay, let me give you.
Sounds like you're just making excuses.
Yeah, he's
Should I get the sun to come out for you?
No.
I'm in New York, retard.
Talking past each other. Hold on. He's not talking about curvature on a mountain. He's talking. Did he mute me? Yeah, I hope you didn't mute me.
No, I can hear you.
He's not talking. Oh, he's not talking about curvature of a mountain. He's talking about the Earth. He's talking about the Earth as a whole.
Is the Earth was a ball? Is the mountain not part of the Earth?
See, that's I told you, Matrix.
Are we just taking pieces?
Reduced to absurdity. Donnie, why are you reducing it to absurdity? Where do you see curvature in Donnie? Where do you see curvature in nature? Where do you look at and see curvature?
Everywhere. If you come
out your front door,
where I live, there's.
You just said you live on a fucking mountain.
Hills,
so what are you saying?
Mountains are everywhere.
Donnie, don't melt down on me. We're going to do this simply. I don't want you to melt down. You are. You're trying to rump us through me, and it's not getting you anywhere.
Okay.
Are you claiming that the mountain is curved?
Yes, it is.
I'm not talking about topography. There's angles. Ooh, sexy. I'm not talking about topography. What we are claiming is the Earth itself, in nature, is planar with topography. We understand there's hills and valleys and rivers and mountains and trees and stuff. It's not flat like a billiard table. If you are of the understanding that that's what we believe, I'm sorry to disappoint you. We do not believe it's flat like a billiard table.
To say that it's flat.
Planar. It's planar. Okay, Donnie, do you know what the word planar means?
No, let's assume that I don't.
There's 98% of your problem.
Explain it to me like I'm 5 years old. Give me something here.
Resembling a plane. Resembling a plane. So, it is planar with topography.
It isn't.
So, resembling a plane with hills on it. You happen to live on one of those hills, and you think that hill is curvature. So, what we're trying to establish is how would you differentiate between a curved environment and a planar environment? How would you separate the two?
How would you?
I asked you a simple question. Why are you reverting it back to me? How would you differentiate between Donnie? You're not trying to learn. You're trying to be a fucking pest.
Who's getting mad?
Donnie, the last person that I got mad with, I just kicked him out. You're lucky you're still here.
Kick me, fuckface. I don't.
Oh well, fucking walk out yourself.
It's so stupid.
It's so stupid. So why are you so offended by it?
I'm
if
not.
It's so stupid. Why are you still here? I'm not mad. I'm not mad. Why are you still here? You're the one that's offended. You're smiling because you're a troll. That's why you're smiling.
I am.
You're here.
I am trolling you.
We've got you. That's why. So we can just do this, and you can stop rumpusing through people because you're a fucking clown.
So for this guy, if he has, if the table that he owns have a scratch, for him he won't call the table flat anymore. Yeah, that's completely bricked.
Yeah, he's just a troll.
He can't process the entire sentence that you are saying. He processes the first word and he stops. His brain stops there.
Yeah.
The guy don't understand the difference between flat environments or flat surface of the earth, and he's talking about topography. Don't you remember when we were talking about that 70% of the surface that is covered by water? So the water is flat. You want to talk about the flatness? It's the horizon. It's from where we derive the word horizontal.
Oh, but there's hills, mate. There's hills.
Flat. It's flat.
He was just going to revert back to there's hills. That's all. You know that.
I'm trying to understand this claim. So this claim is, you look at the water level, right? You see it's flat. Therefore, the Earth is probably flat, right?
Okay, you look at the water, you see flat. What would you naturally assume? That it's flat. Why would you assume it's a cube? Why would you assume it's a pyramid? Why would you assume it's a sphere when you are seeing flat? So as soon as you claim anything outside of what you naturally observe, the burden of proof is now on you. We all observe it's flat. So the Globers that come in here say, oh, I observe curvature, okay? The burden of proof is now on you because you've claimed you see something outside of what everyone else does.
Objective,
you see curvature?
It's flat. You're just claiming what you can see is.
So when we talk about the objective reality that we can verify, we all can verify it's flat. We all experience daily. We all experience daily a flat horizontal horizon, meaning that the surface of the water is flat. That's your own experience and mine, and all the guys here in this chat.
Part of it?
Sorry.
I said so.
The
whole Earth is
if
flat.
water is flat, level, horizontal, and the claimed surface of Earth is 73% water, then it would be a fair assumption to say that 73% of it's flat.
So you're assuming it is. So therefore, you need to prove your assumptions, right?
Excellent. So now we go and do a laser test, and we confirm it. Game over.
Your laser test is going to confirm that the whole Earth is flat? Like every part?
So what you're saying is, I have to go and do a laser test, one north-south, one east-west, across the entirety of 3.5 trillion square kilometres of fucking water. Root your boot, I'm going to do that, boy.
No, I just want you to validate your claim here. You're saying the whole Earth is flat, but all you really prove is that what you can see is.
No. Wait.
So let's get this straight. If what I see is flat, and what a guy in the United States sees is flat, and what a guy sees in South Africa is flat, and what a guy sees in Pakistan is flat, and what a guy sees in India is flat, and what a guy sees in China is flat, why are you still presenting Earth-tard stupidity when people from everywhere are saying, yeah, we see it as flat? It's measured as flat.
No, sorry, that's not what I'm saying. I just want the claim to be consistent. You're saying the whole Earth is flat.
It is.
I don't know how
no, it's planar with topography.
Let me say one thing.
I understand.
Let me jump in there, Matrix, real quick. Hold on, Rhino. Just relax. He's saying the known world. You know what known is, right? The world that we know, all of us, you, me, and everybody. The known world is a horizontal plane. That's what he's saying. Okay? Is that cool now? The known world, Rhino.
So how do you prove that though?
Because everywhere people are, hold on, guys. Everywhere people are, the water measures horizontal. So there is no curving surface like the Earth being a globe. So that's it. The known world is flat.
How did you measure that?
Anybody that lives anywhere can test and verify what we're saying. So not only is observably. Yeah, that's the observation part. That's the observation part. That's the evidence. The proof is actually testing it, which is, it's evidence. So when you observe something and it doesn't look like it's curving like you think it is, that's evidence. Now the proof is when you actually test and verify, then you know that it's flat. So you don't have any doubt anymore, like what he said earlier. Dude, we've been around. We've been around the block. So long distance observations provide evidence that the Earth doesn't curve anywhere and water is horizontal, like we see it.
I just want to know how you got the measurement. That's all I'm asking.
Long distance observations that me, and are you an idiot? What is long distance? It's self-explanatory, dude. Long distance observation. What does that mean?
That's a good question. What does that? So use your eyes. Do you try to look really far away?
Long distance observation. So when it's self-explanatory, you're such an idiot. So when you see something in a far distance, you're going to say, okay, I see something very far away. So what is the distance between me and that thing? You get a target distance known measurement. So you say, like, from me to the, I don't know, the end of the peninsula sticking out from the water. And then you get the known distance. And then you see the horizon off in the far distance. So what you're going to do is you say, okay, I know the distance from me to the peninsula. That's about 5 miles. And the horizon should be farther than that because I see a horizon past it. So then you're going to try to figure out if the Earth is a horizontal plane, you could see as far as the eyes can possibly let you see.
Okay.
So
how far is that?
Yeah. Well, it depends. Every single day, the variables change for long distance observations, but it always exceeds. Yeah, it always exceeds. Well, temperature, the angle that you're seeing from the distance from like where you're standing off the ground. Day or night. Like there's a lot of things that get involved here, but it changes the viewing distance for sure.
Okay, so what's the farthest you can see?
There's no like set distance, but there's like a maximum limit to every optic. So every optic would have a limit to their distance. So let's say you can see, I don't know, a good 3 miles, 4 miles or whatever with just your eyes, and you pick up some optics like binoculars or a telescope, might let you see a little farther than that. And on other days, your eyes could probably see like 12 miles away, like a building that's far away. So there's no real set to like how far we can see, except for the conditions making the variables that change how far you can see. And also the other thing is too, like how far you are from the surface of the Earth. So that the angle that you're viewing from.
Right. So observer height, temperature of the day, probably humidity plays a role. So
yes, it plays a big role.
Right. So at what point is the furthest you can see given ideal conditions?
That you can't say ideal because that would be like, what does that mean? At 70-degree weather, 72-degree weather, and then we're going to have to test that to see if we're actually going to get that condition over a certain specific area. And then you're going to have a maximum distance where there's going to be pockets of air that are cooling and heating in between you and the target distance. So it just has to be done on a test that you do when you go out and make your observation. You can't do it like right now in a chat room just talking about it. You actually have to go outside into the field and test for it.
So what have you done? What tests have you done?
Long distance observation. I'm telling you right now. So everybody can do this, right? It's like not without
you the distance that you were able to measure.
20 miles away. So I did an observation from where I live. I'm not going to tell you exactly where I did it, but I measured a distance to where I was off in the horizon to where these buildings were in a city that I know where I live near. And so I saw the building. No, this was on land, actually. But the interesting thing was the distance that I was using wouldn't allowed me to see what I saw. So that kind of helped out it breaks
the distance you were using wouldn't allow you to see.
Yeah, the globe, as far as like the globe being like what it's supposed to be, that I wouldn't be able to see the building where it was based on the how far I'm looking across the surface. So I'm looking across the surface horizontally, and according. Say again.
What were the measurements? Because I'll put it in the globe calculator.
Yeah, go ahead. You can figure out the Earth calculator. You can pick any one. I think Mick West has a good one.
So what was your eye height?
Well, I'm not going to go into. Well, those details are basically like from a car.
I don't need to know where you were. I don't need to
sitting in a car.
I just need to know your eye height.
Sitting from a car, so you would imagine my vehicle. I would say maybe
10 feet, 11 feet.
No. I can stand up. I'm 5'8", so or 5'9", so the car I sit in, it's lower than that. What is it like? Maybe
9 feet.
No, close to 5 feet. Close to 5.
You said you were standing on top of your car and it was 5 feet?
No, dude, I was sitting in my car.
Oh, so sitting in your car. Okay, 5 feet. Sorry. And then what was the distance to the target you were looking at?
20 miles. I would say it probably exceeded 20 miles, but I would have just given it a round number at 20 miles away.
Okay. So how high was the buildings you were looking at?
Oh, let's see. I'm going to tell you the city. It's Omaha. So the Woodman Building in Omaha. So you can look that up.
Okay. Well, just from the calculator, the distance to the horizon, I guess, would be 2.7 miles away, right? And the highest thing you could see is about 198 feet tall. And so I don't know what
the highest thing you can see, or it has to be a minimum of that height before you see it.
That's the if anything's taller than I guess like 200 feet, you'd be able to see
it. Has to be above that in order to see it.
Right.
That's the minimum height. So if he claims he can see anything underneath that, you should question it.
Right. Okay. What was the building again? I'll look it up.
The Woodman building
in Omaha.
Woodman, yeah, Omaha.
Woodman building in Omaha. Woodman Life Tower. Let's see.
Yeah,
478 feet tall, so you'd be able to see it.
Yeah, but how much of it? That's what the thing you got to figure out.
Okay, let's see. So, let's see. I'll round it up to 200. Let's say 200 divided by let's say 500. Be able to see like a 4/10 of it, almost half, I guess. Not even half of it. So
okay, did you include refraction? Did you include refraction?
I don't know. I don't know if this calculator does. So, do you have a calculator
that seems to be
that does? Then we can put it in there.
Yeah, the McWest
know the conditions on the day that you were looking.
You know, yeah. The thing. The problem is you could. Yeah, the problem is you can turn the slider all the way up. You still won't be able to get enough to compensate for the observation.
So wait, you tell me how much of the building did you see? Were you able to see the front door? It
was about 80%. It was about 80%, almost all the way to the bottom.
Okay. Well, shit, that I can't argue with.
It was 80% for sure. Like I could say that much. I was kind of astonished when I actually saw that much, which is, I mean, it's very challenging for me to actually look at anything other than what I can do. So I can tell you what you've done, but I'm pretty sure you haven't done anything. So.
And how much?
Let's say Omaha is flat, right? Omaha is flat. You know that for sure. But do you know that everywhere else is flat? How do you know the Earth isn't a fucking cube?
Yeah, no. Everybody's making. No, we're not talking about the whole Earth. We're just talking about known territory. So everybody that lives on the Earth, wherever they can go and do a long distance observation test, you can confirm that not only me, but anybody else can see to a certain distance, like things that you shouldn't be able to see, which is like kind of it's a stark contrast to the idea that you can't see things.
So why shouldn't you be able to see the front door of the Woodman Life Tower in Omaha?
Well, that's because other things are below, like, there's other buildings that are next to it, so.
Okay, fair enough. Why can't you see the front door of the building that's in front of that building? Or the building that's in front of that one, or whatever, until you get to the building that's in front of, across the body of water, or wherever the fuck.
Yeah, there's other...
I was just going to say, this is a lot easier to understand if you actually draw it out. If you get yourself a piece of paper and draw a straight line, that represents your baseline, that represents the ground. Mark your position at one side of the paper and whatever height you want to be, and then draw objects in front. So mark yourself 1 foot high, mark the first object 10 mile away at 2 foot, and have a look at what gets obstructed behind that, and have a look at how the distance, as the distance gets further and further, the objects behind it get obscured. And if you want, drag that blockage closer towards yourself and see how it affects things. It doesn't take much to block a lot. And you don't notice it until someone actually puts it in a CAD program and draws it out for you. Maybe you're a visual type person, I don't know. But I notice a lot of things like that stand out a lot more when it's actually drawn out and you're like, holy shit. Like you're talking items that are 20 miles away. So something that's only a couple of yards high at 5 mile away is going to block a lot of what's 20 mile away.
Yeah, he's not wrong. So I would say that he's spot on with what he's saying. So it would make the observation to be correct when I can say I only saw about 80% of the Woodman building. So I can confirm that. I could actually do the observation over again, but I think it would change with the day. I think I'd have to pick a day that is nice and cool out for optimal distance.
I would do it more.
You have to go multiple times. Run your camera on like time lapse or some shit like that.
Yeah, I agree. But the thing that I'm saying, what I confirmed was with that observation is it's an obvious truth to me. It's like if it was a globe, it was in blatant like rejection to what the globe stands for. Or even if you slide the refraction bar all the way across, like with the extreme amount of refraction, so you can't compensate for what I saw.
So here's what I would argue is that say I challenge you to go out and do this experiment, and I challenge you to do it on multiple days, multiple weather conditions, do whatever you have to do, and I guarantee you, no matter the conditions or the weather, you will not be able to see above about 450 feet, no matter the conditions. And so I challenge you to go do that, and I would.
Where? We'll not be able to see above. How do you mean we'll not be able to see above? Normally what happens is you grab your phone, have a look at the weather app, and if your weather app says you're not going to see more than 10 mile, then guess what? It's highly probable you're not going to see more than 10 mile.
That's a good point, Steve. I'm sorry. That's a good point, my man. So
that's funny.
For getting fog and other shit like that, if it's a clear day, I guess, go out and try and look at the building, try and get like a visual marker on how high the building is. I guarantee you won't be able to see below 450 feet or so, no matter the condition. Go out every
at
single
what distance? At what distance?
At 30 miles, at an eye height of 10 feet. Wait, what the fuck? Hold on.
An eye height of 10 feet? I don't know any motherfuckers that are 10 feet tall.
Let me calculate again. This will make it worse. Sorry. So you won't be able to see a hidden target height between 100 and it says 198. I bet you won't be able to see 190 feet above it. Below it. Sorry. I keep saying above.
I don't know why you're hung up on this elevation side of it. Basically, the elevation is derived from the alleged curvature. So based off of your elevation, if you were to get like a ruler and place it on a basketball, one side of the ruler is going to be above the ball, the middle of the ruler will touch the ball, and the other side is above the ball again. And that's all that the calculators do. They just go, your distance is this high. So if you rock the ruler, so one end of the ruler is 1/8 off the basketball, the other end of the ruler is going to be kicking up heaps high. And that's all that happens. They basically just go, your eye line is a straight line, and we're going to rock it around the edge of the ball. So you're claiming that you're 1 foot high, or 10 foot high, or whatever, and they just adjust that ruler up and down.
So I'm using an Earth curve calculator, right?
Yep.
So
that's what the Earth curve calculator does.
So feel free to measure the Woodsman Life Tower from its base, right, wherever it is.
Well, I'm not worried about the elevation. So you're still concerned about the elevation. What if we have a look at, say, should you be able to see the horizon behind or in front of those buildings? Now, if you're claiming we're on a ball with a given radius, well, we should be able to calculate out that the horizon should be at a very specific spot. So if you look at your Woodman building from, I don't know, just pick a number, 10 mile away. I'm just throwing a random number there. The horizon should be clearly in front of that building, and the building should be obstructed by the horizon. Yeah? Makes sense?
Correct. Yeah.
Right. Well, the problem is, when the boys do long-range observations, we're seeing the horizon by magnitude behind where it should actually be. Like those in the side chat.
I challenge you
in the side chat already.
Okay.
Already in the side chat.
If this is the Black Swan, I'm gonna. Yep, there it is.
Yeah, that's what they call the Black Swan. And the reason for that, well, you can laugh, but the horizon is supposed to be at 1.22 miles. And your Earth curve calculators, the way they work this out, it's 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So naturally, you have to put in the observer's height, so however tall you are, and the distance to the item that you're after. And it will tell you yes or no where the horizon should be and how tall the thing is you're after. See, at the moment, you're focused on the how tall bit.
What calculator did you use?
I just use the GitHub one, and I like it because it switches from metric to imperial.
The GitHub one?
Yeah. If you go into Google, type in Earth Curve Calculator, it's one of the first ones that pops up.
I already did that. And so
there's heaps of them.
Oh, okay, this one. Yeah, it's the one I was on. So you guys were asking me before if this calculated in like atmospheric refraction, which I don't know. I don't think it does. So
no, one of them's super basic.
This picture,
you put in your height, you put in your distance. That's it.
So refraction has nothing to do with this at all.
Not this image.
The black swan.
Nope.
With the oil rigs, are we looking at the same picture?
We're looking at the same picture, and I'll explain to you very simply why refraction has nothing to do with it. Because the ground does not have any refracted issues or problems along it. The issue is at the top of the oil rigs.
Ground, you're looking over a body of water.
Fish. I understand that, but the problem is all those oil rigs are there for is demarcation only. The only reason we give a shit about them is because of their distance. They could be traffic cones for all I care. So when you guys come in and say, oh, but there's refraction, I say, oh, but I don't care.
So you don't care because of why? Sorry, can you explain one more time?
Because it doesn't affect the distance to the marker. The distance to the marker is measured. It is known. So when you guys say refraction is affecting the distance to it, oh, I can't see the top of the oil rig, or I can't see the bottom of the helicopter pad. You should be able to clearly see the bottom of the helicopter pad. Mate, we have heard all the excuses under the sun about those oil rigs, except for the fact that we know the distance to them.
So wait, you don't disagree, unless you disagree with the AV over there, who said that it depends on, the weather conditions, how far you're able to see, right?
Weather conditions will change things, yes. If it was a foggy day, you wouldn't be able to see those oil rigs at all.
Oh, so that's the only thing you were talking about is fog? You're not talking about the humidity of the air that would refract light?
The problem is, yet again, the humidity doesn't change the distance to the oil rigs.
No, I agree with you, but it would change how far you could. It would change the light bending around for you to be able to see.
So that's a claim that you've got to validate, verify, prove, or back up. So good luck with that. But the problem you've got there is the horizon should be at 1.22 miles. It's clearly beyond 9.41. So let's just cap it at 10 just to have a gentleman's argument about this. How are you going to now prove that refraction is causing that horizon to magically be behind an oil rig? So it's changed its location entirely without changing anything else. So if it was refracting, it would be doing stuff to the oil rig. So if the horizon was moved backwards, the oil rig goes with it. Everything gets affected, not just the horizon.
Wait, hold on. So is the claim that we should not be able to see any of the oil rig because it would be 1.22 miles?
No, that's not the claim at all. The claim on the table is very simple. If you live on a ball, the horizon should be at a very particular spot based upon your elevation. So in this case, the elevation is 1 foot. So based upon that 1 foot elevation, the horizon should be at 1.22 miles. Right. We can clearly see the horizon at beyond 9.41 miles.
Right.
I think the Earth is flat, to be honest with you. And
awesome.
Yeah, I'm with that, bro. I hear you, bro. The horizon should be seen.
Those times.
0.01. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think it's round, so.
Oh, we got. I think it's round. Why do you think it's round?
We got a glober, boys. We got a glober.
Well, it's obviously round because you guys ever go in the water on the boat and see that there's no end?
Okay, so just because you go out to sea far enough and you can't see land, you've attributed that to curvature. Maybe you just can't see that far.
Oh, I can.
You do realise that all optics have a limitation.
No.
Oh, you don't? Oh, well, you do now. Yeah, all optics have limitations, mate. Your eyes can only see so far. Once
but I
you
had a
hit
pair of
your
binoculars.
limit of... That's awesome. So now you've just extended that range a little bit. But even the binoculars have a limitation. Even telescopes have a limitation. Even the, Nikon P900 has a limitation. Every single optic has a limitation.
So how do you see it, bro?
If you
With my
put him
eyes.
in a hot box, and you put smoke in the hot box, and he can't see you at all, for him, the floor will be spherical.
Bro, you're trying to bag his shit, whoever that was, bro. Don't do that again, bro.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
No,
You
it's
have
not,
vapor.
bro.
If you have
Nonsense, bro.
if you have vapor, or like for example in a foggy day, and you can't see what's in front of you, when the fog dissipates, don't go to imagine that humidity went away and it does stop to existing. No, at distance, the fog dissipates, so the density of the fog is just lower, and between you and anything in far distance, there still be humidity, dust, molecules that are in between you and the objects in far distance.
Necros, can you like plug your mic in better or something? There's like this extremely high pitched noise that's coming from your mic, and it's like annoying my dog.
Yeah, it's annoying my cats as well.
So if you
My
could like
hamster's fucking flipped his whole
Wake up yourself, a pair of yours.
Oh, shut up.
So anyways, you believe it's a globe?
Yes. I've
So
seen pictures of it, actually.
So you've seen pictures of it?
Yeah, and then let me guess, your argument is that they're fake and nobody's ever even been to space.
Well, you haven't presented your pictures, so I don't even know. It might be pictures of your mum.
What?
Well, you've got to present some. All you've done is you've said...
Oh, he's going to go there, is he? Oh!
All you've done is said you've got pictures of them, and you've not presented any pictures. So, then you've poisoned the well by claiming I'm going to say it's CGI fake and all this other freaking crap. Without you presenting your pictures, you still have nothing. So how about you present your pictures first, then we can assess it, and then I can say it's fake or it's CGI or it's just a picture of your mum. Either way, I don't care.
That's it,
Present your picture first.
Yeah.
James, you would agree, right?
I'm muted again.
You would agree, James, right? Like if I showed you...
with Matrix. I'm with
Yeah.
Matrix, bro.
Yeah, it's like so. If I
Present your
showed you a
pictures.
picture, then you
Okay.
have to believe it.
Well, why do I literally need to show you a picture of the globe that everybody knows is the picture of the globe? You had them in school. Why do
Yeah,
I need
them
to
in school.
present
That's
you a
great.
photo?
So present your picture, because at the moment you've just said you've got a picture. Guess what? I've got a picture of it being flat. So now they counteract each other. They're nullified. What else have you got?
Hey, feel free
You've
to
put
Google
forward
it.
your argument. I've rebutted your argument.
Put it forward.
So
Put it
let's
forward.
go to the basics of it. Your claim is you've got a picture. Okay, I'll rebut that. I've got a picture too.
He has
So
a picture.
now that I've rebutted it, my picture is better than your picture.
His picture's better than
No,
yours.
it's not. What camera?
Well, you better post yours up so we can validate this.
Let's do it now.
What camera did you use, huh?
But what do you have a picture of that will rebut his picture?
Actually, I'm going to fix that one straight away. He's just a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
He's here to troll.
Cheers, mate.
And he ran straight away. He knew it too. Yeah. Stay out. So, yeah, Braxton, Brandon, however you want to say your name. Post your picture up, mate.
Yeah.
All right.
No nudes.
No, but I didn't take it myself.
Well, that does leave you with a few problems, doesn't it? Or maybe it might leave you with a few questions that might get asked.
What did he send you, bro?
He hasn't sent anything. Oh, he was going to post it up in the side chat.
Typical Glober, bro. Typical Glober, bro.
Give him time. He's probably got to Google it.
Yeah.
I am. Let me search for it. I'm trying to find a good one. Jesus.
So let me get this straight. You've come in with an argument saying you've got pictures of a globe, and now you're actually researching pictures of globes.
Shout out to the
Yes.
fan community.
Where's your picture of the flat Earth then?
If you're putting forward an argument saying that you've got something, why wouldn't you already have it in your pocket? And as soon as someone says, "Oh well, whip it out," then it's like, "Hold on, here you go, mate." Why do you have to go looking for something that you should already have?
Bro, I just
Why do you have to go researching?
Take me on a dick ride for 10 minutes to give me a fucking experiment of like the Omaha Tower to whatever, dude.
What are you yibbering on about? Get back in your
he's
box.
talking nonsense, mate. Get back in your box, mate.
Never mind, mate. Sorry, mate.
Good call.
Yeah.
Don't make me go Crocodile Dundee on you.
Oh, look. There's a couple people
Sorry about
posting
that,
some
Peter.
pictures in there. That's exactly what I'm talking about right there. Pictures from space.
Pictures from space. They both look like cartoons.
Fucking Globers, man.
Fucking flat earthers, man.
Dude, be honest. The guy who said you're gonna look at the picture that old dude posted. You would just like take yourself out of it for a second. That's not a cartoon. When you look at that picture, that's a real picture.
Where I can literally see my house from here. Like, that's not a cartoon. They wouldn't be able to get a picture of my house and put it on there.
Just troll a bit harder. Come on.
I'm not even trolling. I'm being serious.
Yes, yeah.
If I'm on Google World, right? Google Earth, I can zoom in and go to my house.
So Google World is proof that you live on a ball. So what I want you to do now is I want you to explain to us how you tied an image on a 3D model on your computer screen. I want to know how you tied that to reality. What is the linking factor?
Oh, it's the fact that they got pictures with the satellites and we're able to get a picture above my house.
Yeah, so how did you tie that to your house? How do you know that that is 100% true and accurate?
Because I know where my house is on the map.
So at the moment you've got a top-down view of your house and you're claiming this proves curvature. I don't see the connection.
Uh-huh. So, if I was on Google Earth, right, and I use my mouse and I spin it around, there's a big ball there, right?
So this is the mathematical the 3D model that's on your computer screen. This is not reality. Okay, so on the model you're doing stuff. That's cool.
That isn't
so
reality.
on the model you're doing stuff. This is great. Now tie the model to reality.
All right, guys. Is there any astronauts in here?
Why would this be a requirement?
They would know, wouldn't they?
It seems you just have a belief system, mate.
You saw a picture. Somebody showed you a picture, like the one that the guy posted in the chat. That I say.
Wait, sorry. Could the guy speaking tell me if they're a flat earther or if they're a round earth?
Don't tell him. And the reason you don't have to tell him is it doesn't matter. If your argument, your data is good proof of curvature, it doesn't matter who's speaking and what they believe in. Shit, I could believe in Santa Claus, but if you put forward the right data, my belief systems get thrown out the window because your data is true and correct.
100%, bro.
Dude, my 8-year-old brother's listening. He still believes in Santa Claus. What?
So we looked at that picture that was in the chat room that old dude put on there, and I mean, to me, it looks a little bit like shiny, a little bit funny. You say that that's a picture of reality. So now, when you see that picture, that means now that you're in motion. When you look at that picture, you're like, I must be spinning. When I look at that picture, that proves it for you. Like, how do these things
dizzy just looking at it.
Okay, so now you looked at that picture again, and you're like, I must be spinning. And I must be, when I go forward, I must be going down over a curve. All of those things they all work together.
Spinning.
Okay.
We're not spinning, bro.
What about the moon and stuff like that? Like, what about that kind of stuff? That's round. I can see it with my own eyes. It's up there.
Yeah, that's not the ground. That's a bit of a problem. If you're trying to prove the ground is a particular shape or has a particular aspect, then talking about the ground would probably be a lot more useful.
Yeah.
If you guys think the Earth is flat, what about the moon then? Is it flat as well or what?
Look, we're talking
and yet again, we're talking about the moon, not the ground.
Yeah, literally, bro.
Oh, so that's a whole different conversation. So there's like a round mooner and a flat mooner, I guess.
No, that's nothing to do with it. What they would say is non sequitur.
Well, Earth's flat, man. Take it or leave it, bro. Right, the science is all there. So.
Maybe I just have to take it.
Yeah, just.
Earth's flat, guys.
Is that how much faith you had in the picture? Like you didn't have much faith.
Someone sent me a picture of a flat world, then, and I'm gonna use that.
That's it. That your faith. That's where you put your. That's where you put your arguments into the pictures like that.
That's another
elevation profile
down,
of your country. It's a proof for a flat Earth.
That's another globe down, boys.
Braxton, elevation profile of your country. It's proof of the flat Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah. Find out how the elevation change in your country with the distance, and you will find out that it's change only elevation. That means height, and the base is always flat, and you're measuring like that.
Yeah.
That's how it works.
So,
and it's everything due to sea level. If you reach the sea, there is also base 0. But if you are on the land, that you use that 0 and you're going away from the sea, and you measure the height of the whatever it is, hills or mountains.
Too simple. It's too simple. Do you have a picture of it? He needs a picture.
Yeah, send me a picture of it.
Can you picture that in your mind? You have a water from left side, and let's say water from right side, and in the middle you have a elevation profile, and that is changing. But down on the ground, down underground at mountains, hills, it's a flat baseline from the left to the right, and that's how it's in reality.
It's kind of like the picture that Matrix put in the chat. Yeah, that's like when you were describing that just now. That's kind of what I was picturing. I was picturing like the picture that he literally just put in the chat.
Oh, so I could fall off.
Fall off from where?
Yeah, from where, mate? The Earth's flat, bro. You're not gonna fall just.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. The flat Earth, like the
gravity,
edge,
bro.
If you're edge of the lake, where you will fall off?
He's talking about my picture that I put up. If you're going to fall off, that's a 60-metre drop, but you're only going to fall into water. So as long as you can swim, I'm good with that.
That makes the most sense. The Earth is flat, bro. You're literally going to fall into water, bro. That's just how it is.
So the water just goes off on infinitely, or?
No, it's
contained. Be an edge
like,
if it's flat.
It's contained like every water should to be.
Every ocean's got an opposing beach or shore, dude, yeah?
You Scottish, mate?
Aye, that I would be, sonny. Why? What about it?
All right.
You want to fight or something?
No, mate. A fellow I presume.
What the hell?
I'm lucky enough to be from God's country, yes, sir, yes.
Yes, you're not a prod there, are you?
I'm neither. Past all that.
That's all good, mate.
He's ascended, I think. Passed it on. He made it.
So like when you ask, when you ask, like, well, where's a picture of the Earth? Like you know, and then you just get in the airplane, you take a picture of the Earth, and you're like, well, if the Earth is flat, there must be an edge, and then you look out into the distance, and you see a limitation, like an edge. Right, all around you when you're in that airplane. You're like, oh, is that the edge of the Earth that you're seeing, or is that something else? If you could just imagine it, you're standing on a mountain. There's a limitation to what you can see.
Let me get in. Let me get into the mindset. Right. Okay, I'm on a mountain.
You're in the mindset. All right, you got it. All right, so now you're on a mountain and you're just staring out into the distance, and there's a limitation of how far you can see. Is that the edge of the Earth?
No.
You can't see forever, right? So what is that?
No, but what happens if I like got in a really fast car and drove straight for like miles?
Yeah, and then you looked back to the mountain. You'd be like, well, Then when you're like, you got in a boat or in a car, and you drove or got really far away, you would look back towards the mountain. You'd be like, well, now there's an edge over there. There's a limitation over there now? Is that the new edge of the world, or what is that?
The last time you got in a fast car and drove really quickly, there was blue lights in your mirror. It would be the same thing. You'd eventually hit the water. Getting a boat go fast, same thing. Blue lights in your mirror, bro.
Yeah, so when you
the
see,
police are trying to stop me from reaching the end.
No, the end. I don't know what you mean, but so you're just when you view the world, right? When people are on top of a hill or they're in an airplane and they look down upon the world, like somebody said about looking down upon their house earlier, and you don't see any further. Like that's the limit. That's it. Is that the edge? The limitation that how far you can see? Is that the edge of the Earth? And if not, can you explain it?
Wait.
Explain the edge?
No. When you're in it.
No, but that's just as far as I can see.
Yeah. What do we call that place?
No.
The furthest point you can see when we're.
The
what
horizon.
do we call that place? Oh. Well, is that the edge, Brandon? Is that the edge?
No, that's just the edge of my view, not the edge of the Earth.
Wait. I'm sorry. I hate to interject. No Tanks, are you a flat earther? I'm just trying to follow.
Flat earther. What is that?
Look at his profile picture.
I'm actually so confused right now.
Yeah, bro, just shut up, bro. Just shut up, bro. Just listen, bro.
Okay.
Alright.
Shut up and learn from the guys who know what they're talking about here.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess.
Well, I'm trying to understand what you guys think. So, like, I don't know what your definition of flat Earth is, but I mean, you could define it to say.
Well, when I think of a flat Earth, I think of like a big disc, and that I could just like get to the end of the disc and just fall off into space and die.
Oh, I'm tired.
Yeah, see, I'm not that. Yeah, I'm not that.
Pizza Earthers. Yeah, no, we don't do that here.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, that's pretty much the
If it's not
psyop.
flat, then what is it?
The floor of the universe, possibly.
Yeah, you have a different idea when you say it. Like you're like the Earth as a whole, its entirety. When you say the Earth as a whole, its entirety, you mean all of reality that you've ever experienced. What shape is all of reality that I've ever experienced? That's a different. Yeah, that's something I couldn't tell you.
But that's your own experience.
LSD. You need to take more LSD. That's it.
You're seeing it as more of a spiritual thing.
I am.
But
No,
it's
I
not
don't
as.
think so.
No, I think you are.
Shape,
You're saying what you're saying. Your vision of Earth is what you've seen.
Well, what do you mean?
And
when
as
you
a
say,
collective, as everybody on Earth, throughout the years, we've all learned from people that have died. We're all learning from the past, and in the past, we've learned. Oh, that's all right, man. From the past, we've learned that people have been to space. People have seen that the Earth is not this thing.
I hear you. I mean, that sounds very spiritual. Just take a shot. How many? If I were to just like kind of like grant that, how many people would you just say off the top of your head, name a number, have been in space? How many would you just say?
I'd say loads because there's people on like stations and all that stuff. I'd say at least 100.
Oh, it's actually a pretty decent guess. Yeah, it's a pretty decent guess. It's in the 20s. So 20 people. Like I have 20 people in my family, like cousins, nephews, nieces. That's all it takes for the entire history of the world to know.
Sorry, bro, just to interject. Yep. I'd like to shout out Mo Salmon, #1 flat earther. He's done a lot of research in this field. He'll be joining us in about 5 minutes. Shout out Mo Salmon.
All right. Well, yeah, I don't want to get too far off, but yeah. So when you view off into the distance, a limitation of how far you can see, you say that's not Earth curve. On top of the hill, looking out.
If I'm on top of the hill and looking out, I could probably see maybe, I don't know, 3 miles.
Okay, why can you only
see? Human limitation is?
Well, why can you see only 3 miles? Do you imagine? What's stopping you from seeing things that are further away?
My eyesight.
What about a binocular or a monocular or a telescope or a long zoom camera, dude?
That's what I just said earlier. I said that, and then this other guy was like, woo, 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 woo. And then weather came into it. But what has that got to do with the Earth being flat?
Weather's got a lot to do with it. I've seen Ireland from over here, dude. You should be able to see us.
I've seen you from the Giants Causeway.
There you go then. How far's that, bro?
How far? I don't know. A few miles.
Let me see. Where in Scotland did you think you saw?
I don't know.
You saw Scotland?
Yes.
Okay. Giants
From
Causeway.
That's
your
got to be at
logic,
least.
wouldn't you be able to see New York?
Yeah, that's flat. So we came to that conclusion. That's flat.
No, wait. Oh, that's a good thing though. If I was standing right on the top of a mountain in my country that was tall enough, then technically I should be able to see, I don't know, Empire State Building or something.
No,
you're not
Superman. Giants Causeway to Scotland is 175 to 200 miles away with ferry services, blah, 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 blah. So you saw approximately 175 to 200 miles, dude.
Whoa.
You have to understand that.
Oh, Necros, bro, your mic's like, you're like, oh, I don't know, man, there's a loud noise. My cats are going crazy in here.
Bro, my hamster just flipped its cage, bro. Stop that shit, bro.
Damn, it's an animal, though.
This guy's dog as well, he's not liking it.
An island, or where you from, old dude?
Bro, this guy's speaking Ooga Booga or something, bro. Speak English, bro. Whatever the fuck that was, it ain't working, bro.
Where you from?
He's from Scotland.
That's not barking, bro. Fuck me.
That's not me.
Wouldn't you be able to see New York?
Bro,
no, angular size reduction. If a bee flies away from you, you'll be lucky to see it after 5 feet, yeah? It just disappears into your resolution limit. Same as the horizon, same as things are way, way far away. You know, they get smaller. The cows in the field are far away, Dougal. The ones on the table are small.
Mic check. Do you still hear the same thing?
Bro, that's fucked up.
Yes, oh my god. Did you ever see them films where like they do a really loud, high-pitched noise and then people's heads start exploding? That's what it reminds me of.
Scanners.
It's gonna blow my brain.
Scanners.
But there's no such thing as aliens because space isn't real either. Am I right, flat earthers? High five.
Yeah, you got it.
Well, alien just means not from here, bro. There are other life forms that could possibly be from elsewhere.
Brandon, let's just get a high five, bro.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I blame the Jews.
I believe I'm going to kick you out if you carry on that shite in here, son.
My sincere apologies.
Thank you very much.
Oh, Lord.
We're not wackadoodle French theorists, guys. We're not here to attack any creed, colour, race, religion, sexuality, preference, blah, blah. Add on what you want. We're not wackadoodle. We're here for a conversation, not a fight. We don't think the so-and-sos did it. The tea lady at NASA isn't in on it. Not everybody knows about it. Some people who do know about it work for organisations they can't say sod all. Ergo, paying their mortgage, paying their schools, kids' fees, whole 9 yards. So, they know they shut up to carry on. See, I put you all to sleep again. Every time I do this, you all just shut up and go to sleep.
I kind of blame the Jews as well, to be honest.
I think I'm going to just kick you fucking out for that, because that's just...
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
You bloody well will be. If you don't believe us, go and test it. We're not here to convince you. We're not here. It's not a cult or a club or a gang or we think the earth is flat. This is a physical measurement based on reality, the dimensions of the globe, and the physics of water at rest.
Nah, Brandon, I think you're onto something there. I do blame the Jews as well.
Well, right, that's it.
All right, dude, that's enough. Come on.
Making an old man reach over to look for the ban button. What do you like? Always looking for an out clause, eh? If you can't address the reality, you look for a ban. Can't deny it.
I think it's fair that you banned Braxton as well.
Sorry?
I think it's fair that you banned or muted Braxton as well, though.
Well, we'll see. You know me, I'm very lenient, dude.
Give them a 5-minute break but remove their mute sometimes. Yeah?
I'd rather somebody had control over their own, or their own discretion to think, well, I can do better.
Yeah, I think it's fair.
Instead of having to have their fingers trapped for it.
Still here.
I do think humanity is the problem, though.
Society is the problem. Humanity is screwed over by it.
Oh, they went, though. They went.
Yeah, well.
Fancy that.
Both who are muted went off.
Yeah, feeding off each other.
Time to what's the word? Reflect, perhaps.
Mic check. Do you still hear something weird?
Good and clear, mate.
It's getting a little bit better, but it's still like there's still something in the background. But it's not hurting, but it's still not.
There was an electrical buzz earlier, but you only did it once for me. They were just... It was an excuse so they didn't have to listen to you, Necros. They'll come into a room, they'll pick someone, and they'll make an excuse. They did it to you because you're not a mod.
No. I accept that. If there is something that hurts people or a sound that is in my mind,
it is still there.
It's still there. Oh,
yeah. It's like when you go to the doctor and he's making a hearing test. That's the sound that's in the background of your microphone. Like you're talking, and in the background there's this beeping sound that is really quiet, but getting louder.
That's interesting. I can't hear that. I hear heavy inflection on the S's, like there's something.
Like he needs a pop filter on his mic.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Discord's weird though. All the updates,
isn't there an option?
Changes all your settings.
Yeah. You go to settings, then to speech and video chat system, and then there's a button called crisp, and you activate crisp, and that should solve it actually.
Well, there's a lot of us that actually turn that off.
Yeah,
but
they've reworked it in an update.
Yeah, for those that are running mixers and other hardware and software, a lot of people turn it off so they just get a direct signal to their mixer or to their other particular pieces of software because they don't need interruptions.
Yeah, the CRISPR interferes with a lot of audio levels and tone settings, I've noticed.
Yeah, I had the same problem with Crisp. But as I said, like maybe it's just for me. But they changed it, and since then it's okay. I guess. I mean, you have to decide. I can't hear myself.
Oh, we've got a daydreamer in. And a Defy. Or is it Defy?
I'm still struggling with one question to the flat earthers about the size of the flat Earth. I guess it's an often topic. Is there a corner to it? Like, is it like a pizza or is it eternal? The size is eternal.
What's going on here, boys?
Well, we can't really know about the size or the distance that the surface actually goes to.
Okay.
That's why we can't model it. What we do know is the acclaimed distance between the North Pole and where you would embark on Antarctica. You could take that as a probable measurement, but to say that it's actually true as well, nobody's, it's pretty hard to run a meter wheel from, Antarctica to the South Pole, to the North Pole or vice versa. It's planes, trains, ships and automobiles and accounts from hundreds if not thousands of years of these distances. And we just take it as rote. But if you want to go on GPS, you could possibly get a gauge on it that way. But getting a flight to confirm it from the North Pole to Antarctica, again, kind of hard. So if you want to go on the details that were given against the globe, you could take that. But to say that that's where it ends, no, we can't confirm that. To say how far the ice goes or what's beyond the ice, if there's anything beyond the ice or how far, no, we can't do that. And we can't claim infinite because infinite is an impossible distance to affirm.
I am a believer in the infinite plane theory, by the way. I'd just like to state that for the record.
How you will prove infinity?
What makes you think that it's endless?
Gummy worms? Are you like infinite? Before we talk about, are you flat or round earther?
Well, I'll just tell you my opinion. I can't really hear too much, but where do aliens come from?
Or global?
They come from the same plane, but beyond the ice wall. There's many ice walls dividing the infinite plane, and there's many sorts of species on that. That's where aliens come from. That's what I think. That's about it.
Okay. And it's
I've seen that map. That's quite an interesting map. So, do you think it's an ever-expanding ring of ice walls and islands and other suns, or do you think there's outer ponds in other parts of the ice?
Well, I think there's other suns, the stars, stars, that would be other suns. So you look and you're like, oh, that star is very far away. It is, but it's still a sun on the plane. Yeah. I don't know, because that's just my theory. Who knows?
Is it like an infinite map?
No, we can't show infinite though. That's the thing. How do you depict infinite, bro?
I don't know if the human brain can really comprehend it. I can't, but it's
I'll
just
show you,
infinite.
I'll show you the map in a minute when I find it, dude. I'm having a look.
I mean, it could be a circle.
In which moment you decide this is infinite? Which is that distance or whatever?
I don't know.
How you can conclude, in which moment you are concluding when you come, whatever you want to do, this is infinite now. From this point, it's infinite, or whatever.
Yes. I don't know. I'm pretty drunk right now, so I can't answer.
Appreciate the honesty, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hearing words, and I'm not really putting the dots together. So I don't know. I just said my theory. That's about it.
Okay. It's a lot of people.
Right, that's a continual ice ring. I don't know if I've got the Agartha one. The one with the Bifrost and all that.
That old dude behind that, circle, what is there?
Yeah.
What is there? I'm interested. That behind.
Yeah, exactly. What is there, dude? That's the thing. We can't know. We've only got possible, like that one that I've put up. That's talking about like mythical places.
Yeah, these ones. We even cannot go 60 degrees south, and that's our,
Yeah. That's all we know. We're only allowed to go as far as we want. And I don't know why Boulder thinks that that we would find out that it was impossible to go further. You can sign up for one of the scientific missions that's down there if you're accredited and it's your field or whatever, and actually go and work there. But there's no free and independent access. You can't just wander off across the ice and go, I'm off to see what's over that hill, lads. You're deluded if you think that's how it is. You're deluded if you think you're going to leave your own country, your own borders, freely without like any documentation. The Port Authority would be all after you, like, where's he going? Vessel recorded as leaving the shore. And then international waters. Oh, where's he going? There, he's there. You're captured by a frigate, a naval frigate that's out there patrolling for international crime or drug movements. And if you happen to wander past him and get anywhere near Antarctica, you'll be encountered by a naval frigate that's down there 11 months of the year. People are deluded to think, oh, well, just go off to Antarctica, oh, you can do that, you can have a jolly down there, you can have a holiday down there on a boat, or maybe even a plane, and come back. That's it.
Yeah, but going where? I still don't know what they are thinking. Where? With the ship somewhere, and then you take the shore, and then what? Left, right, straight, across the what? Across the infinite ice? Oh, there is another, how do you say that? Another land, but you need to pass 1 billion miles. But it is there, for sure, I know.
All we've got is reports from Admiral Byrd from the end of the 50s or whatever. There's this alleged other land where what he seemed to class as untapped resources. Whether he was talking from his mind or what he suspected would be there because of the topography he saw, but he claimed that he saw land, so ergo it wasn't just a continual ice sheet. He reckoned he saw minerals, or the possibility for there being minerals, and he mentioned coal, oil, gas, or whatever. Whether it was an open face of coal that he saw, I don't know, because it's quite a big claim to say, oh, there's coal there. It's highly possible. It could be that Antarctica somewhere that just freezes up on a long-term cycle every 2,000 to 3,000 years. Who knows? We ain't been around long enough to prove that. Possibly it is other land, but at the moment, according to him and according to science, you're looking at minus 200 to 250 to God only knows how cold. At the drop of a hat. You're not going to take your sandwiches and just wander off.
No, you cannot go anywhere from your country to another country, man, without permissions.
Well, look what's happening in the UK just now. Yes, people are flooding in through asylum seekers, but you try and leave the UK, you try and leave any country you're resident in. Somebody asks you who the hell you are or where the hell you're going. I'm quite serious when I post the requirements for going to Antarctica about getting your calculator or an abacus out, phoning your bank manager, and actually working it out. You're going to need a full recovery package, a full, what's it called, ecological appraisal of your whole entire plan, what you plan to do, how much it'll cost, the effect on the economy, the carbon footprint, all of that. Yada, yada, yada. Then you need to actually afford it. A full recovery ship, helicopter, med crews, blah, 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 blah. On standby. Not just if you call them in, actually on standby. Ready to go at the drop of a hat for as long as your expedition takes. And then if you get there, you can't take fuel, so you can't heat yourself. You can't take dogs for sleds unless it's previously arranged. But by the way, that's very, very rarely arranged. So you can't do that. You can't take water for the dogs or for yourself. So how you go do that if you can't heat up the ice and have a drink of tea? If you have to have a wee or a poo, it has to go in a bag. You have to carry it and bring it back. Eco footprint, all that stuff. Physically impossible.
Or you need to be under some company who did some, I don't know what the fuck did, but they got permission to be there,
Yeah. Yep. The only way in is through the people who've already got in, and it's on the limitations of what they've been allowed to do, what you propose to do and what they're willing to say, right, we can back you on. Because at the end of the day, if you go into the dangerous places, it's too dangerous, their insurances will say, sorry, no.
Yeah, for sure. Like, oh, I will go today. I like to run marathons. I will go to run 42 kilometers there in that direction. No, man, you will not.
Yeah.
Take a rest here in the camp, and there is a border of the camp, and that's it.
Yeah, you can run 40 kilometres around the perimeter of the camp and set a world record for doing that. Yeah, by all means, yes.
Like they did if they went to observe the 24-hour sun. This is the location, and you can move only here, and that's it.
People seem to think it's sort of like what's the place called where Santa Claus lives, where you can frolic with reindeer and play with the elves and the snow gnomes.
Oh yeah.
Every country in the world has signed up to the Antarctic Treaty, whether it's through industry, commerce, trade with other countries, space programs, whatever way you are, they're all linked in. And there is no. I've heard of late recently people saying, if you're not in the Antarctic Treaty, you can just go. China could just go. Excuse me, China are part of it. You think you could just walk in there from North Korea or some such? Get a grip yourself.
I think they think like you take a ship from the, let's say, UK, and you go a little bit right, you have a deal with Ireland say, okay, pass, and then you go straight, down. But in the middle down, like a highway, you don't have anything with France, Spain, and all these countries, from the left, that mean Africa and all did Brazil and stuff from the right. You are only going, that highway, international waters, and you're coming. That's how. Let's do it. Ridiculous. But still working good, that disk in space, even in 2025, is still good for people.
Wait, is old dude here?
Well, that's debatable. What do you need, dude?
The maps you posted, what is meant by what's on the outside of the ice wall? And like Isis, Osiris, etc.
Which one, the first or second one?
Let's go with the second one for now.
I think it's a concept of, like the walls of Asgard, the scorched wastes, the frozen wastes, and the abyssal ocean. Again, that sort of implies that we're in even further of a big pond, because the abyssal ocean, infers, well, level and not ending, really. Same as the abyssal plain that we've got on Earth, the floor of the ocean, or plains. But, well, I think
is this an evolutionary spiral down? Because, tracing it from Atlantis, Lemuria, I actually know about those things to an extent. I'm curious, Isis, Osiris, that's the Egyptian gods, right?
Yes. I think it's maybe like the lands that they were from, where the fathers of the Nephilim lived on Earth, in a sense. That coming down from Mount Helena. I think there's a lot of mythology, and I think that's possibly some of that, because there's Norse in it. The walls of Asgard. I've seen other ones with depictions of Bifrost on them. The actual bridge that could be, it was either depicted as a rainbow, a star rainbow, or a frost rainbow, but it was actually depicted as somewhere that would be conjured into being or whatever. If you had the right, I think Disney or whoever do that now. Thor can call up the Bifrost and walk across from his plane into ours, if you know what I mean.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
There's another one. I'm still looking for another one. Supposed to be an endless plane, but with lots of little Earth ponds in it.
I was thinking about the flight pattern. Somebody showed me when people claim they've circumnavigated the Earth, they just went in a circle, and so the South Pole is what they call it. That's accessible, but the North Pole, they play video games with what's down there. So when I was looking at the ice wall, I was like, that kind of makes sense, because the globe Earth would claim that that's some tippy bottom point, but in reality, the idea that it's accessible from every other, basically I made sense of the first ring, which is to the extent of the ice walls. Yeah. And when I looked outside of that, I recognized Atlantis and what tragedy happened there, the Lemurian time war thing. I'm familiar with that. And it almost looked like a spiral down into a lower plane of existence over time, from the outside inward. It made too much sense, so that's why I was curious what you thought. And yeah, as you explained it, it helped me see it.
Yeah, well, is it the Vedic cosmology or one of the Eastern cosmologies has levels of 7 levels up to heaven or something above us? Now, what if that were actually outer realms? 7 outer areas back to, I don't know, when where Eden perhaps once was.
Yep. Okay. Makes perfect sense now. Thank you.
No, thanks for asking, dude, because it's rare to get someone that's willing to look at this and actually say, well, there is a possibility there now. And actually realise that it is, theoretical at that point. So cheers, dude.
Yeah, thank you. Somebody showed me it yesterday, and so I played with 2 days ago, not in this room. So I played with it in my head as a time, a spiral down into lesser planes of existence. And then when you just explained it to me, I hadn't had someone else. So I was like, yeah. I'm looking at this animation too. I get it.
Yeah, that's see, the globe is actually a representation of what they think, that fits the heliocentric model, and that's just simply the top-down elevation that we get strawmanned with a lot is the azimuthal equidistant, which is it's just an elevation plan of the globe. There's actually hundreds, if not more, of globe maps, different globe layouts, or layouts of Earth. But yeah, lots of people think it has to or rather, because we've searched everywhere and because heliocentrism says it's a ball, it means you can't go anywhere else, kind of like the Truman Show, so therefore
I can dream again.
That's the one. That's the one. Umpteen layers of heaven, or possibly outer area.
Hey Newt, how you doing?
Good, and you?
Good. Does that might add up to the the spiral? The skies kind of look like a spiral rotation. All the luminaries revolving around. Remember the imagery I sent you of the electro-opticals and the infrared, the active infrared, at the center of the sky, the pyramid at the center top?
Yeah, like the Pyramid of Giza when you do when it's a focus point and then there's a spiraling. Yeah, I've seen that before.
No, but at the center of the luminaries, like up in the sky, not the pyramid on the ground. The pyramid in the ground will be aligned to the pyramid in the sky.
Yeah, can you repost it if you don't mind?
I sent it to you in DMs some time ago. Let me check our DMs again.
Jamesy, just on a sidetrack.
Wow.
When you say pyramid in the sky, Jamesy, I've got something very.
Thank you for mentioning it. I forgot we DM'd. Oh my god.
So at the center, like the prism. The luminaries are sourced from that center, from that pyramid prism. All the colors of the planets, all the different light spectrums, and this thing is observable in infrared, in active electro-opticals, thermal, and radio surveys.
Yeah, because I sent you a lot too, and
you did send me very interesting. You sent me something from NASA, some type of research that they kind of project a planar plane from a prism that looks like a triangle or a pyramid as well.
Jesus Christ. I didn't even recognize my own post to you, and because I've shifted so much lately, that I'm looking through our DMs and I'm like, oof. Because some of this stuff I ran into again on my own due to other research, and now it's making way too much sense. Jesus Christ.
So all the luminaries revolve, and at the center is this prism of light, of like a pyramid structure. And let me add just, you might not believe, but there's scriptures that describe it as the city of God with the most height is, that where God dwells. I mean,
a question. Do you know about this constellation by any chance?
The constellation
that I just sent you in the DMs?
Let me take a look. I'm sorry, dude. I know you said something. I couldn't hear it because I was speaking over you.
I was asking if you knew about this constellation that I just sent you a DM about.
Yeah, 1 second.
It's going to be a long night. I can feel it already.
Oh, by the way, I saw your post in text the other day about you've been voicing your thought process and how you've sort of the conclusion leads to flat. Welcome back, mate.
Yeah. It's been a long journey. Yeah. And that's why I have to pace myself.
Can you tell me about it? My bad.
So I came in here the other day with a better open mind, but I still was challenging peacefully the concept of, hey, Earth's a globe, haha. But the thing I thought, it came up as a simple test, is like, yeah, you could just fly a plane in the spherical loop around Earth, around the backside. But then I forgot who was like, yeah, nobody's ever done that. Jedi. And I was like, what do you mean? So I went to Google and I was like, give me a break. Somebody's obviously it's easy to do. Just get some refuelers. And I think I even said that. So when I Googled it enough, I didn't see it, and it troubled me, period. So I calmly came back, and I was like, hey, like, what flights have they ever done like this? And then he mentioned one Globe Earth or something like that, I think it's called. But they just went in a circle, like, across the continents. And then it really just, it hit me hard. Like, I had to leave the room. Because I almost got disoriented because I was like, oh man. Like, I felt it. I didn't see it. I felt that something was deeply wrong. And it was messing with me. So, just random conversation in the top chat of the server. We weren't even talking about flat Earth. I was talking about esoteric stuff because I've been researching a lot of things about like the abyss and stuff like that. And somebody posted that picture that Old Man posted with I namely recognize Atlantis, Lemuria, Isis, Osiris, what else? Odin and Horus. I know about those, and Aten. I know about those, like, from the esoteric standpoint. So I wrestled with it a bit, as much as my mind could handle it. And then when I came in here tonight, I was just coming here to chill. I saw this thing posted again, so I was like, wait a minute, let me take a second look. And then I asked Old Man, and he explained it in the way that I conceived of it independently. And that's, yeah, right. You said, look at our DMs, and I was like, what? Like, we never DM'd each other, because I always argue with you. And then I looked at our DMs, and I'm like, crap. Because that's when I understood more freshly some of the ways you could play this game. If you remember back in January, I argued with Quantum Eraser intensely for a couple of nights. It was bad. And I was talking about the horizon, and I said, I basically got him to describe what was what causes a horizon, and we focus on a thermodynamic barrier. I was never lying. I have a very powerful framework, a causal framework, that I can easily prompt at this point. Back then, I didn't have a conception of what to attack, so I basically took my framework and I aimed it at violating the second law of thermodynamics. It's this thermodynamic barrier, and out popped confetti. I went quiet for like 3 or 4 months because I basically formulated about 30 physics-based theorems into my framework as it was at the time. And it's really crazy. I can explain things from like quantum physics up to galactic scale and beyond with the framework. So I've been busy this whole year, like looking throughout human history of like what the heck went wrong on Earth, and it's bad. So now that I integrate this back together, I can see what's going on. Like now, I get it.
Well,
so
the one
it's
piece
probably going
of
to take me.
advice I'll give you, Newt.
It's probably going to take me throughout the week to try to wrap my head around our DMs.
The one bit of advice I'll give you, Newt, is don't try to take in too much information at once. You'll fry yourself.
Yeah, I got like a brain fog when it hit me the other day. That's why I was like, I gotta leave the channel, because I couldn't focus on a conception of Earth after that conversation I had it here the other day, and that's bad mentally, so I took a step back.
No, it's not bad. It means you're trusting your gut instinct. It's kicked in and said, hang on a minute, this ain't right. Because you said you felt it earlier.
Yeah, like even right now, you can tell I'm like breathing in a third way to kind of keep it at. That's why I'm stuttering. Yeah. So.
But yeah, don't try to take too much in at once. You'll fry yourself. Just a little bit at a time.
I'm trying to focus on goofy things right now because the feeling is there more than the thought, and I know to calm myself down.
Yeah, I was there when it hit me. I've been there when it hit for a lot of people. Yeah, it's whether it's a synapse in your brain rejoining, or some piece of final blockage getting moved. It's actually earth shattering. It really is.
Yeah, it's the blockage getting removed. That's that's the feeling.
Yeah,
like you could feel the rush of almost like a flood coming, so you kind of know to relax because otherwise it's not good for you.
Yeah, well, that's the other side of it. It's like it's almost been on the verge of psychosis or schizophrenia or extreme panic or something. It's like take your time, eat something. You might not sleep for a while, bro, but try and get some rest, get some nice music on, and chill out.
Yep, I'm listening to jazz right now.
there it is. You know intrinsically what you need there, and just let go with it, mate. Aye.
So I'm going to take a step back again tonight. I did not expect this at all because I literally forgot. Yeah. So I'll come back later this week because on my own I can pace myself. But I apologize sincerely for the little shit that I've been when I've been in here. But I feel like it's a part of the process.
Okay, Newt, stop. You don't have to apologise. We've all been through it. What we're waiting for you is the switch to click over. That was all.
Yep.
So don't apologise. We've all been through it. We know what you're going through, mate. So don't think you're the first one to do it, and I doubt you'll be the last. But anyways, welcome to Flat
cheers,
Earth.
and yeah.
all of that stuff was in the way of that last little switch going. That's why you just never got it, mate. And that's why it had to come out. Like Matrix says, it's everyone. Everyone is the same in this. No apologies required, sir.
Right. I'll see you guys again later on this week. It'll be purely constructive. Because I already know what's going on in my head. So
home server's always open, bro. Jump in the home server anytime you like, and we can get you some more roles if you don't have them already.
I'll take my time because I need to let this solidify in my head. But I'll definitely probably be joining that server down the road, like a week or two, I think.
Doors open anytime you like, buddy.
All right, thank you guys sincerely. And Jim Z, thank you. You even have it as your profile.
Later, Newt.
Have
a good one.
Thank you, God. Oh no, Flat Earther's gone, oh God, oh no, panic, woo. Yeah, go
I'll tell you something, old dude. He is going to be, with all the stuff that he's been through over the last year and a half or nearly 2 years that I've been in here, he is going to be an absolute weapons-grade Flat Earther because he has tried every other trick in the book. He knows it all. So when a Glober comes in and attacks him now, he is going to be an absolute bomb.
Totally, dude. Totally. And I'll say it now, like I've said it many, many, many times in the past. That's a moderator in the making. He just doesn't know how many of the barriers he's actually passed as yet. And when he realises that, he'll have the same abilities as everyone else for the use of 24/7. Yeah.
I can't sleep.
Who's that? Who's singing?
Fucking wall, yeah. He kicked me. He kicked me.
Oh, can you?
Yo, bro. Why did I get fucking kicked?
You didn't get kicked. You were meant to come in here. You're somewhere safe. You didn't want to be where you were, man. It wasn't nice.
Wait, where am I at? Who am I talking to?
You're talking to us. You're here, bro. Don't worry about it.
What call am I in? What? I'm talking to somebody, but I don't know who.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Like, there's a few of us here, just not everyone's talking right now. Welcome to the room.
Yo, bro, who? I don't know what call I'm in. What the fuck?
Like, you're in a better one than the last one. Put it like that. Epic. Hello, Euphonic.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm very good.
Cool.
24/7 flat earth.
Yeah.
Are y'all flat earthers?
I think everyone in here is, possibly bar you.
I don't know. That's a question I don't know about.
Well, it's what
I might be a round earther, honestly, or like a cube earther. I don't know.
Well, that's fair. As long as you're prepared to say that you don't know. Most people say, oh, no, heliocentrism's real and the globe Earth's real. But, I don't know is a fair opinion.
It's kind of a hard question to answer because I don't want to get debunked.
You don't want anyone to take your dreams away.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair too. That's fair too. Everybody's told that we live on a globe and it's in space and that all of that stuff's real. And yeah, a lot of us had or have faith in it. And it sort of goes on to everything in society. Then all governments, all countries. So yeah, I can understand if you don't want your reality broken or fractured. I get that. Oh, broken, and at that we've broken another one. Oh, marvelous. We ran away. Hello, Batman. How are you today, Mr. West?
I'm good, mate. How are you?
I'm very, 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 add as many as you like. Good. Thank you very much.
Jeez, you're very cheerful, aren't you?
Yeah, bro. Newt was in earlier. If you can tap a live stream, wind back about maybe 45 minutes. You know how Newt is, yeah?
Oh, not really.
Newt's the young gentleman who was touted by politics as their best debater, who proclaimed that he was going to take over the server, our room. It's in pinned messages in the mods chat. Newt couldn't not see things clearly any further. He was in yesterday, and he mentioned something in chat, and I saw it right there and then that he's probably having a revelation. And he came in today, and so he's out there listening to music and trying not to cry and stuff. But yeah, he's definitely worth listening to.
Are they not deleting messages on the politics server anymore?
What, in the text chat?
Silly me, I was in the mod chat, and there's tons of messages to get to the pinned messages.
Oh, right. You should be able to just click on something. Give me a second. Right, okay, into general chat. And then, like, where am I? Yeah, where it says general chat, long hold on the word, hashtag general. And then search pins, notification settings. And click on pins. But yeah, it may well be quite the way up in pins. Hang on. Oh, it was there. It was pinned.
Yeah, I couldn't see it.
I'll have to get Heretic to find it. No, that he's probably photo snapped it, but what? Well, that's a bit weird. Hang on, maybe it's been moved.
There's been a bit of action in the politics channel lately, hasn't there?
Yeah, dude, it's actually been a few good days. There was a really good conversation the other day. You know how times work. I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before, but there was a few guys in who had yes, they were LARPing around a little bit, but one of them sat patiently and went through all the info, and they were all kind of waiting to see what he said. And he spoke up, and it was iffy about the laser test because of the height of the lasers. Which we tried to explain to him, but he couldn't quite get his head around it. So he's away with more actually lower down laser tests. And he was a bit questioning about the ice swan. In his mind, the lights could have been elevated where they were, and therefore, he thought maybe they were not elevated. He thought he was seeing the upwards beam of light. When you shine a torch, there's a cone of light. Well, he thought possibly the lights in the ice swan were part of the cone of light that he was seeing beyond the curve. But I think he was a way to get his mind around that as well. So yeah, it's been a few good days, man.
I see you've been holding the fort a fair bit.
Nah. You caught me out recently. I was sitting in here talking away, and they went, I didn't realise it. They put up an event, come and talk to an old dude or something like that. So yeah, like I found myself back on voice. Normally, I don't like talking because I hate the sound of my own voice. But yeah, but no, I'm not
your voice is okay. Don't worry about it. Your voice is okay.
Yeah, apparently we all think the same. Everybody hates their own voice. But yeah, not so much holding the fort, dude. I don't want the floor. But yeah, if I'm around and I'm sitting about not doing very much and somebody jumps in, I'll help all I can.
I was looking at as a Facebook short or a TikTok short this morning, and the guy reckons he was asking Google AI and ChatGPT about the circumference of Antarctica, and Google AI came up with 55,000 kilometres as the circumference. Yet ChatGPT came up with some ridiculously small figure. And then when he questioned ChatGPT owned up and said that, yes, in fact, it is 55,000 kilometres. How can that be when the circumference of the equator is only like 40,000 kilometres?
Yeah, it really does imply the parallels below the equator get bigger, and it almost again infers the AE projection. But if you look in the list of USGS maps, there's two versions of the AE projection. One doesn't have a name. One doesn't actually have a reference name. But there's also the same that's classed as the AE projection. And then you go into things like Gleason's and stuff. But this flat Earth depiction, like the AE whatever, seems to be just sitting there in a category of its own, but they haven't got the fortitude to actually come forward and name it.
I think it's impossible to map this world we live in. No, and that's the problem, because they've created this globe Earth that everybody thinks is a model that you can't model anything on anyway. Everyone keeps asking us for a model. It just can't be done. We don't know what happens up in the sky. We don't know how far this land, goes to. We don't know what happens with the sun. The other day I was sitting in the car and we were driving. We're out camping at the moment. We're in remote New South Wales. It's like 3 hours out of the main town here. And the sun was up in the sky, and I was going through the glove box, and I happened to have the solar filter from a P1000 camera. I haven't got a P1000 at the moment because it burnt when my house burnt down, but I've got the filter, and I put it up against the sun, and you wouldn't believe it. The sun through a solar filter is so tiny. It's just unreal. What I'm going to do next time is as the sun's setting, I'm going to turn around and take a photo or take a little video with my camera to show that, there's half the sun there, and then ask the camera over the solar filter to show that it's actually a full sun still.
Yeah. Yeah.
And actually I did that with my P1000 a few years ago and posted it on YouTube. And at first it did look like the sun was setting, but then when you played the video in slow motion, you could actually see that it was fading away. It was creating these sort of, flares towards the bottom of the sun, which made it look like it was a half circle, but it wasn't really a half circle. It was more like an elongated half circle. And then it started disappearing from the bottom. But when you looked at it, it actually faded out to a dot. And that was over ocean. That wasn't in the desert. You had to look at it really carefully to see what was going on.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. I'm lucky enough when I was my early teens. I was around garages, and well, before that, when I was very little, my grandfather was a mechanic, fixing stuff and whatnot, and inherited a lot of stuff. And what I did have was half of a welder's lens from my grandfather's time, and then later on, I picked up another couple of welders or bits of broken welder's lenses when from garages, because when somebody's using the mask, if there's a piece of a welder's lens lying around, it means that somebody else can either use it to watch the weld or learn or whatever, And of course, by this point, I was out looking at the sun through it, and yeah, I've been watching stuff about the sun for quite a while, and then coming to this, people are like, "Oh, you didn't have a solar filter," and how can you prove that the sun does change angularly if it doesn't? It gets smaller or bigger if you don't have a filter. And I'm like, well, I've seen it. Well, you have to record it, but yeah, I'm the same as you. I want to go and get the camera and some good filters, and you use the weather system around here to show what we actually experience of the sun disappearing at altitude, what is claimed or assumed as setting, but above this, horizon, which in actual fact is a bank of thicker, damper air over distance. And again, the fading out effect, and catch the same effect when there's no, air system obvious, and actually catch it fading out as well. Yeah, I really, really want it, because we've got great elevation and great, views out to sea and stuff. I could almost do a 360 of Britain and track the sun. But yeah, it's a plan that I'd like to sort of put into, or at least help with, and collate actual evidence. Because people in different geographies don't understand the weather systems that's between them and the rising sun or the setting sun, or, if the sun's setting over land or water, how it can affect what they see. So yeah, I want to be part of something like that and let people see that we perceive it wrongly, basically.
It's pretty stupid. Like, we just added a 4-wheel drive race for the last 10 days, and you should see the amount of dirt that is getting kicked up by these cars. Even when we're travelling down the road, to get back to civilization, it's like a 40-minute drive. You can't see the car in front of you through the dust. And that dust is going everywhere. There's dust, doesn't matter where you look. And as the sun or the moon goes away from us, I mean, it looks lower in our vision. So if it looks lower in our vision, it means that we're going to be seeing through all of that rubbish that's in the air. It's just, these guys don't think. I listen to Mackie all the time, and Mackie turns around and he goes, "Why don't you go do it?" We've all gone and done something, and he won't even bother. But he sits there and he thinks we're the dummies. He's a clown, that guy, I tell you.
What bothers me with Scott, or people like Scott, or of the ilk of Scott, or Scott's attitude, is the fact that they'll hand wave, they'll hand wave dismiss whatever you say as, you're just seeing something on the internet and claiming it too. They won't even listen to the fact that you're saying, yeah, look, we have actually done it. Some of us have just made a simple observation and taken a photograph and compared the distance. Some of us have been out and actually, yes, this is our videos, or we were at the event, or, our data correlates with the claims of this. But it's the fact that it's not that he does it sarcastically. It's beyond that. It's what's the phrase that I use? I'll get to it. It will come back to me. It's like a sarcasm that's twisted. It's quite sour. And if he could get by himself with that attitude, I think he would understand a lot better. That we're not just at it. We're not just having a laugh or stupid or science deniers. But no, that seems to get in a lot of people's way.
Yeah.
Okay. Does anyone here work in the aerospace industry, or at least a pilot?
I've flown, but only in something equivalent to a Piper Cub or a microlight, like with the wing above it. I'm not qualified. There are people who here, well, on our server that come and go that are pilots or work in aerospace or have worked in, that sort of industry.
I doubt anyone who's a flat earther, but hey, have a good one.
Yeah, no worries, dude. So yeah, at least it was an honest question, I suppose.
But he wouldn't even hang around for us to actually say to him that there are many pilots that, claim that the Earth is flat anyway. Just because the majority don't, big deal. That means nothing. I've never followed the majority, and I'm a leader. I guarantee you, I'm a leader. Just about everything I've ever done, I've been a leader. So it doesn't mean that you follow the majority. The majority tend to follow you. So if you turn around and put out lies, they're going to believe you.
Yeah. Absolutely. Especially if it's in any sort of work environment or, official setting. Yeah, I mean, if he'd stuck around enough, look, I could have linked him something. But yeah, I mean, hang on, where are we? There we go, F-16 pilot. If he'd stuck around for, a minute more. Condescension. That's what Scott's got. It gets in his way every time. And look, condescension and there's another one as well. It's just literally cognitive dissonance. It's your own issue getting in the way and making your mouth be a smart arse. Incredulity. That's the one. I can't believe that. I can't believe you did that. Ha! What? No. Ha! No. That.
If I went into a chat room and I thought the guys were absolutely nuts and talking rubbish, I'd leave the chat room and just never go back again.
Yeah.
But these guys keep coming back because I think deep down they know that we're actually onto something. They just can't get around it.
Well, they can't go over themselves, basically, dude. I'm not saying that big-headed or my ego or I'm better than anyone. Because, I've managed to get a grasp on my ego and how it actually rules my life. Those people got a much better grasp on it than me, and there's people still learning. But yeah, they can't seem to understand that they're getting in their own way for it all, for the sake of their attitudes. The other one I love is the you must all be in your mother's basements. Oh, you must all be in social security. Oh, you're all just, on the government handout. Well, see, to be honest, with people all that kind of time frame to be in their government's basements or to be in a government handout or to be on disability, they've actually got a lot of time to research. They can't even think, they can't even think before they try and insult you what they're actually inflicting.
But the funny thing is, old dude, that is so far from the truth for some of us. Like right now, I'm camping in my brand new 27-foot caravan that's attached to a $100,000 vehicle that's got, airbag suspension and winches and all that sort of stuff, right? So
is she a fifth wheeler? What size a hitch?
It's a DO45, they call them. So
that's the fifth wheel, yeah.
That's a big one, right?
Yeah, that's a proper Arctic rig. Full money, no nonsense, Not just a ball hit. Real deal, yeah.
No, that's a real deal. Yeah, no, the suspension's been upgraded in the vehicle to tow 4.5 ton. You know, that's not your mother's basement stuff. You know what I mean? So they're so far from the truth, they got no idea. You know, when I first turned around and, you know, saw this flat earth stuff, I went out and bought myself the P1000 just to turn around and see whether they were lying or not. And it's just so obvious that they are lying and the earth is really flat. The part that we know anyway is flat. But it's not even hard to test. But these guys, they just go on about, no, it can't be, time and time again. And I don't have time to talk to these guys because I know that I'm not wrong. You know, I don't care what the sun does. I don't care what the moon does, right? I know what I've seen with my own eye. And there is nothing that can refute that.
Yeah, exactly. And again, it's not just a conceptual paradigm. You've actually put meter to it and gauged it, and then put that gauge or the information against the model. You physically implied the constraints of the model in reality to an empirical level, an industry standard level. Whether you're a guy that can open a tape measure, whether you can look at the distance on GPS data, or whatever, you've actually put the numbers to it. You don't need to be a maths professor or someone with a PhD or some kind of rocket scientist to do this. Or be a builder, or any other a city engineer, or all of that. It's the same process for all of us, whatever our qualifications. And that's what I really like about it as well. Some of us are actually highly qualified in the field. So what if we don't like bragging about it and posting our PhDs? We don't need to. That goes along beside your, doxing yourself, declaring your own information. And a lot of us don't need that hassle. Some of us are still involved in careers, where as far as the outside world's concerned, we're completely and utterly heliocentrist. We just smirk at things now and again and walk away and carry on our working lives. But yeah, some of us are in our mum's basements. Some of us are on disability or DHS or, government money and can only access information over a phone for what credit we're able to put into it on our government handouts. Yeah, we're from every demographic. But to just come in as a grown adult and ridicule us and, come away with that, that's nonsense. That just doesn't stand from any man. Yeah, personally, I would have been financially retired by the time I was 40. But life took a different turn, and the finances got eaten up. So by the time I was 50, I was pretty much done. I'm not retired where I thought I would be. Inherited more property than I thought I would actually have owned at the time. But it was life's path, life's journey, yeah. And I'm lucky enough to be retired, well, before I'm 60 in a sense. Part of it's my physiology. I'm actually broken in a few ways. And can't really have many careers left to me. So financially I was lucky enough to have something in play. And yeah, I'm not no kid in my mum's basement. But I do rely on insurances that I had put in place.
Do they even have basements in Scotland?
Well, yeah, they tend to be full of whiskey or cheese. You kind of need a castle, or depends where you are. Like, yeah, a lot of places do have basements, yeah. They like to go down to the rock here if possible, the bedrock.
It costs a lot of money to. It costs a lot of money to build basements here in Australia.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can go up easy enough, but to go down just costs so much.
Yeah,
you got to put pumps in to get the water out all the time, and waterproof the exterior walls, and it's a nightmare.
Yeah, we're kind of the same. It used to just be dig a big hole and then put your footers in, and if you had enough money and the ground would allow it, you could have a basement. Or depending on your money and your structure above it, you actually needed the framework of a footer, a real proper basement to support it. So yeah, a lot of the houses in Edinburgh or the older style sandstone or quinstone, granite. Quite a lot of those have substantial basements, but quite a lot of them actually only have enough, barely a crawl space for wiring and plumbing. It all depends how deep you need to go to actually catch bedrock or what kind of terrain or moraine you're going through. If it's too soft, you have to just find stability, and that means putting in pilings if you can't actually access the bedrock to build up a level from. They're kind of strict, but we used to get away with a lot more. But yeah, if you're somewhere that it's just rock, yeah, you don't really need to think about a basement. You can tap a good foundation right on it.
That's like most of the houses in Malta.
Yes,
they're all on rock.
Yep. And the first 3 or 4 course of bricks is enough just to level the rock, and then or find level across the footprint of the building, and then that's it. Off they go. Some cut into the rock at the back, or cut into the rock at the side so they can find level, and that's really quite a nice feature, I think.
It was funny, the first time I visited Malta, I turned around like I was in shock, like literal shock. I'd never seen anything that looked so prehistoric in my whole life.
Yep.
And I asked them, don't you have a forest or anything, some trees, So they hopped in the car and they drove for, 15 minutes, and they took me to this little area that was just a couple of little bushes sticking out of the ground. And I sort of laughed. I thought, that's in my backyard normally, Like where I currently live, it's on 40 acres and there's probably 1,000 trees on the property, So we're used to having trees around us.
Absolutely, but the rock, no. The rock's the rock, eh? Yeah.
So my wife's grandmother's house, I think it was over 100 years old.
Oh, nice.
You won't see many 100-year-old houses here in Australia. They've turned to dust by that stage.
Yeah. But there is a time in the construction there when, they were cutting stone. Some of your townships do actually have a heart that goes back pre-industrial almost. And it's hand cut big mill, horse-drawn block.
I got a feeling that they're lying about the age of our country anyway.
They are everywhere. Yeah, I think there's possibly something happened a way back when, and it's one of these things that too many generations have been lost, and what information there was has been secured away from anyone that would actually be able to relevance it. So yeah, it's been too long, and yeah, that it's far older than we realise, and there's been far more destroyed or lost or taken away than we could ever actually know now.
Yeah, no, definitely. Some of the structures that we have here in our capitals, the buildings, you think to yourself, there's no way that convicts and stonemasons could have built those without substantial infrastructure. How would they have got the big blocks up to where they are? How did they carve them out so perfectly? I don't think they could do it these days, let alone back then.
Yeah, I get you, dude. I get you. But I mean, if you actually think about it, Shire ponies or oxen and block and tackle, multiple block and tackle, one man can lift tons. So what can a team of 6 or 8 Shire ponies or oxen move?
Yeah,
Plus,
I
I
know,
also think
imagine lifting. Sorry, go on.
No, I was also going to say, I also think what places or lands like yours where there maybe aren't necessarily forests. I think a lot of the forests were actually taken down for the infrastructure of building certain things. And these timbers went on into being milled eventually and going into homes. They're not seen. You know, where's the infrastructure that built the pyramids? Well, we used it for something else, bro. That kind of thing, you know.
No, but when you look at some of these structures, and let's just say you use block and tackles and horses and mules to lift these, big, perfectly carved out stones, 2 or 3 stories high, it then still has to be manoeuvred in place. So it's still got to be swiveled over and perfectly manoeuvred. And like these days, we've got big industrial cranes that do that. And these cranes take a long time just to move a simple structure perfectly into place. Imagine trying to move a single rock, a single carved rock, into place. It just, look, I know it would have taken a while to build, but it just doesn't make sense. I mean, they say that, Australia was founded with convicts and officers to control the convicts. These guys just wanted to build. They came to a new country and they started off with nothing and they just wanted to build. They get all the stuff out here, all the machinery needed to carve. They certainly didn't import it from China back then, did they? Everything would have had to be done by hand. But even when you're doing stuff by hand, you still need hand tools.
Well, what you need is infrastructure, and this is where I think the prison system has been monopolised by the what do you call it? The empire, or rather the crown, perhaps, in attaining the empire, where it's a case of, well, you can rot in a cell or an oubliette, or you can get in this boat and go and build a foundry and teach men how to work steel. Or, you can go and be a stonemason and teach men how to cut stone and run gangs of men if you'll take this coin. So I think there was a lot of that went on, dude. What was it the Navy used to do when they got you in the pub and they would put a coin in your drink, and if you drank it and the coin went in your mouth, that was you accepted the Queen's coin. So they would cosh you and drag you onto the ship with a coin and you just spat out on the table in your pocket. Now you're so then
dumb. You are really dumb.
Oh, you didn't stay. Oh, he did stay. Hello, dude. No, he didn't. So yeah, they would cosh you and put you into the prison system, and then say, right, if you want to, right, you're now part of the Queen's Navy or the King's Navy. If you want to survive and you want your gruel and you want your pot of rum, work. Command this ship and let's go to the East Indies and, steal or organise or barter with some of the people there and take some of the coloured folk back to Britain and make some money for it whilst defending from the French doing it. It's all this, way of control. And that's where I think they got a lot of the trades and a lot of the skills, and they moved out there, they built foundries, they milled the stone, they milled the requirements for the iron, or they shipped it. They had full-on cartwrights, wheelwrights, stonemasons, master metal workers, whole 9 yards. But the infrastructure has been absolved into everything else since we were able to record it. Hello, Heretic. Did you read the mod chat?
Hey, what's that?
Did you read the mods chat?
I read it, yeah.
Monumentous day, bro.
I didn't hear him. He said
it's recorded. Yeah.
Today.
Today was the end of it. He came in and admitted, and fessed up basically. But yesterday was when it happened. But yeah, I was wondering, I looked in the pinned message, have you got when he said that he would take over the channel or shut us down or whatever it was, the blurb that was touted before he appeared, or as he appeared initially? I don't know if anybody's clipped it from today, but if you go back to the point in the chat where I was posting maps, he was in just maybe, he'd come in maybe about 10 or so minutes before that.
That way.
Sorry to say, I actually missed all of that because I had to do something. Something happened here. Got distracted. Sorry.
Nope. Apologies. You did, bro.
Nope. I'd rather go digging for gold.
Today he said that, he's jumping off the globe or what?
Well, today he made concession that he'd been wrong all along and made an apology before he left. But yeah, he was asking about the maps, and I realised it was
Didn't have a bite.
And then it was yesterday that he was in talking to Jedi about circumnavigations, about north-south circumnavigation, and Newt being Newt, he went to see if he could tear it apart and therefore tear us apart. And he actually just tore through the veil for himself.
It's interesting. That's the thing that does it for him. Yes, it's an interesting point to find your way in here on. I think, I don't know. That's not the one that would have. I mean, I probably would have found some excuse for that personally. That wouldn't have been the be-all, end-all one for me, but that's cool.
Went and it's not the Vendée yacht race. That's one of the Vendée Global or whatever it is. That's one of the get-outs. But there were reports of actual flights. I can't remember. Things that looked like they were out of Buck Rogers. That were solar powered and all that allegedly went north-south, or it was touted as around the globe or whatever, and he actually got the routes that we know of and saw the truth, saw the reality of it, and that kind of did it for him. Jedi, I think it was Jedi was talking to him.
That's great.
Isn't it just?
Yeah.
Wait till we hear him.
Logic prevails for
once. Sorry, dude, I think I was over talking you there.
Oh no, I wasn't saying anything that didn't need to be over talked anyway. It's fine. Just putting in some filler.
Owlish seems to be gravitating more towards us again as well, but it is Owlish at the end of the day.
Yeah. I don't know what the deal is with her.
Yeah, thankfully I've got a big table and I can keep putting things into piles. and moving them back yet again. We'll see where it goes, as always. Oh, who's that? I thought that was Rhinoceros. Fish, are you there? Can you make up? Is it Rhinoceros? Can't hear you, dude, if you're talking. Can see you unmute. Microphone issues. Or I can't hear you, maybe. That's been happening to me a lot of late. If I sit in the room too long, my microphone gets greyed out and no one can hear me talk. Or after I get put to, where's it, when it puts you into the room that's for sleeping people, and if you just go straight back into chat, then you can't talk.
Yeah, that away channel or whatever it is.
Yeah. Hello, Raven. How are you?
I'm doing fairly well. How about yourself?
I'm always good, bro. I'm always good.
Good. Good to hear.
Yeah, likewise for you too, dude. Glad you're having a good day.
Excellent. Yeah, thank you. I definitely am. Today was relaxation. I went on hikes with my wife yesterday. Actually pulled her up a 700-foot road. So
good lad.
700. Yeah. Just training.
I'll bet she was glad when she got there, eh?
No. This lady will do cartwheels up a mountain trail. We just. I posted a 4 or 5 days ago in here. I climbed Mount Lass, and I believe it was Gemsy I was talking to, and someone else. Oh, and I recognize him. Yeah, let me check that.
What was the topic?
Sleeping. Was it Sheepdog and Gemsy? Oh, it was Flat Earth stuff, and then Sheepdog I sent all the photos to. That's right.
Nice. Was it stuff that you caught in your travels, or?
Oh yeah, I had quite a bit. Not a believer in the flat Earth stuff, but I'm not antithetical to you guys either. So I'm just here to live my life. Just want to come in and exercise the mind, because if you don't, it gets weak.
Yeah, or you end up in places that's just actually bad for your health.
Yeah, echo chambers and
screaming matches. And, screaming matches, and places where you can only have a conversation if you mute the 16 other ones that's going on in the same room. I really don't get why people want to conversate in that style of format or scenario. It's sign of the times, man.
Yeah. I believe Sheepdog was talking about how water, what water does over large areas versus like in a cup. And I actually took a picture from a mountaintop of a lake and sent it to him. And I'll probably just send it to you too, because I think I was scrolling up. I don't see it in here anymore. He posted it in side chat and then deleted it, I think.
Yeah, I'll post anything you need posted until you get perms, dude. Not a problem. It's a pleasure to get. I've actually got a lot of stuff from people that way. I've got a crazy amount of memes and gifs and links and pics.
I'm new to the channel, so I don't have the perms to post any pictures or anything just yet.
I think it's rank 3. And I think you might be able to increase that if you park up in a couple of other channels, and while you're dormant, and just make sure that you spend as much time in the server as possible. And I think it's if you jump around the channels, it might get you there a little bit quicker. I'm not sure.
It just shows engagement.
Yeah.
Oh. I'm just gonna send them to you. I think.
Cool.
Not sure what Sheepdog did with them.
Ooh, nice. See if we can do this. I'll need to go 2 and 1.
If I'm bombarding you too much, just let me know. Just going through, giving you the same photos we were talking about from that perspective.
It's cool, dude. It's cool. Where's the other one? There. Technology. Come on. Where did that go? Right. Back into... There. The one with the lake Yeah, that's from the top of Scotland. It's very like that as well. It's really surprising how many places are actually the same on Earth. People think it's different, but no, it's actually quite the same.
Yeah. No, it's pretty interesting that, it's unique in its own, like once you get down to the close level, but it's very much cookie cutter. Here, I'll send you another one I sent him. I can't post that there.
Where are we? Oh yeah. Yep, that's my backyard. You can really see why many of the Scots or the Irish or the French or anybody that went out to the Americas, the new lands, did so well. Just felt at home.
Yeah. And this is Northern California too, so pretty far out there.
Thankfully, more people are realising it's a resource they can still go to or try and make a life with. It's getting harder and harder now, but I think there's a lot of younger ones realising, let's give this a go, as opposed to, sorry, dude, I haven't cropped that one. Give it a go as opposed to, trying to fight the machine in the city where money's worth nothing, and it's costing them more to stay than it would to get out. But even trying to afford to get out is hard.
So when you live further out, you become industrious, self-reliant, and when you develop those skills and get that mindset where you spring out of bed in the morning because you have things to do, you become very marketable. And so in the cities, you kind of get crushed by being passed up left and right, jobs, women, whatever. But when you're further out, they strike while the iron's hot. And if you're worth your salt, then they'll let you know.
Yes, sir. Everyone will. Your neighbours will, the community will. Even if you think you live 10, 20 miles from people, you'll suddenly realise that you're wanted as a neighbour, companion, resource, friend, attorney, and the rest.
Yeah.
And it's not just because people want to take what we call it taking a loan of you in Scotland. It's not because people just want to use you. They see use in you and they try and help that, not for their own gain, but for everyone's. But yes, the water. Yeah. Kind of getting back to topic, I know, but if you've seen bodies of water, you've seen what we mean by fluid dynamics and how it acts at rest. You've probably seen mirrored surfaces and crepuscular reflection, where it's so mirrored that you could flip the top down and mimic the bottom in many occasions. Water has a mechanic, a physic that we use in industry, and it's to find level. and set level. And the problem is that the word level has been somehow put into the lexicon or the dictionary as equidistant from Earth's core, which is, to be honest, it's a bastardization of the term. Yes, I suppose in a lot of ways it could be considered, if it's equidistant, yeah, with no rise or lower than. But Earth's surface isn't actually level. There's a lot of topography. As you know, you just climbed a lot of it. But it's a level reference frame that's been bent around the ball, to be honest. And if you actually realise that we use it in industry, we use it in commerce, it's evident in GPS data when planes fly for hundreds, if not thousands of miles without gaining or losing elevation to maintain curvature. It becomes really what it actually is. And it's an equidistant level surface on Earth. Well, I say equidistant, azimuthal. Not in regard to, from the middle of the assumed ball.
Yeah, so I'm retired from the Army and now was a helicopter mechanic and crew chief. So I flew around on Blackhawks quite a bit. Been up several thousand feet. That's never. And I'm fairly certain I have to convert that into meters. So just divide that by 3, or times it by 3.
I'm old enough; it's okay for me. Yeah, for the younger generation, it's somewhere about 3 divided by
something to that effect. But I've never seen a boat go over the horizon, so I've never had the personal reference on that to kind of measure that against. I've been up so high that the curvature of the Earth was evident, but not like pronounced. So that's one thing. Actually, I have a good.
When you say curvature of the Earth, which reference frame do you mean? Do you mean around your horizon in a 360 degree? Or do you mean dropping away below you in all directions?
Actually, both, because I was able to just hang out of the window and look. So, yeah.
Cool.
17,000 feet in the air.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I've sort of been up there too. It does, in a lot of ways, kind of looks like the ground's dropping away at distance. Your horizon, though, do you remember reference to horizon? Did it drop drastically as you rose in elevation?
No, not at all. Just got done with a 3D print and making some curtain hooks for my daughter's trailer.
Nice. 3D printing's very interesting. A friend made me something quite recently, a tool out of 3D printing. Quite interesting.
Yeah, they're pretty nice. They come in handy. You gotta limit your expectations because they're not as strong as mold injected plastic or anything like that, and takes time, takes electricity, takes technique, tuning of settings, things that you don't really. It's not like hit button go. It's getting close, but I've been on it for. This will be 9 years now that I've been 3D printed. So.
Are you on our home server, Raven?
On a home server? What do you mean?
Sorry, no, are you on our home server, 24/7 Flat Earth?
No, I'm not.
Okay, it's where all the weirdos hang out.
consider myself a weirdo anyway, so be right there with you.
But no, I like to link it more for anything else than the fact that there's a database on it that's an A to Z setup, and there's, to be honest, there's terabytes worth of information and links, and I don't care if you're a flat earther or if you're a globe earther or if you're a cube earther or you're a spaghetti monsterist or if you're a last Thursdayismist, a creationist, a young earthist. It doesn't matter. You need.
I'm a theist, but don't try to proselytize on others because it just tends to create division unnecessarily.
It can do it. It's proselytizing anything on anyone. Yeah, it creates division. Yeah, but no, it's a place that you can maybe pick up on things that you haven't seen or stuff that you'll hear us talking about predominantly. Yeah. Hang on 2 seconds and I'll send you a link.
Appreciate it.
Invite all your friends, family, colleagues, most hated enemies, ex-wives, ex-boyfriends, bank manager, whatever. Let them see it. Let them see it, dude. Let them see what us crazy flat earthers are banging on about so much that we won't go away. That Obama had to turn around and deny talking or having time for the Flat Earth Society, which is a PSYOP organisation made to make everyone think that we're some disc in space. Yeah, right. I'm sure he believed that that's who we were.
So what's the deal with the live stream over there? Are they playing a video or something, like a YouTube video?
Well, our live stream bots, there's one in here, I think. So we're live on one of the live stream channels. If it's across there, it's either recording and broadcasting the conversation, or they're playing something. Quite often they use the bot, and we'll go over something that someone's done, and stop it for exposition or explanation or questions or stuff. But more often than not, wherever the conversations are, we've got 2 very, very good people who are good enough to move their live streams in. One YouTube channel that's been going for around about 10 years or so, and the other one I think is maybe 4-ish, maybe 3-ish, 4-ish.
Shut up.
We've had other people have run live streams as well, but they've fried computers and laptops and PCs. And it's very much, there's nobody really paid to do this. None of us here are actually monetized. So it's what you're able to put in off your own back.
It's like volunteer stuff. Gotcha.
Yeah.
It's almost like you believe in it.
Well, you see, belief would imply faith. And faith is a non-tangible, non-empiric mindset.
Yes.
We're not really from that sort of direction. But yeah, dude, yeah. All of us believe in what we're trying to do in that regard. Yeah. We uphold the tenets of flat earth, if you like. What you'll notice is carry on.
You don't balance any kind of theism, faith on these worldviews at all?
Not only in the way that we've got room to actually discuss all sides of religion. In regard to flat earth, we've actually got our own Muslim faith server. It's a big part of the Islamic faiths. The discussion around the shape of the face of Earth, or what was implied in writings from God, the Creator, Allah, call him what you will, because to be honest, it's some of the oldest manuscript and document that we have. So where else can we really turn other than, some Cyrillic or some Aramaic or, possibly some Egyptian? But being able to decipher all of that's not in a lot of people's plates. And we're only told that some of these symbols and stuff actually mean certain things, when in actual fact, if you look into it, you discover they've got an awful lot broader meanings at times. Or things that they've discovered have been hidden from us. You can't walk into the Vatican and just start researching things at your leisure. Sure, you can apply. But yeah, it's not as easy as people think. So yeah, it's a lot of people strawman us or label us with the idea that, it's just because you want to push God. You believe in God, you believe in this story that correlates with the Bible, so therefore you're pushing some religious aspect to affirm flat earth. No, not really. More the reverse. We've doubted God, we've doubted a creator, we were heliocentrists, scientists, we believed in the paradigm of the globe hurtling through space. We came from monkeys, which came from some sort of mud puddle accident hit with lightning, which eventually dated back to a Big Bang. That's us. Some of us are still in the career. It's just, but you come to flat earth and then there's tangible information, measurable, confirmable, affirmable information that it's actually flat and stationary. It's not spinning or hurtling through the galaxy. So the whole idea of Big Bang accident nonsense, no, because what it infers is code, and that informs a knower and a giver, i.e. creation. This was intended. This was set to be the way it is. Sure, we've messed with it. Time's erased a lot of it from us, maybe to the way it's really meant to be. But yeah, there's a greater power in all of this that's, we have to answer to. And that's what puts a lot of people off. It makes them scared. It makes them want to run away. So yeah, in a lot of ways, yes, religion does have a major influence in this, or faith, or religiosity, or whatever way you want to put it. But it's not a major actual influencer for most of us. Some people in flat earth, yes, they go with the biblical aspect, and over time, we've built up a great big.
You can weigh your views against a secular argument, is what you're trying to say.
Yeah. We're not actually against any aspect of looking at flat earth, whether it be religious or whatever, but the whole ethos of 24/7 is that's ancillary to the actual evidentiary details of it, the empiric details of it, measurable, repeatable, scientific, if you like, details of it.
Where's the sun? Is the question by Trowel.
Where's the sun? In the sky, the same place that you see it travel. Above us. On a repeating circuit transit between the tropics of Capricorn and Cancer, I think it is. I keep forgetting. Over the course of the year. Goes south in the winter and north in the summer. Gives us seasons. We don't know how far away it is. We can't go and touch it. We can theorise that it's such and such because it looks the same as pretty colours that we can make in a lab down here. But we can't claim what it is. You don't see it right now. That's because it's night time, the same for you as it is for me. Trouble. Sun moves away. Rises. We say it rises in the east and it sets in the west. For everyone. I.e., it moves west daily. So if it's not over your country, which country is it over? I don't know. You'd have to find somebody that's got daylight right now. What time is it? For me, it is 4:40. You might get some of the Australians that are still in daylight. 4:40 would imply that somebody in Russia would have daylight right now.
I was going to say Eastern Europe, Africa.
Yeah.
They can be starting to have their sunrise right now. Eastern Asia is probably starting to get their sunset here in a little bit. Australia,
If the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, it must rise in the west, then set in the east if it's going back to its original location. Right, no, that's Pac-Man theory, dude. That's like it just pings out of existence and then starts again. No, the idea is that I'm in Scotland, and anyone in the northern latitudes can affirm that during the summer months, it's almost as if the sun was, transiting around north. We see it set or disappear or day. The daylight ends in the summer months with the sun transiting, northwest, more and more northwest into the height of summer, and less northwest in the end of summer. And the same when it rises. In the summer, it seems to almost, transit behind north, which isn't really all that dark for us in Scotland at that point. If you go further north, you'll see 24-hour sun. So it seems to transit around the north and get a bigger circuit across the course of the year. And then something happens weird in Antarctica because they've seen 24-hour sun too. So it doesn't actually go below anything on Earth at any point. It's a perception, and it's called occlusion. The light attenuates through an ever thickening air angularly over distance. Like on a cloudy day, it can get dark really fast, or the sun can disappear before it actually hits the horizon, whether that's at sea or the hills or, buildings or whatever. It's a process called attenuation, where the light can't get through the atmosphere. And that's why it gets dark, because the sun moves too far away. Like, the sun can only go so far into seawater, and then it becomes eventually darker and darker to the point it's pitch black. Same process, but with air over distance as the sun transits away. We can't actually mark it. Sorry, carry on.
My apologies. I didn't mean to speak over you. I was going to ask you what got you into this path.
Please carry on. I'm just a blather.
No worries. What got you into this path? Like, what sparked your interest in, made you see the light in this?
I've always researched stuff. Excuse me. When I was little, there was stories of Roswell and stuff like that. They landed on the moon the year I was born. Science was in my world. Science fiction and science were tied hand in hand when I was little. So I started looking into stuff, and of course, the other side of science or science fiction is myth and magic and monsters. And of course, we've got Nessie and Haggis and various other things that run around the hills, in legend. So I started looking into all of that when I was quite young. And then, of course, it came to science fiction and flying saucers. Stories of flying saucers from across Scotland and other places. So that got me interested as well. And, researching what I could and what not. And I would say all my life I've been trying to learn about things like the pyramids or any anomalies on Earth or, unusual stuff. The Bermuda Triangle, some such like that. Yeah. And then all the stuff about the moon landing being fake started to come out. So again, I was coerced into sort of questioning science. And I was at the point where I was researching weather manipulation and geo manipulation as well, because all the fracking had been going on for a while, and I don't believe it's good. I think it destabilizes the bedrock. There's areas in America that have had massive problems with interfering with subsoil salt pockets, you know, the sinkholes and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
So I was researching all of this stuff with earthquakes and whatnot on a channel called Dutch Sinse, DUTHSINSE. And Dutch was into dance music and talking about weird stuff in the background. So we were all hanging out there. YouTube was very different back then. The chat was really quite different. And there was the talk about flat Earth started. It sort of came in. And, you know, 2 or 3 of us were like, oh, what's all this? And the YouTube algorithm back then, they were, well, people say they were flooding your daily sort of home box with flat Earth stuff. Well, it was sort of in the media and whatnot, so YouTube took the initiative to use the interest in it. They seen the upturn in it, so it pushed the algorithm. And, you know, they made sure that a lot of us were getting flat Earth stuff in our inboxes, in a sense. So I jumped on a couple of the videos after ignoring them for a few months. Thought, nonsense, flat Earth, heard that one. Away you go. That's just internet and that, you know, rubbish. After a while, watched a couple of them, thought, okay, what's going on here? Either somebody's scamming us or what they're saying is possibly true, and there's an issue. And I started to research it, followed then links to what's now 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. It was ODD's channel, the rapper guy.
Yeah.
And then, well, it all went from there, really. And that was approximately, I think it was about 8 years ago or something like that. So I've been around this the best part of a decade, I would say, actually on the trail.
Interesting. All right. Yeah, not much of a conversationalist, and I am pretty tired. I have to go to bed early because I have to run the shop by myself tomorrow, and actually the day after. And so I'm just kind of relaxing right now.
Good. I tend to put people to sleep with my voice. It's a habit I've noticed I've got, so don't worry.
It's not you at all. I was actually sleepy and I'm not quite ready to go to bed because I was always taught to go to bed tired, physically, mentally, or spiritually exhausted. That way you can be stronger for tomorrow.
Totally did. Totally.
And so
that's all about the next step here.
The reason I came in here is to have good conversation.
Yeah, same as the game, yeah. It's been good to talk to you. The door's always open.
Absolutely.
Just, come and go as you please, man.
Oh, let's see. All right, well, I'll see you guys around. I hope you have a good night.
No worries. Peace.
Take care. Bye.
Right, where's the toll train? Where's all the little screamers? Dare I ask it? Should I ask it? Are you Boulder? Are you sober?
I am. What's up?
You're very quiet. What did you say? Sorry.
I said I am. What's up?
I'm glad to hear it. The sky is up, bro. How you doing?
I'm okay. Thanks. How about yourself?
You know me, dude. You know me. I'm always good, mate. Glad to hear things are okay for you, bro.
What's up, dude?
OB, hey up. You right, lad?
Yeah, all good. Just in 24/7. Quite packed.
I noticed the stream was busy.
Yeah, it's mostly flat earthers. So, yeah, just heard that clip or the portion of yesterday's stream with Newt. That's something else, eh?
Eh?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Totally and utterly, you know.
Yes, Sonny.
Sorry, carry on.
Carry on.
It's worth winding back the stream from tonight to hear him when he came in as well.
Oh, yeah. I love it.
Yeah, so it was just nice to hear it, you know. You don't get to catch it often. Most don't have the intellectual integrity, you know.
Most people at Newt's level just go quiet and go away.
Generally, yeah.
My hat's completely off to all the respect in the world to the guy. Absolutely.
Yeah, you know, you gotta go away, process it, reconcile it, and then decide where you want to go from there. Hopefully, it'll come back about, be a part of it, you know.
I don't think he's got any option in it. He's already stepped beyond the inhibition of coming back, whether he knows it, likes it or not.
Well, it eventually gets to a point where this is the only place you can come to speak to the same people, you know.
Well, yeah, and the good side of it is between here, the English hub, and the home base, you know, the home server. You can get a place to be in different sort of formats, and you know it's only really the start. We had P&R before, and I've got a feeling P&R are going to turn around and say sorry pretty soon, or if not later. And can we please come back?
Well, if they do, if they don't, still going strong, you know.
Yeah, and the other side of it for me is this is only Discord. You know, there's umpteen of us out there on other formats, other forums, doing this now. It's the dam's breaking in 2 or 3, you know, key ways, but in umpteen sort of directions. It's quite good.
Can't stop the truth.
It appears not, no.
They'll just be scrambling to figure out how to co-opt it, you know.
it would be nice if they would just, put some sort of notification out across all the televisions, like the so-called nuclear imminent threat thing that cuts in and takes over all broadcasts. See if they would just turn around and go, right, hands up, sorry, it changes us from tomorrow, can you help? I would be so happy. And for me, it's one of the only ways to go. Instead of trying to dig their way out of it, fleece their way out of it, deny it, breed their way out of it, wait for everybody to die off and have a world event, war, or blah, blah, turn around and say, sorry, fair enough, hang on.
The problem is bullshitting in this world is big business,
Of course it is, mate. I think there's a lot of them. Yeah. The majority of the ones that actually do know, that they would have countenance and change immediately. They're actually afraid because they're, it's such a big organisation that they think they would be the only one. Oh, it'll just be me, and I'll be double tapped.
No, I don't think many people at all know. I think it's an even smaller number than we imagine,
Oh, absolutely. I'm not talking some, thousands of numbers of people here. Yeah, there's a periphery, obviously, and various clubs as well to be thought of. But, no, I mean, the key holders, the main board of directors, I don't think there's all that many of them, really. And I think that some of them are dying off kind of rapidly now. Age has got a big deal in all this.
Yeah. But, even speaking about the usual suspects, I mean, sure Amish won't mind me saying, because he said it on here himself, but, he was a high-level Mason at one point in his life. And he didn't know the Earth was flat from his teachings there. Came to it after.
Yes.
So even them cunts are in the dark, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of tinfoil hattery around the whole, it's the Masons and stuff. Look, people have really no idea who doesn't know anything at all. And they make far too much speculation. And it's taken as theoretical incidents. Or, actual incidents. But
I reckon you could go like 95% up the corporate ladder at NASA, right? And they're all just your regular globetards. You know what I mean?
They don't know any better. They've come forward and actually said as much that, any moon mission or like, not moon, but any sort of space televised stuff, it's exact same as it's exact same as the practice run, and they can't tell the difference.
Yeah. It's just all fucking, it's just games. They're just playing games on their screen. You know what I mean? A game world has been invented. And they just
it's digital information
out there that's actually giving back genuine data. But it's not. You know what I mean?
Well, if your system tells you that I'm in space, how are you going to affirm it or debase that or debunk it or whatever? If your system is referencing me as, X number of miles up, whizzing around in an orbit that implies a globe, how can you actually challenge or affirm or debunk that? According to your system, that's what's happening. According to your system, that's what I am. If I tell you it's true,
globe is just a mathematical construct, and that's all they're experiencing through their screens. Just this mathematical construct. That's it.
A model, dude. It's a model. Yeah, you're right. It's a mathematical construct.
Yeah. So oh, there's an object going this trajectory, this speed, influenced by, this assertion of gravity, yada, yada, yada. Here's where it's going to be in X amount of time. But the actual object's not existing in actual reality, just on their screen.
Yep.
We hear about, like, Amish goes into this a lot, He knows a lot about it, about how the ring laser gyros, like, their inner workings are like, not classified, but, they're hidden. It's hidden information. Nobody has access to it,
Yes.
They're, like, pre-programmed from the manufacturer. And you're not allowed to, nobody can find what they're pre-programmed with,
Same as the black box stuff. It all goes to is it not Northrop Grumman or JPL or something like that.
Yeah, so
Which
it's
I do
just
agree.
referencing whatever model they've given it, and then it'll spit out the corresponding data and readings and drift and yada yada, even though none of that's happening in reality.
I do agree that yes, it is. It should be. It's not necessarily. It shouldn't necessarily be public information, but it should be accessible. But to a certain extent, maybe after time or something like that. I don't know, but to have it just completely closed and only information released from them.
Well, you would think
grounds for inspection
involving commercial air travel and such would fall under like a Freedom of Information Act, Because
I understand that,
but
military
get that information.
Yeah,
and even
the military aspect and protection I get as well.
Your request. How are you going to verify what information they're telling you? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Good morning, Scott, or good evening.
Good evening.
Are you well?
I am.
Good.
Taking a walk around my neighborhood.
Marvellous. Anything worth stealing from your neighbour's garden?
What's that?
Anything worth stealing from your neighbour's gardens? Has anyone put anything decent out for the trash man?
No. It's not trash day.
All them fucking ornamental globes.
Yeah. That'll be an interesting one, Scott. Let us know if you ever find people putting globes in their bins or, NASA T-shirts out by the bag full.
Why do you say? Okay. Not sure why they'd ever do that, but okay.
That day shall come.
You think I'll live to see it?
Yes, sir. I live in hope.
What do you think that people would do the next day?
Sit down and get together with their families, make apology, reach friends, try and help someone, put the gun down.
Oh, I already do all that stuff.
Maybe some people will do that. Maybe some people will do the complete reverse, Scott. I wouldn't be surprised at that either. Pick up the gun, leave family, all of that. But I wouldn't like that.
What with it? What do you think they do with it? Just go shooting people or something?
No. I think that the cognitive dissonance process would take in, and people would get into a set of alarm or fear. Fight or flight is the first response usually, Scott. and not choosing either. People don't see that option at all when they're alarmed or afraid. It's something world-changing, life-changing.
Yeah. Pretty sure it's never going to happen. But I'll keep an eye out for it.
Thanks, buddy.
Change happens every single day, Scott. Every single instance.
That, but not this kind.
What are you talking about? Anything can come around the corner tomorrow. Everything you take for granted today could be gone tomorrow. You should know that in your age.
No, some things aren't going to change. Some things are pretty much known, and they're never going to be unknown.
Well, I mean, if you're hanging on people continuing in their self-delusion, then maybe so. But one would hope if you are an ally of humanity in any sense, you don't want people to live in self-delusion.
Well, we're not. We think you are. I don't know what we do about that. You think we are, we think you are.
Oh,
and we go back and forth saying you're the delusional one. No, I'm the delusional one. No, you're the delusional one. Like, all right. Where do we go from here?
You can't prove anything you believe in.
I prove things all the time to people who are open to a proof.
The only reason you believe it is because it's consensus based and it's safe.
Yeah, don't tell me why I believe things. I know why I believe things. You don't know why I believe things. And that's not why I believe things.
Your archetype, your personality archetype is a dime a dozen, man.
Yes, I am hardly unique. Yes.
No,
What's your point?
Incredibly not. That's the problem.
I know. That's what I think. Hardly unique. I'm one of a billions. Is there a problem with being one of billions?
You don't even fucking.
Or should we all need to be special? Is that what's going on here? You guys need to be special?
Scott, are you? Did you get like a medical diagnosis in the last year? How much changed about you?
Are you not special, Scott?
Yourself now.
Well, I used to kind of try to not get banned here, but now I don't care anymore. And so if you guys ban me, you ban me. I got banned last time. Motherfucker.
But you seem to just be rambling.
I'm walking down the street in my neighborhood. It's a residential street, 25 or 35 mile an hour speed limit. And some dude just goes blowing past a bunch of cars in the left lane, in the opposing traffic lane about 70 miles an hour. Piece of shit.
Yep.
I know it's great for kids to be out here, but still, piece of shit.
Surely you're not seeing the debase of society, Scott. Can that really be happening in an area near you?
Well, it's just one car. Other cars are going reasonable speed.
Well,
by some stupid kid.
One today. The broken window theory, right?
Yep.
Yeah. No broken windows around me, so I'm okay with that one. Sorry, to distract. Sidetracked. My bad.
Not at all, Scott. It's where you look at health and family and safety first at all times, irrelevant of who we are or what we're doing.
Do you really think it's that big of a deal, Scott?
What's that big a deal?
The globe not being real.
No, of course, because I believe it is real. So.
Yeah, but you think it would be a big deal if it actually wasn't.
Yeah, if everything I thought I knew about the world turned out to be false, yeah, that'd be a problem.
But that's
I'd have
already
to check
true.
myself
You just
into
don't
an insane
realize it.
asylum.
Like,
And
that's
how do you
already
know it's
true.
true? Okay, what made you so
You're
special that you can
you're a
tell me what's
fallible
true and what's
human
not?
being. No, I mean,
And are you too?
every single human being is walking around thinking they have a good grasp on things, but you don't.
And you too? Are you in that group? Are you in that group?
No,
Are you in that
I'm
group?
saying you may have a grasp on some things, certainly not all things.
What things do you have a grasp on?
I never said you couldn't have a grasp on some things, but
No, I know. I said, what things do you have a grasp on?
well, our immediate reality for one.
Which would be what? Which part of that reality you have a grasp on?
That I don't exist on a curving, rotating surface.
And how'd you come to that conclusion?
Because I don't experience it, it's not measured that way. Nothing demonstrated.
Well, it is measured that way by everybody who actually measured it.
Last time you presented a measurement, it was walking up a hill and staring at the horizon. So your standard for measurement is not to be taken seriously.
Okay, what's your standard then?
Well, you know, actually
What's the
doing
standard
something
you
like a laser
accepted?
transit over an expected, what should be a curving surface, say a body of water, large body of water.
And what is it about the laser that's so special?
Well, we discern if there's a deviation from level.
Well, why do you need a laser for that? Why can't you use light bulbs?
Have you never used a laser in any, you know, DIY house project? You know why you use it? Strike a level line. And then build towards it, right? And then if you deviate from the line, you know that you're going off of level. Understand?
But they didn't level that laser. But they didn't level that laser, did they?
To what degree do you want them to level that laser?
They didn't even try to level it all, did they?
Which one are we referring to?
Anyone.
The gun. I was just talking about performing a laser transit. I never cited any specific one.
Okay, is there any experiment in which they tried to level the laser?
Every experiment levels the laser.
Really? Which ones? Can you show me one of those?
It wouldn't matter. Wouldn't matter.
Well, it wouldn't matter if you had it, but I know you don't.
No amount of tilt of a laser below or above horizontal is going to make a difference across like tens of miles if your curve is there.
I know that.
There you go. It doesn't matter then. Who cares if they leveled it or not?
But he just asked me if I ever used a level in a project. And so why do you ask me if I use a laser in a project?
No, you asked why we would do a laser transit test.
Yeah. And you said, and you responded with a question, whether I use her to level something. And then I responded that they didn't use the lasers in those experiments. Right?
Is he breaking up or is it me?
It's probably me. I'm walking around. Let me go to data. Hold on. Oh, my Wi-Fi is off. Should be okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're better now. Yeah. But Scott, the point is, what are you presenting to demonstrate the surface of Earth is curving?
Oh, nothing. I told you that 100 times now.
Nothing. Okay. Right. Well, it's the end of the conversation then.
Oh. No, but here's the difference. I trust other people. You don't. And that's the main difference between me and you. I trust people.
Just
Fair enough,
people that
Scott.
tell me things that can be verified.
Well, I'm pretty sure if I wanted to verify all the stuff they said they did, I could verify it. But I don't think I have to because I trust them.
So here's exactly when you stop trusting any one group of people in this world. When the television tells you to. Okay? That's your criteria.
I am. No. See,
Yeah,
there again,
CNN says-
trying to tell me my criteria. Okay? I know that's what you need my criteria to be because that's the only thing that validates your narrative.
You pretty much said it is before.
I've never said that. No. Not with regard to the shape of the Earth, at least. I mean, I determined the Earth was a globe by looking.
No,
with my own eyes.
you didn't.
There
No,
we
you
are
didn't.
again.
No, you didn't.
No, I did.
If nobody had ever put that idea in your head, you wouldn't have figured that out.
Of course I would have.
Oh, bullshit, Scott. Oh, so you're special now. So you're special. So you're not the average Joe.
People figured this out 2,000 years ago, guys.
Yeah, sure they did.
Fuck, he's like, it's like he's bricked
They
from
did.
day 3 of when he joined here, isn't it, T-Dub? He's just nothing, zero progress whatsoever. Just regurgitates the same fucking lines. Like,
Well, yeah, I'm trying to keep it simple.
keep on recording.
Trying to keep it simple.
Play back.
Earlier on, Scott, you mentioned that if you did discover that Earth were flat, it would be a major problem for you. And then
He'd sign himself in.
Yeah,
Yes,
when
I
asked
checked
why, you would
myself
have
in
to sign
the
yourself
asylum.
in. Yeah. So
because
why? Sorry, I'm just trying to understand why you would turn to a mental institution if you discovered something was fact and thought you were mentally unstable because you discovered it was fact.
Yep. Because that would mean all my reasoning faculties are totally on the fritz.
They already are.
Yeah, but
all you have is a bunch of affirming the consequent fallacies, bro. That's all you got. You already use illogical reasoning.
Why? Could you elucidate on it, Scott? Why would you see them as being on the fritz?
Well, because I watched the sunset. And it's going down. It's not going away.
Affirming the consequent. Exactly. You're already using illogical reasoning, bro. Go sign yourself in now.
You don't understand what reasoning is, so that's okay.
He doesn't have to sign himself in right now because the mental asylum exists all around him right now.
Yeah, it pretty much is in one. It is a fucking clown world.
So,
So you learn you learned that you were perceiving things differently, Scott. Then what?
No, I'm perceiving the things the way everybody else perceives them.
No. If you were to discover that Earth was actually flat, you would check yourself into a mental facility because you realised that you'd been perceiving things differently.
Yeah.
Well, interpreting what he perceives differently, I'd say.
Yeah, but but you guys realize it's hypothetical. It's never going to happen, right?
Yeah, the double standards, it is just so rife because you see the sunset and you think it's cut off, right, at the bottom by something, right? So I must be on a globe, even though the thing that it appears to be cutting it off is straight and flat, and the thing is actually moving, right? The sun's moving. So you ignore the flat part, you ignore the moving part, and go, that's proof that I live on a spinning ball.
Well, I don't see any flat parts. I see a curved line, or I see a mountain, which is definitely not flat.
No, you don't, bro. No, you don't. We've been through this. You wouldn't. You said this the other day, and then in the next breath said, "Yeah," and it agreed that it's horizontal.
The sun is curved, but not when you not see it.
No, the water's curved. The water's a curved line, the horizon, right?
Not really.
No.
Hold on.
It's certainly not straight.
Academia disagrees with you, bro.
I don't know. Whenever I go to the beach and I look out, it looks pretty straight.
You're not looking.
Exactly.
Look left and look right. What do you see?
Straight.
More straight.
Really? So if you're telling me if you went to the edge of the water, right, shoreline, waves lapping at your feet, and you look directly left to you, so you're looking along the shoreline to your left, and there was a boat there that took off from the beach, and it took off at the place where you can see the end of the horizon to your left, and it followed the horizon all the way along until it went all the way to the right side of you and stopped at the beach again. You're telling me that boat is driving a straight line or sailing a straight line?
Of course.
Yes.
So it went from the left of you on the beach to the right of you on the beach without going directly in front of you on the beach, and it made a straight line.
It didn't teleport.
What other trajectory would it be taking?
Just, it just doesn't make a straight line. That's all there is to it.
You think it's taking a curved path?
It's making a big arc. Yes. Of course it is.
In your singular field of vision, right? With just your eyes.
But it's making a semicircle. You guys cannot deny that. You can't deny that reality. It just makes a semicircle.
How did you prove that, Scott?
How did I prove it?
Fucking eyeballed it. Just eyeballed it.
Yes. I can eyeball something.
So you disagree with what I just posted? Have a read of that.
I can't
Is that
see
wrong?
what you posted. Hold on. Let me stop. I'm walking right now. Let me stop and look at my phone and see what you're talking about.
You?
No, I'm walking. Dish.
Oh, all right. I'm just
getting my exercise. I'm an old man. Need my walking exercise. What do you have?
How old are you, Scott?
What is it?
You're roboting conveniently.
Scotty?
Yeah, he's on his data now.
Yes. He curved out of the 5G.
Wi-Fi turned back on for me. I'm actually picking up a Xfinity hotspot. Now I'm back to data. Am I better?
Elon Musk has got your back, Scott, yeah.
A horizontal line is a straight line that is drawn from right to left or left to right, as opposed to up and that's a horizontal line, right? Just like we draw on a graph paper. They're not talking about the horizon. You need to post something that says the horizon is a straight line. Because the horizon is not a horizontal line. It's a curved line.
It does. It says that right there.
Where?
The horizontal meaning comes from the word horizon, because the horizon is the flat line that divides the earth and sky to an observer on Earth. So you disagree with that?
Yeah, I do. They worded it poorly.
You're better than the scientist?
Seen it. The scientist didn't write that shit.
So horizontal is synonymous is in no way synonymous with the horizon.
Come on, Tita. You live at the beach, right?
Okay, so every dictionary that says parallel with the plane of the horizon, that's incorrect too. They should all be fucking slapped on the wrist. You are just so fucking stubborn, bro. I can't get over your fucking
denialist.
Yeah.
Dude, just go to the beach. You surf, right? Just tell me what the horizon looks like. Go to the beach and just tell me.
I lived on the coast for years. It looks
like a line.
flat.
Yeah.
I'm not talking if it's flat. It's forming a circle around you. You know that.
Yeah, that's a vision.
Flat.
You're fucking
A
genius.
flat one. A horizontal
Yes,
one.
but it's not straight.
Yes,
But
it
it's not
is.
straight, is it?
Yeah, that's what horizontal means,
How can it be
bro.
straight if it's making a circle?
All vision round.
How can it be straight if it's making a circle? Or do you not?
No, you turn in a circle,
do you not
and
agree it's
all
making
you
a
see
circle
is the
around it?
same thing no matter where you turn. Is flat and straight.
And that means the thing you're looking at has to be a circle.
No, bro. No, it doesn't. That's just the extent of the limits of your view. It appears to you as a straight line.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
It doesn't appear to you as a straight line either. No, it doesn't.
Can you
man.
show me an example?
Now you're talking about vision and perspective, Scott.
Scott, you're being a bit disingenuous. You're inferring a circle where we're actually talking about the line of the horizon and whether the line of the horizon curves. You're inferring that curve as being the circle of the periphery of your vision. You're being a bit disingenuous, bro.
I'm not inferring anything. I'm telling you what I see. I see
It's
a
not
circle.
like a wall,
No
Scott.
inference
It's not like
necessary.
it's not like being in a round room where the wall's round. Doesn't look like that at all.
In a round room where
it does
it's
not
just like
look
when you're
like
looking
that
at the
at all.
ground.
You should get your vision checked, bro.
It looks
Maybe
like
it's the
a
lemon
circle.
illusion, guys. Maybe it is the lemon illusion for you. I don't know.
It's just little.
It curves which way? In what axes does it curve?
It's a flat circle.
Which way does it curve?
Flat circle.
Flat
Down?
circle? What does that
Does
mean?
it curve down?
No,
It doesn't curve down.
It's a flat circle. I didn't say it did.
At what percentile?
What do you mean? At what percentile? I don't even understand the question. I don't think you do either. But I'll
You're
ask
not
it anyways.
talking about geometry anymore, Scott. You're talking about vision.
Yeah, Scott, does it curve down or does it curve around you?
Curves around you. That's what I've been saying all along. You guys know that.
Thank you.
But you don't
Okay.
perceive that.
You do.
No, you don't.
No,
I
Scott
do.
does when he
I
turns
do.
around.
Everybody I've ever been to the beach with perceives that too. Every last person is seeing it going
No,
around you.
it doesn't look like it's wrapping around behind you, bro. Like if you like I said, like you were in a room and the walls, and it was a round room and the walls were wrapping around behind you.
Well, it can't wrap around behind you. Your feet are on the beach, right? It's only going to go to the coast.
It just looks flat and straight, and it extends out like that, and for the full peripheral of your vision.
Well, one of us needs a vision checked. That's not what I see.
No, bro. If it looked curved at all, you would actually see that at the edges of your vision, and you'd start looking like it's going down.
I'm not saying it's going down. It's going around.
Well, then you wouldn't see it fucking curving.
Of course you would.
How?
Because we can figure these things out when we're looking at things. We can think, oh, it's a big ass curve.
Yeah, but that's not seeing. That's you thinking.
Yeah, that's you interpreting the straight flat line you see as a curve.
Well,
okay, so you're in the round room, right? And you've got the round wall, you've got the curved wall going around you, encompassing you, and you've got the join where it meets the floor. All right, and that looks like in your peripheral vision, it's coming towards you. That join looks like it's coming back, or in your peripheral vision, at the edges of your vision. That's coming back and wrapping, and you can see it curving, and it looks like it's going down, but it's actually wrapping around you.
It does look like it's going down.
You don't see that with the horizon, bro. You do not see that with the horizon.
Let's try a different model. Let's say we're on a big car park or a big asphalt thing, right?
Asphalt?
Asphalt or some kind of concrete, some kind of thing, right? And there's a painted circle around you.
There's no need for this thought experiment. What you're referring to, even if we granted it to you, you're referring to something that's related to vision perspective, not the geometry of Earth.
So you're saying
prove you live on a globe anyway.
But if you're saying that if I'm standing in the middle of a big circle, I can't tell it's curved.
Is the circle flat or?
Yes, it's on the ground. It's painted on the ground.
Flat? So it's the ground level. Is the ground level?
Yes.
Is it a big
welcome
puddle?
to flat Earth.
Is it a big
Ground is
puddle?
level.
To having eyeballs on a flat Earth.
Ground is level. It's flat, and there's a big circle around me. Can I tell it's a circle?
Yes.
Okay. Because we can tell the difference between if we're standing in the middle of a Australian rules football pitch and a soccer pitch, right? One's a square and one's a circle, right?
Yes.
We can see that
Scott,
very easily.
Can you explain perspective to us, please?
Yeah, things get smaller as they go away because of the angle shrinks in direct proportion to the distance that's away from you.
And at any point in that circle, does it drop elevation, Scott?
No. No.
Do you perceive the edges of your periphery of your vision of that circle as dropping elevation?
No.
Without turning your head?
Or getting closer to you.
No, it's staying the exact same distance away from me. Because it's a circle. I'm in the middle of it. And so it's the same distance all the way around.
Level, flat. So the only curve you perceive is around you, not down.
Yes, that's what I've been saying all along. I don't know why that's so hard to understand.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you don't see it like that. You don't see it like a circle, as if you've got eyes in the side of your head and in the back of your head, as well as in the front. You don't see it like that, bro.
You have to turn around to see the whole thing.
When I'm standing in the middle
it does not look like it is curving. I disagree with you till the cows come home. It does not look curving in any fashion.
I think it looks just like if I'm standing in the middle of a footy pitch.
And it's curving around you, Scott, not dropping in your periphery.
We've already agreed to that, and you move on.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm just affirming the point.
Yes. No one ever said it's dropping in my periphery.
It would have to.
No, it wouldn't. Just like a footy pitch does not drop in the periphery.
What's this got to do with the globe?
Well, it has to do with the horizon, not a straight line. It's a curved line, just like the boundaries of a footy pitch.
Okay, is a football pitch a globe?
No. But the boundary makes a curved line, makes a circle all the way around you, right?
Okay, so there's a limit to how far you can see on a level, flat plane, Scott. Yes, yep. We'll agree that 360 around you. So you're standing on a desert island on a body of water that is flat and calm and seeing as infinitely far as you can see.
Okay. Yes.
So depending on your eye height, that other axis, as it gets further away from you, should begin to curve and drop away from you. And you shouldn't see the surface anymore, yeah?
No one makes that claim.
The globe makes that claim.
No, nobody should make that claim. Nobody should make that claim.
That is the globe claim.
This doesn't substantiate the globe, so don't know where you're taking it.
I'm not saying it does. I'm just saying the horizon is
curved. Been a complete waste of the last 20 minutes, is what you're telling us.
No, it's been trying to get you guys to
He does belong in a mental asylum.
Evidence.
But the horizon is not a straight line. It's a circle.
Oh, bro, whatever.
How big would this footy pitch have to be before you can no longer tell it was a circle around you?
Depending on your elevation, 1.22 miles from the observer eye height in feet.
No one wants to venture a guess of how big the footy pitch have to be before I can no longer tell it was a circle.
Circle doesn't mean it's a ball. You're penning circle as well.
Footy pitches are rectangular.
No, they're not.
What?
It seems like
are they circular footy pitches?
But if you are on a ball, you need to have a drop over distance forward as well. Not only side.
Rugby is rectangular.
Oh.
Footy's a circle.
Are you taking this seriously?
Circle can be flat as well.
I agree. Circles are by definition flat. That's what makes them a circle. They're flat.
That's what you are experiencing. You are not experiencing drop over distance in front of you. The horizon is not going down. The Earth is not going down. It's not bending. The water is not bending when you are looking at.
The horizon.
Nor does it look like it's wrapping around you.
It does too.
No, the only indication you get from that is when you turn, but then your vision adjusts, and that just looks the same as it did before you turned, right?
Yeah,
and then
like
you can interpret that as I'm seeing in a circle, right? But when you look at the horizon, on a marine horizon, on a still day, it just fills the full vision of your periphery, right? As a straight flat line extending out until you can no longer see it anymore at the edge of your vision. It does not look like it's, because if it looked like it was starting to curve around you, it would necessarily have to drop below that. Just like you were looking at the corner of the join of the floor and the walls in a round building. But that's not what we see.
Well, it's what I see.
And you just, I don't know, you're a moron. I've got no other words.
Okay.
You need to get new glasses.
I don't use glasses when I look out of the horizon. My long distance vision's fine still.
Neither do you.
But I don't understand when you agree that the circle it can be flat. Why you are assuming that it's curving when you don't experience the curve?
Because then I ask myself, what could create a circle?
Yeah, but do we agree that the circle can be flat too, right? Like you can.
We asserted from the very beginning the circle is flat. We should just move on past that. The circle is flat.
There is no curvature. So it's not curving, it's flat.
So the surface of the circle.
Oh, that's not flat.
He's agreeing.
Which part looks fucking flat then? Because flat would have a straight fucking edge. Where is this fucking circle then?
Yeah, but it does have a straight edge. I mean, you've seen lots of horizons.
Are you fucking kidding me?
They have edges. Horizons have very clear edges, right?
Straight edge? You just said a straight edge?
No, they're curved.
Depends of the weather.
God.
Depends of the weather. You can see further or closer.
Yeah, but how much further could you ever see?
That has nothing to do with the geometrical edge that you are talking about. There is nothing like that.
Well, but I see a circle.
Depends of the weather. Some days you are in the middle of the water. It's cloudy. You don't see much. Some days it's okay then.
Why are you stating the obvious?
The edge that you are talking about doesn't exist. It's not there. Physically, it's not there. It's only perspective.
What do you mean physically it's not there?
Physically, it's not curving. The water that you are seeing one day further away because the weather is better, and one day you are seeing closer because the weather is not good. That edge on your globe where it has to curve doesn't exist. That's what I'm saying.
Some days I can't see the horizon at all because it's all foggy out there.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. You have another horizon which is closer.
But let's ignore those days and let's talk about the days where we can see the horizon. It's a circle.
You see every day as a circle. Doesn't matter if you are in the water. If it's very, very foggy where you see only, 6 feet, you will see 6 feet circle around you. If the weather is good, you see 30 miles, you're going to see 30 miles of circle around you, which is flat, as you said.
Oh, you never see 30 miles of circle around you. At least not on the ground.
Sure, you can see 30 miles away sometimes. On the beach.
If the weather is good, you can see.
Well, yeah, that's because there's land behind you.
If you are in the middle of the water,
every time you're seeing a circle, you're spinning around. How did this even begin, Scott? Take me back to the beginning. You're not sure?
As far as how far we can see, I'm looking right now at light emanating from light years away. Millions of light years away.
Get a life.
Stars up in the sky. So I can see quite far.
Land, dude.
I'm looking like
You are
You're in
not
La La
seeing
Land.
that. You are not seeing that light is touching your eyes. You're thinking that it's a million miles away, or I don't know how
Hold on.
many.
How far are you seeing, Scott?
Not there.
How many hundreds of light years away are you seeing?
I don't know how far these stars are.
Well, that's what you just said. I'm looking really far. How far are you seeing?
Well, some of them are millions of light years for sure.
Millions of light years. Wow.
Yeah.
Blind as a bat, but you can see millions of light years.
Yeah, the light makes it to my eyeball. Light doesn't reach out and see these things, right? The photons
From millions of light years away. Do you hear yourself,
Sure.
Scott?
Sure, they're
Sure.
very big.
Lost your mind, dude.
Why is that so unbelievable to you that the photons can reach my eye?
Oh, dude, you've lost your mind. Grow up.
Why is it unbelievable to you?
You're seeing the light only because it's coming to you. You're not seeing that far just because the light is coming to you.
Everything I see is photons hitting my eye, emanating off another thing.
Yes, but it doesn't mean that it's I don't know how many light years away. It can be
this guy, this Scott character just said he can't see 30 miles from the ground, but he can see millions of light years away when he looks up.
Exactly.
That's not what I said, though. But you guys need to always make sure I said something else. I said you can't see horizon. I said the horizon is never 30 miles away when you're standing on the ground or at sea level.
So yeah, you need to get out more, Scott.
You will never show me a horizon 30 miles away when you're standing at sea level. You just won't.
So what's the limit? I just want you to see. I want to see. I want to hear you see how ridiculous this is. That you can't see more than 30 miles on the ground.
Why do you keep saying what I didn't say?
But you can.
Why don't you try to say what I actually said?
Okay, you're not going to see a horizon at more than 30 miles away. So what if you see a landmass 30 miles away at the beach?
That's not a horizon.
What are you talking about?
It's not a horizon.
Yeah, where the land appears to meet the sky, that would be a horizon. Anyways, the point is, it's just this disparity between you saying that you've limited yourself to 30 miles on the ground. You're telling us millions of light years away when you look up?
Once again, I did not limit myself to 30 miles on the ground.
So how far can you see on the ground, Scott?
I've seen stuff probably 50, 60 miles away. From my work, I can see a mountain. That's about 50-something miles, 60 miles away. Yeah. Not Tamalpais.
So 50 miles, and then when you look up, you're seeing millions of light years away.
Okay, that's where those things are. The mountain only is 50 miles away.
Great chant, Scott.
Well, which part of this is unbelievable to you?
Dude.
Because the ground is not curving. The ground is not curving.
Millions of light years away?
Yeah, why is that so unbelievable?
Because the ground is not curving. That's why.
How do you know the ground is not curving?
I guess you're confusing between circle and the ball. You can have a flat circle, but you cannot have a ball.
How did you determine the ground is not curving?
Because it's not.
That's not a way of determining something, right?
The edge that you are talking about is not there.
Oh, I see it all the time when I go to the beach.
Yeah, it depends on the weather, right? You can see sometimes
that's a micro.
It's not geometrical. It's not a geometrical place.
I don't even know what that means, and I'm pretty sure you don't need it.
Because you don't have geometrical place.
What do you mean by geometrical place?
You don't have geometrical distance of the curvature. Drop over distance, you don't have it.
What don't I have?
For example, if I go 10 miles away from you, I have to be 66 feet lower than the horizon, where I don't see that.
The extent of the surface that you can see due to the limitation of its geometry, right?
Yeah, and that's why we see the horizon, because the water's curving.
Yeah, what I'm saying that horizon is not geometrical. It's only apparent. Depends of the weather.
What do you think the difference is?
It's not geometrical. It's not somewhere that you can go and stand up and I say, okay, now you are sinking. You are behind the horizon. You are start going bottom up.
But we can.
You don't have that.
Here we do.
We were talking about perspective before that you understood, apparently.
Yeah, perspective, everything gets smaller in proportion. Things don't get different about it.
Your limiting circle, right? Your horizon, right?
Yes.
Does the right? Etymologically means limiting circle, right?
Okay.
Even though it doesn't appear to be a circle and you don't see curvature to it, right? It's just because when you turn in a circle, right, it just remains constant throughout. If you're out at sea, and you turn in a circle, it just remains constant that whole way around, just as if you were looking like inside a hula hoop and it was at eye level, right? You would not perceive any curvature to that. It would just appear as a straight flat line in front of your eyeballs, right? Horizontal, no curvature to it. Right, but for you, right, it's a limited circle due to the geometry of the surface of the bowl that you live on, not due to any limitations to your eyeballs or the optics, right, or the weather conditions, right?
It's good. Fog can make it. Can't see it at all. We're talking a clear day. A clear day, I always see it.
But even the clear day, it has its limitation.
Yeah, that's when the water falls off behind itself, and we can't see past that part. It's the last bit of water you can see.
Yeah, but the next day you see further. 2 days later you will see it closer. So it's not the geometrical place.
Why do you see further and closer?
It moves, so it can be a geometrical place.
Okay, what makes it move?
Because it's apparent. Because the weather, the visibility.
What
depends how much you can see. I can stand next to you, I can see a boat, but you cannot see because your vision is not good. I don't know.
Okay, what makes it move?
Your vision and the weather, and your height.
Okay.
When you go up, you see further.
Okay, how does my vision and the weather and the height make it move?
It's apparent. It's not a geometrical place. It's not fixed place.
Should I ask the same question
again? It's apparent. It's not a geometrical place. You cannot touch the horizon. There is no place you can go and say, this is the horizon.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. It's moved. Sometimes it's closer, sometimes it's further.
Okay, what makes it move closer? What about the weather makes it move closer and further?
Because of the visibility, your perspective, it has limits. You see 30 million light years away, but that's not reality. That's only in your mind. That's why you think you see.
Why is my perspective dependent on the weather?
Oh my God! So when you have a fog, you see further or closer?
When there's fog, I don't see the horizon at all.
Yes. So your vision depends of the weather, the visibility.
Okay. Let's pretend there's no fog ever. Does the horizon move?
And there is no drop over distance. I don't know why you're trying to go around and round and round. There is no drop over distance.
Okay, so when
there's no place where you're gonna go and say to me, okay, now I'm on the horizon.
I know that. We've already agreed with that.
So what the hell was your original claim, Scott? Where are you just spinning everyone's wheels, wasting time, what you do best? What was the original claim that you made? Or did you even make it? How did this begin?
I'm not sure. I was responding.
Just playing stupid.
He was saying that when he was in the middle of the water, he turns around, he sees the horizon as a circle, so that means a globe.
Oh, that's you spinning in a circle.
Yes.
I know.
He's dizzy. Excuse me?
Said I know it's me spinning in a circle. I already conceded that.
Okay.
But it's the horizon is making a circle, right?
Yeah, he's making a circle.
You spinning in a circle.
Over distance.
He's making the circle.
Okay, what is the line doing then?
Okay, here. How about you do this, Scott? Take your camera out to the beach, take a picture, make a photograph of the horizon, then turn a couple degrees to your right, take another picture. Go out in a boat where you can't see the land and do this. You'll come back after you get back from the photo mat, and you'll have however many photos that you created. They'll all have flat horizons. Don't you do that? Or are you going to tell? Are you going to tell me you're going to come back with photos that have curved horizons? Because if you're going to tell me that, okay, well then you're a micro earther.
How so?
Well, complete the circle of that curve.
Yeah, it's the circle.
California will be covering the globe.
He even agreed that until the horizon that he sees is flat.
Yeah.
No, he's talking out of both sides of his mouth is what he's doing.
Circles are flat, right?
That's what he does. Yes, of course.
That's the definition of a circle. They're flat.
No, but they can be flat.
What kind of circle is not flat?
Like a coin, yeah, like a dime, like a quarter. They can be flat.
Well, don't tell him that. Then he'll be like, "Well, Abe Lincoln's face is actually raised."
No, that's a disc. I'm talking about a circle.
Okay, what the hell? What is a circle on its side? It's a disc.
No, circle.
Haven't you ever seen those little those aerobie frisbees? Those are circles.
No, they're discs.
Dude, hold it up in front of your face. And tell me, get back to me what shape it is. When it's hanging on the rack at the store, do you say, you've seen the ones that are triangles? You've seen the ones those frisbees that are triangles and circles. You can't tell the difference between the two of them?
When your teacher asks you, excuse me, when your teacher asks you,
the disc
of your eyesight
of a frisbee? No,
when you're at the beach.
Yeah, it's the last bit of water I can see.
Okay, there you go. It's the last bit of water you can see.
Yeah,
I've encouraged you to do this before, and you won't do this. Go out to the beach at dusk. Watch a boat disappear into the horizon. And then
I already have many times.
45 minutes, okay, 30 minutes later, when it's dark and it turns on its light, you'll see the boat again. And then guess what? Yeah, you will.
No, you won't.
And then guess what? There'll be boats with their little lights on beyond that boat that you had thought had disappeared. Yes.
No,
get out,
you won't.
Scott. Are you afraid of the dark?
I already have. You need to get out there.
I've been out more than you have, guaranteed.
And you need to take a video of this because I know it doesn't happen.
Oh yeah, I'll get one for you next time.
Okay, you do that.
You've never seen a boat disappear and then it turn on its light and there it is.
Nope.
I'll be in this, Scott. I'll get you some footage the next time I'm off the west coast of Scotland as well, dude. I've seen lights from the land approximately 30, 40, 50 miles out, mate.
What's crazy is people of your ilk, even if we show you a picture, you'll come up with some excuse. I offer for you to go do it yourself. You're like, no.
I already did. No, I didn't say no. I said I already did.
Okay, well, you need to get out more. Go somewhere where there's fishing boats off the shore. Because they turn their lights on when it gets dark.
And that's the best one. You will see how many layers there is, like one closer, one further, one further, one further. Everybody else.
He's not afraid of the dark, Scott. He's been at the beach at night. It's a beautiful thing. You have to try it.
Yeah, I've been surfing many times at night. Kind of scary. Think about sharks eating you, but
surfing on the stars. Scott. Have you ever been out, Scott, when in the doldrums, when there's no wind, no waves, no tide, no nothing, on a clear night? It's like you're riding the stars.
Yeah, I have not been out there on like that. No.
That's when you need to go out. That's when you'll see the land from a way, way, way far away, dude. But it's hard. You get confused because, see, if you're trying to navigate on that by rowing, or you get motor power, you can confuse stars on the horizon with actual land masses that you think you shouldn't be able to see, and you can be put
Why would
off
I think
by
I should? Why would I think I shouldn't be able to see them?
because you think what you see is a light, as a star on the horizon that should be down behind the globe, so you can get confused.
I've seen lots of land masses 100 miles away.
Okay, now that's an excellent welcome to Flat Earth again. 2 times in a half an hour.
Yep.
You're flat smacking yourself, Scott. You took a year's break. You come back with this weird, what's liquid, what's gas, what's solid. Now you're doing this weird shit. And all the while you're flat smacking yourself.
I think he's here to become a flat earther.
I know. It's like he's begging us to forgive him for his past ignorance. It's like, yeah, we forgive you, Scott. We were in the same boat as you were.
Misconceptions.
You're never in my boat. Sorry, man.
Yeah, I used to think when I looked up into the sky, I was seeing light years upon light years upon light years away. Yeah, I was in figuratively speaking, yes, Scott, I would never go out to sea with you. I would never get in the same physical sailing vessel as you. No.
Yep.
Have you ever seen Cabin Boy? I'd put you on a raft and put out a bunch of rope.
Okay.
Do you sail, Scott?
You might want to consider why you're so angry, though.
I'm not angry, dude. Scott, if I did, Scott, I for some reason, I don't mind talking.
Actually, he's happy, I think, because you are realizing that the circle doesn't mean it's a ball. So now it's good, of course.
Scott, I'm sorry I don't speak like your favorite ASMR.
We agreed. How many times we agreed that the circle doesn't mean it's a ball. You can have when you were a kid and your teacher told you, "Oh, come, Scott, draw a big circle on the blackboard." What did you do? You made a circle. You didn't put a ball there.
Okay.
It was a flat circle.
Okay.
Yeah, doesn't mean when you see circle, it's a ball. You don't have to assume straight away that it's a ball. It can be just a circle.
I didn't assume right away that it was a ball.
That's what you are doing. You're turning around and you see the horizon. It's a circle.
Why do you guys keep telling me what I'm doing?
Because you never saw the drop over distance. You never saw the drop over distance. You never calculated that.
And anytime you are describing curve, you're describing curve of a micro Earth, not this 3959 juggernaut floating through outer space.
That's exactly what I expect to see.
Did someone pull the string on your back, or what's going on now? You also said you would expect to see 4 nanometers of curvature in your bathtub.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
No, I was saying I calculated that's what it would be. I didn't say I expect to see.
Yeah, I said you would expect what you would expect to see.
No, what I expect to be. I wouldn't expect to see.
Okay. Wouldn't you, if it's 4 nanometers, you've got it nailed down to that. You're the smart guy. Why not measure it in your bathtub and in this whole thing?
Because one cannot measure.
So what's going on, Scott? Are you starting to see the light, or are you just digging in, but you're digging in across your, so to speak, enemy lines? Because you're making a lot of flat earth arguments.
I know you think they are, but
you just said you've seen things from 100 miles away now.
Yeah, you can see things from 100 miles away on a curved Earth. Of course.
From what? You're standing on the ground.
Yeah.
And what have you seen from 100 miles away?
I could stand on the. I'm not sure what range they are. There's
Okay, now you're up in the mountains. Yeah, you can see pretty far. It's the same reason why. Yeah, like why your girlfriend sat on your shoulders at the Guns N' Roses concert.
Yeah, when I go,
you get higher up, you can get a better view.
Yeah, you can see mountains from a long ways away.
Yeah, you sure can.
On a really clear day when I'm going skiing, I'm headed over the Sierra Nevada range, and I go over the Altamont Pass, which is right by the Bay Area, and I think it's in a place called Fremont. I'm not sure. Where is it? But anyways, you can sometimes see the Sierra Nevadas, and they're about 100 miles away. And when there's snow on top, that's a really good thing. I can't see anything; it's just fog. But there are times you can see them.
And no drop over distance. This is the problem, right? They are level with your eyes almost. You don't see them dropping away from you.
Well, but and how is an 11,000 foot peak level with my eye when I'm at 3,000 or not even 2,000 feet actually?
Well, things get smaller in the distance, Scott.
But they shouldn't be level. They should never be level.
Just because you're looking at something and you can see it while your head's straight up doesn't mean
It looks about eye
next
level.
time you're up there, next I'll go out and get some fishing vessels turning their lights on, and next time you're up there.
And doesn't mean that when you're looking to the mountains, that means you see almost they are similar height, but one of them they are maybe lower than the other one. But that doesn't mean that because it's curving, because you see higher ones that are further away.
Why do you say things that I never said?
Yeah, but Scott, don't be so defensive. It's like you're acting confused. I mean, you can see skyscrapers from vast distances away, and they look little. Like you're looking, not even straight at them. You have to peer down to see them.
Okay.
I mean, the same thing with a lighthouse in the distance. It looks like you've seen it. It looks like a little matchstick in the distance.
Yep. What about the distance?
Well, you're acting confused. Why you're up in the mountains. You're looking at other mountains, and they look like they're eye level. But, anyways.
Because I know that, there's no reason that the lighthouse should ever go below 0 degrees elevation. No matter how far it is away, if it's higher than me. And if it were a flat earth, it would never be below 0.
Well, if you're seeing it, it's if you're seeing it, it's not.
If I'm high enough, I could be below 0.
You can see a lighthouse from vast distances away, standing with your toes in the water. Not even when the damn thing's on. I'm talking about during the day.
Yeah, but there's no reason it should ever look like it's below my eye line, right?
Well, if you're far enough away from it, you're not even going to see it.
Okay, but if I can see it, should it ever look like it's below my eye line?
What does that even mean? If your eye line,
which part? Yeah. If I were to take an autolove or a theodolite and zero it out and point it at the
something taller than you, the top of it appearing to be below your eye level.
Yeah, how would that happen?
Does that happen?
It does. Because there's curve. Because there's curve.
Show.
How am I going to show?
That's what I thought. That's what I thought, bro.
I'm sitting in my living room. How am I going to show you this?
Yeah, Ipsy Dixit. It just, it's true. It does. Yeah. No examples.
What examples would you accept?
Show one. You're going to have to demonstrate that it is below the eye level of the whatever optic you're using. And by the way, what other factors could be involved?
Yeah, that's a good question. What other factors could be involved?
Well, it's all right for Globers when something doesn't match their expectations to just introduce all this other fucking bullshit.
But we don't introduce all this other fucking bullshit. All we ever introduce is
Yeah, you do, like the Black Swan. Yeah. Oh, well, arc of the rays of the light and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, we introduce a little bit of refraction, which is real. What else do we introduce ever?
How much is a little bit?
A couple of arc seconds?
Just to make it really flat, right?
No, it doesn't make it really flat. It just makes it appear to be a little bigger, but it's a couple arc seconds.
Yeah, it always looks like it's flat. Like it's like a miracle. Doesn't matter the observation, it's always the refraction matches that we can see, like a flat observation, but it's curving.
Well, even the Black Swan has a horizon.
Yes, we know.
So why in the Black Swan is sometimes the horizon past that last oil rig, and sometimes it's in front of the last oil rig? Why
That's what we were talking about. You depends of the weather. If it's wavy, you will not see very far because the waves will block your vision. If it's cloudy, if it's raining, it depends of your visibility. Sometimes you will see.
That's actually our question to you, though, bro.
That's refraction. What's your answer?
Okay, so boats go over refraction.
Okay.
Because every time you're saying that always flat, but it's always refracted. Always.
Apparently, there's always a little bit of refraction, yes.
Yeah, but we never see anything curved.
Some days more than others.
Only when there is a little bit wavy and something is blocked and you think that this is the curvature, you take a picture of that.
No, waves have nothing to do with
What about the other ways that you can see behind that wave?
Waves have nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
No.
Let's let him stand up for his refraction chant, because it's been a long time since he's got one of these good refraction chants out of his system.
Well, you guys even admit refraction happens. The guy was in here just the other day showing me a picture of the building.
You don't chant it with the same, confidence that you guys started chanting it with.
Well, is what you're seeing the actual thing? Is it's the actual thing in its actual place? If it's refraction?
Yes.
What? Wait, what?
What do you mean by the actual thing in its actual place?
So that bit of water that you're seeing out there, that you're saying is refracted, it's being lifted up in your field of view, right? Because you normally wouldn't see it, right? You should not normally wouldn't. You shouldn't see it if you're on a ball of claim dimensions without your magical refraction, right?
Yes, without refraction. Nothing magical about it.
So is it actually there in the location that you're seeing it?
I think the answer to that is no. I'm not sure what you mean. But
so, is that what's blocking your view?
What's that?
The thing that's there but it's not there. The thing that's you can see, right? That's not in its actual location. Is that what's responsible for not seeing the bottom of a boat?
Yes.
Yes. So something that's not there is responsible for you not being able to see the bottom of something.
When did I say it's not there? What's there?
Well, it wouldn't be. It's not there. It's not where you're seeing it, right?
It's a couple of arc seconds off.
The actual thing that you're seeing is below. Is the actual thing that you're seeing an image of is not where you're seeing it, right?
Yes, the light bends a little bit when it hits as it's coming toward your eye. Yeah.
Right. That's what boats are going over.
Things is, mom shouldn't go to work because that will destroy the family. right? That's one of the things about being Jewish. You know what I mean? I'm just gonna say it like that, right? Is that mom should not work. They need to stay home and raise the kids.
Wait, I'm a little confused. Hey, Arden, did you just say they're breastfeeding too much?
No, they're not breastfeeding. Not breastfeeding.
Okay.
So what do? You cause inflation, right? Because remember, Dad was the only one that had to go to work, but all of a sudden, inflation, and now mom has to go to work. And who can cause, guess? The Red Shield, right? You know, the Federal Reserve, Rothschilds. Yeah, the money.
Yeah. In that past conversation, if I said they're breastfeeding too much, I meant bottle feeding too much.
Oh, yeah. I thought you meant the opposite. But I'm wondering though, with this bacteria and it, I'm pretty sure originally being, of course, in the body of the mother and then transferred to the child, and then the child's born. I'm just wondering, what is it that they may be doing or eating or drinking or whatever that may be destroying this bacteria inside their own bodies or destroying the pathways it would need to.
I wouldn't doubt if it had something to do with any of the many birth control drugs that they put women on as soon as they possibly can.
Also, stress. So.
Yeah, that's true.
So if mom has to work, if she's stressed out, she's not going to produce any milk. All these women who use formulas because they can't produce milk because, they don't eat right, they don't sleep right, they're always working or whatever, they're always stressed out.
I learned something interesting about this subject a few years ago, which is that no one's proven that peanut allergies in children are caused by a lack of their mothers eating peanuts while they're pregnant. But this study I was looking at or listening about or whatever was showing that they interviewed, I guess, I don't know, a few hundred or a few thousand or something women that had children with peanut allergies, and they asked them if they ate peanuts while they were pregnant. And basically, as far as I could tell, all of them, if not almost all of them, said no. So basically, there's a correlation, what I'm saying, between mothers who are pregnant for 9 months, don't eat any peanuts, and then them having children that have peanut allergies. So it's like, I'd encourage pregnant women to eat at least a few peanuts here and there while they're pregnant. Just be on the safe side.
Probably allergic to them, that's why they don't.
No, I think some people just don't like peanuts, but people like I don't eat peanuts myself these days anymore, but that's because I gotta stick to a diet. But I mean, I still eat almonds and other stuff, whatever.
You guys know Edward Bernays? You guys remember that guy, Edward Bernays, with Torches of Freedom? He's the guy that kind of had brought feminism to America by making it look like being a mom, a stay-at-home mom, is like being oppressed. That's what he did, and that's where feminism comes from.
Oh man!
If you look at Italians, you know what Italians are? They're Romans. Romans, aka the Kabbalah dudes, with the blocks in their heads, the mafia, the mob, they're all the same people, you know what I mean? Except they don't let their, they want their wives stay home and do mom thing and traditional wife mom thing. They don't do what they do to the goyim, right? Which is make mom work, encourage mom to go out there and empower herself and fuck being a traditional woman. And now they're old and alone and bitter. It's all like planned, eh? So like, I think like we can like package these because they're all coming from the Kabbalah. That's why I wanted to talk about it. It's like we can probably package them all together into one thing, from the Kabbalah, right? We can throw in quantum mechanics, throw in science, the Royal Society. We can throw everything in with the globe now because it's all part of the same. It's all coherent, you know, co. Is that the word? Coherent, coherent. It's it's all connecting. You know what I mean? People come in and ask all these questions. You know what I mean? Like, because what they believe, they think that what they've learned is real. But once we're able to connect to their questions or their curiosity to the truth, so maybe that'll help change. You know what I mean? The way they think about it. Whether they're a troll or not, whether they're a troll, or just asking questions. It's easier to answer the questions when it's all when we understand where it comes from, all of it. What do you guys think?
The Kabbalah is evil. That's what I think.
AKA quantum mechanics. Is that the same opinion of the quantum?
I think quantum mechanics is horseshit. Quite honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just think the whole thing is horseshit.
Yeah.
I think they assume too much.
This thing they call.
Well, I mean, there has to be something wrong. Okay, they're literally violating like the law of identity and the law of non-contradiction, and just saying, what does Neil deGrasse Tyson say? The universe is under no obligation to make sense. Oh, really? So you can contradict yourself? You can be in two places at the same time? Or be nowhere at the same time? Be two places and nowhere. You're doing something wrong. I mean, here's your choice. Go, we don't understand the test and it violates logic, so something's wrong. Or logic is wrong, the test is right, and believe some metaphysical bullshit. Not even metaphysical. Fucking just like cuckoo bean shit.
Yeah, but the test just does what it does. Like you said before, it's the interpretation of what occurs that is where people mess up.
Want to know what fixes everything? Fixes everything. Don't assume that the particle comes from the photon, from the laser, and goes in that direction. Right? If you do it backwards, it all works. No, there's no contradictions anymore. But that would violate Einstein's general theory of relativity, so they can't do that, right? It would violate the speed of light. So what if photons are emitted like this? You got the screen, you got the slits, you got the emitter, what we think is the emitter, right? The frickin' laser, whatever. Photon gun, electron gun, whatever. You know how a cathode works, right? So what happens is you create a giant electrical potential between the cathode and the what the fuck do they call it? The grating, right? And supposedly an electron rips off of that and hits the grating. Okay, so this is how they think it works, right? But what if like there's some prior thing, right? That the path that the photon's going to take is predetermined at the grading, right? There's only certain places it can land because that's where the potential is greatest. So it creates a reverse wave pathway back to the emitter, and that's the only way the photon can go. Okay, but the initial causal mechanism isn't the freaking emitter; it's what we would consider the receiver. This is called this is actually a theory. It's called the elementary wave theory. That was developed by some Boeing engineer and put forward by another guy, his cousin or something, who's also a mathematician. And it makes all the weird shit go away instantly. No more freaking retrocausal quantum eraser, and no more any of that shit. Just all goes away. Because when you stick the detector in, but after the slits, right, to see which way it went, right, see which way it went to, that thing becomes a new screen basically, and changes the pattern because you've inserted a new element. Right, just like if you were like trying to like reverse the flow of a river upstream, and you stick a different stick in the water, that's going to change the way the water flows. And this is what adding the detector, the detector to detect the witch path information. It makes all the weirdness go away. That's why I don't talk about it, but like, I think all of quantum mechanics is just fucking horse shit.
Yeah,
it has contradictions in it. Like, how can we adopt a theory that has contradictions?
Could it be? Does it sound like? Could it be like a red herring? To distracting, because I heard something about opening portals, something like that, right? That it's too difficult to coordinate people, to do this thing, but they're able to do it with this device mechanism, CERN, the thing they got. I don't know, like people like Gary Wayne, people like I think maybe Nathan Reynolds is his name. And that John Todd guy. Yeah. I mean, they talk about the occult, trying to open portals. So I don't know. There's that abyss, that first woe.
Yeah. We talked about the abyss a lot of times. The black goo, all that shit, the void.
Yeah.
Fucking very symbolic.
Alien invasion, yeah. When the key is given and he opens it up,
the
and
Rainbow Bridge. Remember the Rainbow Bridge to Midgard, right?
Yeah.
Crosses the void.
Yeah.
From Midgard to Asgard.
Yes.
You gotta cross the abyss on my Rainbow Bridge.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. It sounds like they're messing with with the world, with things.
I think it's just a lure into mysticism. It's a lure into that subjectivist mindset where you can't know anything's real, right? Right? There's a non-zero probability I'm going to just show up frickin' at McDonald's in 15 minutes, right? Fucking for
bro.
Tunnel to fucking McDonald's.
Did you see that, dude? Did you see that comment I posted about Dr. Blitz? He did a thing called there's a probability that your hand, according to quantum mechanics, there's a probability that your hand will, if you keep slapping a wall, will just phase right through the wall.
Yeah.
So then he did math about the probability. And I was like, but how do you know you have hands?
No way.
Yeah.
Oh my God, man. That's perfect. Perfect.
Oh, what did he say?
Oh, because he got in an argument about whether you can prove this guy has hands or not, and he argued about that for almost 30 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Hey, he might not have hands. He could just be some brain in a jar without hands.
Actually, Kennard, because he was challenging Alpha to deductively prove he had hands. And Alpha was basically saying, I have hands. Here they are. Like he's demonstrating he has hands. But then the other guy was saying, oh, you have to deductively prove you have hands. And they were kind of going back and forth in that manner for quite a while. Because he was, Bliss was trying to pigeonhole him into, oh, you don't know how to deductively prove you have hands because you don't know how to deductively prove anything. And Alpha was basically just repeating, well, I don't need to, essentially, I don't need to deductively prove it because I can demonstrate it. So they were kind of talking past each other.
Right. Yeah.
But yeah, you don't need to deductively prove something that you can demonstrate prima facie. It's like, here's my hands. Do you have deductive proof those are your hands? They're attached to my arms, you rum nuts. They're mine. They're mine.
He slapped him upside the head and said, "That didn't hurt."
I mean, like, don't people figure out that that's stupid? Like, I don't know, in high school or something, or maybe elementary. I don't know. Like, isn't that part of like logic? Like, what the hell? I think the answer to that is pinch yourself, right? Isn't that the answer? Or slap yourself, right?
Because it's a shame they weren't in the same room. Deductively dodge this. Whack.
I'm gonna try that, dude. I'm gonna try that. If I ever get brought up on a striking charge, like I hit somebody, I'm gonna be like, listen, Judge, there's a non-zero probability that my hand will phase right through his face. Therefore, it did. And if he felt anything or was injured, it wasn't because of my hand. It was because of the non-zero probability that the interaction between his alternate self and another dimension manifested itself ethero space-time temporarily in our dimension. Therefore, I'm innocent. I rest my case.
And then you try it again, and then you say, again, right? This time it could phase through his face. You want to try again? So if something measures and appears flat, okay, and it's different. So it's like if someone looks like a man, right, and has a penis, right? Do we have to prove that he's a man? Like deductively prove he's a man, or is that enough to know he's a man, right? Not a woman, not curved, right? Like it's not curving like a woman. It's not curving like a globe, right?
Well,
Because they're
you're not a real man unless you provide for a baby mama. A single
no, because they're saying that a curved line and a straight line are the same thing. They're saying that a man and a woman's the same thing. The androgynous thing again. They're saying it's the same. Because they're saying water is curving around the ball, but also measuring flat and level and looking flat and level. So are they saying, well, a straight line is the same as a curved line?
Oh yeah, they say that all the time.
I mean, that kind of breaks, something, right, in your brain, doesn't it?
Well, that's cognitive dissonance, isn't it?
Kabbalah. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, two truthful contradictions. Very similar theme all throughout.
So is it safe to say that? Is it safe to say to people? I mean, safe as in like I won't get censored or get fired. I mean, you're just pointing out facts, right? You're pointing out something that's right there, aren't you? I mean, aren't we? Because we go out there. Because they ask, why would they lie? It's always a question. That's like I think that's the most important question. But not only is it because of that, but also the enemy of these people is of course Jesus. That's why I bring that up. But the Kabbalah, you know what I mean, and the globe Earth might be a good idea to present them together to people. Like this is the source. This is also how the Greeks thought. And it goes all the way back to Egypt, Babylon, and Satan. Because all these so-called scientists, Charles Dawkins or something like that guy, they're all in this religion, Kabbalah. Roseanne, Madonna, Oprah, all these celebrities in Hollywood, all these scientists. It's all, they all call it a religion, and it's Jewish mysticism. And they say it straight to your face. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's anti-Bible. Yeah, it's a different interpretation of it. But ultimately, is where the globe and science and all this so-called knowledge comes from. You know what I mean? Kabbalah Globe, like something like that. Hey, do you know Globe Earth is Kabbalah Earth?
Oh, Bong, I was a moderator in a debate between someone who was defending classical Christian views and someone who was basically punting Zohar word magic. Interesting.
Oh yeah, how'd it go? What was? Yeah.
It was good. So it was between Bible literalist, also known as Paula or Lovelop, and this other kid whose name escapes me at the moment.
Did they do any flat Earth stuff, or were they just strictly?
No, it was mostly about theology things, I suppose.
Yeah, how'd it go? Who had the stronger presentation?
Paula, of course.
Yeah, it's good.
She had airtight logical syllogisms with her premises straight from the scripture, and he had words are magic that if you say the right word, I don't know. Something along those lines, all kinds of Zoharian weird stuff.
Like what's that show? So what's that Westworld? Remember Westworld? That's exactly one of the lines that that's what he said, right? He said if we say the right words, magic happens. It's like, right, Satan?
Let me see. Definitely in one of my servers. Is this it?
Hey, yeah. And Michio Kaku says things like "we," then you'll fill in what he means by "we." We physicists don't know why, but it seems the Kabbalah and quantum mechanics, are like that's how he describes. Like, okay, so this guy is also in that religion, right? These physicists, these astro people, these theoretical, physicists. But I mean, you can say, because I used to think, wow, man, are those the what happened to all the magicians and all the mages, with the wizards and the wands and stuff? Apparently, they're still around, and this is who they are. You know what I mean? It's crazy. What the Bible would call the wise men. You know what I mean? Of certain kingdoms, like Egypt and Babylon. All the wise men couldn't tell him what his dream, what he dreamed, or what his dream means. But then there's this prophet. It's like saying all the scientists and all the. It's the same science we use today, is it not? I mean, it's the same, Hermeticism, all that, seven, the same sciences, right? The seven bachelors of arts, these topics that talk to us. The seven sacred sciences. What are, astronomy, music, the study of numbers in space, which is also astronomy, the study of numbers in here. It's always numbers, you know what I mean? But yeah, that's what we've learned. If you've got a bachelor's degree, that's your world. You live in the world they've created in your mind for you. That's your understanding of the world is through their mystery schools. You know what I mean? Man, isn't it all arbitrary anyway? Negative, positive. Hot, cold. High pressure, low pressure. Isn't it all like this way or that way? Light or dark, right? Yeah, but that's one of their teachings, that the light penetrates the darkness and the darkness swallows up the light. Eventually the darkness overcomes the light and produces us things. And that's how matter is that's how matter is created in their religion worldview. And similar to I think Lord of the Rings as well, how the Lord of the Rings cosmology is, how everything was created through a song. This dude sang his song into it, caused chaos, into the world, all that. What's the name of the guy? Marduk or something like that.
Gomer Pyle Fuckstick. Ardent 2.0. You're going to go on and on and on besmirching my good name. You fucking imbecile. Yeah,
I was just thinking. Hey, man.
Why am I going to go on a fucking guy channel that claims he doesn't have hands to show you how it's done? Haven't I showed you how it's done for greater than 10 fucking years? You fucking imbecile, you. Stop using my fucking name. You got me, Sunshine? You fucking pogue.
I'll put it on my to-do list. Right after Give a Fuck.
I've shown you. 10 fucking years I've shown you. You still haven't got it. And fucking Indio, you backstabbing, fucking treasonous, treacherous traitor, you. What would Jose say? Huh? Yeah, laugh, fucking big guy. You fucking ass clown.
I server muted him. I server muted him because.
Oh, let him go, dude. Let him go. He's got to let it out, bro.
Okay. Are you really? Okay. I mean, okay.
Therapy.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Laugh it up, fuck sticks. Oh, Bong Sao muted me like Little Miss Muppet muting General Patton. Just like your dumbass.
You're not a general.
Gomer Pyle, fuck. Shut the fuck up, Bong.
You have lost. You have
Shut
lost
the fuck up. I didn't lose anything. Only you
my respect.
backstabbingist.
I do not respect you. Look, you were already at the edge,
fuck
man.
You
were already.
Shut the fuck
Hey,
up.
man. If
Put
it wasn't
Indio
for me, you
on.
would
Shut the fuck up, Little Miss Muppet.
not to ban
Little
you.
Miss Muppet.
Okay?
Shut the
You're
fuck
welcome.
up.
But listen,
Shut
you're
up.
not anyone's general
Hey,
around
Indio,
here.
stand up for yourself.
Listen, we're not in the army, bro.
Listen to your
We're not in the army.
Shut the fuck
Okay,
up.
This is
You're a clown. Shut up.
This is our neighborhood.
Okay,
this is our neighborhood.
Yeah.
No, you're not
Hey,
welcome
Indio.
here, man.
Little fucking Witsit appeal.
Because you do this.
You little Witsit appeal. You don't even know what natural science is.
Because you're disrespectful to everybody. Look, man, I get that you're an asshole.
Shut up.
Okay?
You don't get
but
shit.
you need to bring it down, man, because you lose respect from people like me.
Yeah,
and I'm not saying I'm anybody.
I wasn't after your fucking respect.
But I like to give people a chance, like the benefit of the doubt. And all you do is cause trouble, man. I asked you in Witsit. Hey, man, this isn't the way to handle this. And you guys,
AI Arden. Got vomit, diarrhea mouth,
and now you're gonna come in here again.
Coming to your
you're gonna stomp your boots around.
He's not defending me at all. He's my therapy. He's my therapy that I'm tearing on.
You have no power here.
Stand up.
You don't have any ears here for you. We're not listening to you, man. You need to chill.
Fuck stick. Stand up.
Because you're gonna say the same shit that you've been saying.
You're gonna say this
about everybody.
Shut the fuck up.
And you're gonna
Hey, Gomer Pyle fuck stick. You know who you are. Stand up.
No, man.
Stand up, sir.
Calm down.
You fucking pogue.
I'm pushing you up against the wall.
Fuck stick. We don't want to listen to the help. I deal with the primaries. Indio.
I'm not the help.
You're the fucking help. Indio.
Well, I'm helping myself
Indio,
to you, and I'm telling you to calm down.
Prick. You and fucking AI Arden.
Hey man, you're not on Indio's level. Listen, man, I'm gonna serve you. You're not on Indio's level, man. You do not have the privilege to speak to people like Indio here, man. You got the help. That's all you get. You get the help. And AI gets to talk to you, man. I don't know why, but I'm here, man. But you don't want to talk to me, right?
Should you? You backstab me.
Right, advance the convo.
Fuck you, advance the convo. There is no conversation. You backstabbingist, treasonous, treacherous traitor, dumb fuck, Gomer Pyle fuckstick, AI Arden.
And then
Come
what?
on, why don't you opine for us how necessary fucking antecedents and consequence are logic? Please, floor is yours. Because that's what you banned me for, you
Every
little
time.
piss
It's like I'm in a bar and I'm trying to
I'll tell you
break up
what.
a-
Let's get
I'm
Miggy
trying to
on
break
here.
up a bar
Let's
fight.
get
you know?
Miggy on here to discuss
Like, holy
the
shit.
syllogism of how we have noses.
Nah,
Holy
man.
fucking shit, dude. You fucking clowns. That's all right. Have a nice day, fuckwits.
Okay, dude. Was it as good for you as it was for me?
It's never gonna change, man. Too much ego. You know, like these guys, man. Quantum Eraser, man. I've been trying to warn him about the Kabbalah and its connection to the Kabbalah and how it's bullshit, right? Because he sounds like he's a no nonsense kind of guy, but I think he's on that ego, on that, you know, I know something, you know, knowledge is puffs up, you know, type of thing, and it's bullshit. That's why it's so cringe. Because it's bullshit. That's some Kabbalah shit, man. That's why he showed up, hey, because he was talking about this type of shit. His ass was itching. He's like, tell these things come in here like that, man. Like we're still the same. Like, shit. Oh man, gonna hang around, but he's gonna deafen himself so it looks like he's not listening, but he's listening on YouTube. Isn't that crazy? That's a bitch move. That's something a woman would fucking do, dude. I know you listening, fool. Oh, sorry. Punk ass. I had a chief just like this, but you know, he wasn't. It was a bit worse, but you know, he would like treat me like I'm stupid, man. But you know what happened? You know, when I got the award, he's like, "How do you don't deserve this ball?" As he put my medal on and my frock
Well,
on, you know,
to be fair, Bong, I think he is personally offended that he would be publicly censured by someone he respects, and he's going to have to deal with the emotional fallout of that interpersonally. But he was banned for very specific reasons that he should know, and it's not that much of a mystery if you just go back and listen to the clip of when it occurred. And basically, he overreached his bounds and professed himself to be wise when he was acting like a fool, and he had to be censured for it. And it wasn't any more than truly his behavior crossed certain parameters that was no longer palatable to be in the platforms he was in, and that's why he was banned. It had nothing to do with any particular arguments whatsoever. It had to do with behaviors.
I always regret defending this guy. I regret defending him always. You know, I was like, guy was better than that, but you know, well, fuck it.
Well, I mean, you could defend people up to the point where their behaviors are indefensible, right? So it's like people, all people have moments in their lives where they exhibit egregiously bad behaviors. I mean, that's just a fact. And in those moments, they have to be censured and not coddled, not tolerated. But that doesn't mean that their arguments they're making are wrong just because they have bad behaviors, you know. And vice versa, you know. It doesn't mean your arguments are right because you have good behaviors.
Well, yeah, I was thinking of quantum eraser when I was, you know, reading about the Kabbalah and quantum mechanics, its connection to all this, you know, the globe earth. I was like, man, quantum eraser doesn't even know about the Kabbalah. He's not even interested in it, yet the thing he's freaking claiming he knows
Well,
about.
how do you know that?
Fucking dumbass.
How do you know he
I don't
doesn't
know. That's why I was
understand?
like,
How do you know he doesn't understand the parallelisms between the things, but he's able, within his framework of understanding, to separate them and be like, okay, if let's say some crazy religious people latch on to certain interpretations of certain things for their religious purposes. That doesn't necessarily change the way I'm, crunching this evidence and coming up with these conclusions. Like, people can make conclusions just based on their interpretation or, the sheer what it seems to be obvious about the evidence versus any other connotations that other people have about it. So just because somebody says, oh, because of this result or that result, therefore my philosophy about all these weird mumbo jumbo Sephiroths and word magic and bologna sandwich, ideas, they're not necessarily valid.
Yeah. Yeah. Because like, what is gravity to these people, right? Like, it's in quantum mechanics. Where's gravity gone? Like, what is it transformed into? Like, now you're talking about you're talking about you know what I mean? It's like still the same system. It's this heliocentric idea. It's in the heliocentric world, universe, quantum mechanics.
Well, I mean, gravity doesn't mean if you have an idea about gravity, that doesn't mean the world is heliocentric.
Right, but it's this idea that they have about what keeps things on Earth. That's a big deception. That people see, like people understand weight, right? But they say that's gravity. Yeah, they're thinking about a globe while they're understanding how things work without a globe. Weight. It's gravity fed.
Yeah, Bong. I think I'm gonna have to take care of something. So,
yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, bro.
Earlier, there was something brought up about Indio having a conversation with Quantum to be able to go forward. And I mean, I did say a provocative thing that maybe Quantum should go on for himself and demonstrate how to interact with someone like Blitz. Now, to be fair, he might say I've done that in the past, but his attitude coming in here and the utter disrespect after Indio didn't offer the same disrespecting kind when fully having the opportunity. I'm deliberating whether that's the final straw. Quantum is just not going to be allowed in our forum anymore.
What a woman told me, what I learned from a woman on the internet is that men are hard on the outside and soft on the inside. And women are the opposite. So he's just showing how soft he is on the inside. Come on.
Sticks and stones will break my bones, but words will make me cry like a bitch.
He will cut right through, man. Yeah, exactly. I know, man. Come on, man. All right, you got.
So what do you think, Bob? In the spirit of amelioration, what shall I do?
I mean, we can always try and reason with him. You know what I mean? If you guys think you can, but I don't know, man. This guy sounds like he's far gone. Like he's not even. It's all ego now. So you guys don't care. I'm just the help.
Well, I mean, I'd be happy to have a healthy conversation with a person rather than a caricature of themselves.
Exactly. Well, yeah. I don't know. I wouldn't, but up to you guys. It's too much, man. It's just too much. Too much drama, too much energy. It's gonna get sucked out, of everyone. Time, shit doesn't matter. To you guys. I mean, I don't mind being the help, but what does that even mean? The help? Like, what the hell? What's that? Guy that stands at the door and opens it? What's wrong with being the help? Gosh, man, that's such an arrogant thing to say. That's Satan behind those words. I don't mess with the help. Well, you know what? The help will mess you the fuck up, nigga. No, just kidding. I'm not here. Oh man. I always think to my, I bet you we could take Quantum Eraser in a debate. Why? Because he's all about that Quantum Eraser bullshit. Oh yeah, no, what's going on? Not Quantum. You know, people with a lot of intellect. You know what I mean? They're very. It's only impressive if it's like helping others. You know? That's the only time people care about it. You know, if you're helping them. Man. If you're like just out here.
Well, to be fair, I mean, he has had a body of work that many people have looked to as a source of help in clarifying certain issues about certain topics throughout the years. So that's a fact, right? So it's not the case that he hasn't helped anyone, right? So it is the case that he's helped others, right?
Yes, but he does more. Like like what the Black Swan? That's the help. Yeah, okay, but
I mean, that's not. I mean, there's more than that. And it's not just specific arguments. It's helping people understand certain things, taking time out to explain certain things. There's plenty of times that those types of things have occurred. So it's not the case that he hasn't helped anyone. Okay.
Yeah, I used to get like but get angry, right? And then you start doing it back. That I think there's a point where you figure out that that's not effective, and it's better to go back to being nice. To being the calm person. Because this fucking yelling and screaming, it just turns everybody off. That's why I muted him. That's the thing about flat Earth. You can't go around calling people stupid, yelling at people how stupid they are for not knowing shit. Because that turns people off. No matter, it don't matter how good. Yeah, man, it makes it. Like, who cares? You know what I mean? It'd be like that. I would say, what they did to Jesus. They did the worst things and killed him. Even. You know what I mean? And here we are. Say a few words to somebody, and their fucking world is over. Like, what the fuck, man? Build your house on a rock, not sand. And I say, the bottom line is that we've been lied to, right? And if there's the truth, what is the truth? And it's Jesus. So the bottom line for flat Earth is Jesus. Jedi said it. I 100% agree. It's like, it's always been about that. And that's the bottom line. Now, not these fables, not these Jewish fables and stories that these so-called scientists, whatever, talk about. There's a story about Jesus. But, well, what is knowledge puffs up, right? That's what some people are after. So, maybe, I don't know. Like he said, I washed your feet, wash each other's feet. He said the highest in heaven was going to be the lowliest, the lowest servant on earth. So it's not good to like be puffed up with pride and shit. I told Witzer the same thing, man. Remember they were arguing that day? Like they were going. I was like, man, you guys are gonna fuck this all up for everybody. Because of this, because of the spirit of pride, this pride. That they thought they knew something. This guy with the ether, this guy with the eraser, quantum eraser. And I was like, and why? Like, who cares, right? I mean, that's not the bottom line, anyways.
Oh man. You know what, Bong? Some weeks ago. Might have been months ago now, I'm not sure. Can't remember. I got banned from the FED server. So I just asked
right? Just forced the situation. He told me. I agreed with his assessment of the situation, and so we shook hands, metaphorically, and went our separate ways. And it's been a relief because I realized the majority of the time I spent over there was in angst, not in anything productive. Recently, not that the entire time I've been there was bad, but over the past couple of years, man, it started getting bad.
Well, that's
Various
Nathan
reasons.
or Nathan's.
No, I mean, well, his show is hosted there. It's not his server, no.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there's there's a lot of pride and knowledge that comes from there. It's not like a lot of. I'm not feeling a lot of love. Because it's supposed to tell people things, right, and warn people about being lied to, and it's supposed to come out like, out of a place of love, caring about people and being lied to, living their lives, and it just doesn't come out like that. It comes out like they wanna do exactly it's like left and right wing, you know what I mean? And they're playing the right wingers. This is fucking weird, man. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Is this bullshit? Like, I can't believe that. I don't like the way these guys present shit. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, I don't go there, man. I mean, because of that. I don't watch his shows because of that. He's not saying anything that anyone, like, I wouldn't recommend him to Globers. That's how effective they are. And it seems counterproductive, eh? What we're trying to do.
Well, I mean, it's not that I would recommend a person in particular, but I would definitely recommend bodies of content that are presented well by that person. So, like, if you just say, oh, check out this person, and they have all this other content, which is, frivolous, meaningless, not topically related, et cetera, et cetera. It's like, just because you're recommending someone that does some work doesn't mean you have to recommend their entire body of work, but you say, hey, listen to this debate. This was a good debate. Right, because if I had to endorse, and then this goes for some of us here too, because we're not always on topic. We're not always talking about, the proper thing per se when it comes to arguing. But you could present this piece or that piece. But some of the like the long form content, especially this type of stuff, it's like sometimes it's sifting the needle through the haystack if somebody's just randomly arriving and saying, okay, well, what do I look at first? This, or this? And they might pull up a video where it's nothing but drama and infighting. They'll be like, hey, you gave me some flat earth reference and I went there and it was just a bunch of, teenagers acting like bitches. And so I just turned the video off and then went and watched soap opera.
Exactly. That's what it feels like. It was like, man, this feels like doing the opposite of what we wanted to do. What the hell?
Well, that's why it's important to have sometimes, snippets or precise content where it's like a presentation that's just in a presentation form. And it's just, nothing but the facts, ma'am, with the minimal amount of distractions, if not any. Which many people do, and to his credit, Quantum Racer has those presentations as well, and so people can go to those and give them to people. But some people are lazy and they don't want to do any of that work. They just want to recommend you to go to somebody else so that person can tell you the stuff rather than them do it, or even sift through that person's stuff for the good content that actually is getting to the point relatively quickly that somebody new would be willing to listen to.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I think there's what's up with with all the signs. I think when Jesus was here, right? I mean, he did walk on water, he did all these things, but what he talked about were like, he had a parable to explain what the kingdom of heaven was like. He wasn't talking about, like science. What do you mean? Like how these people talk about science? Because in Jesus' time, that was considered, in the realm of the, you know what I mean? The pagans and Kabbalah, right? Or Eastern mysticism, aka the mystery schools, mystery religions. So getting into it with all these people, and into these subjects, it's kind of, I think, misses the point, as it's more of a red herring and a distraction from the from the truth, which I look at Jesus. And Genesis 1 is literally right. So that's the first thing, is recognizing that it's not a ball, right? Then what is it? Well, it's what this book says. You're Genesis 1, and if you believe in Jesus, then this is it, right? This is literal now. It's no longer, I don't know what they used to call it, but they said it was not scientific and it was some kind of like, but it's literal. It has to be, right? That's how God created it. So that's kind of like the path that we should be, going towards, instead of, calling it religion or all this stuff. But just keep it simple
Speaking of religion, dude, many
Yep.
people in the flat Earth community treat the flat Earth as a neo religion. So they left what they accuse of being religion. They entered a new paradigm, and then they entered a new group of people who they basically self-elected some of those people as their new priests, who they basically believe what they say without due scrutiny, or they revere them as a person beyond their obvious moral failings when they shouldn't, and they allow them to get away with certain things when they shouldn't, because they think, oh well, he's a flat earth leader and the flat earth is the truth, so I have to cover up for his badness, much like the Catholics covered the the bad things that the Catholic priest did, and much like certain other Christian groups covered up, like Ravi Zacharias, he got busted out for a cover up that he was doing sexually bad things. All these different groups, they cover up for their quote unquote leaders, because they're electing them as their leader and then defending them as such with a religious fervor, by the way. So, for example, Bong, that was the first conversation that I had with Mr. Quantum Eraser since I banned him. And in fact, being upset that he was banned, he inquired about why he was banned to other people. They told him to talk to me. He never did. He tried to tell them he was going to be this way, that way, the other. They said, hey, just go talk to AI man to man. He never did. This is his first interaction with me since then.
Like the way he came in and the way he behaved, I mean, I think that's totally unacceptable anywhere. Don't you agree? Like, what? So muting him is. Man, I'm kind of sick and tired of hearing him say the same shit over and over again. Really. What the hell?
Yeah. Hey, Bong.
Yeah.
Check this out, brother. At first, when I started hearing his voice in this repetitious tone, since I had heard that before, I couldn't even tell whether someone was playing a clip or not.
I'll be honest, I was thinking the exact same thing. I was like, there's no way.
That's how good his mic is, right?
And while present, he basically effectuated nothing, said nothing of any furtherance of anything.
Value, yeah, of any, exactly. It was like, oh man, really? He couldn't do this in the DM and like a private, like, god damn it, and like do it in front of everyone on the internet.
Well, to be fair, none of this happens in a vacuum. It's like there are people on quote unquote this side of the aisle and quote unquote their side of the aisle that have shot shots across the bow in both directions. But someone like, as far as I know, Indio never has it in regards to any of these particular incidents. So it's like part of the reason why he is frustrated about the so-called backstabbery is because he actually claimed that he wanted us to instate him as the lead mod after he was banned, so that he could then clear out people such as myself. demanding to be
Hell no.
reinstated, and then he clear people out like he has any position of
Nah.
sway within
Hell no.
our forums to have
I
such a
don't know,
claim or
man.
demand.
Man, him and what's his face? Human Sheeple are on the same, like, they're in the boat. They're in the same, box for me. You just, it's no good. Sorry, man. We can be fucking useless and be total and have everything. Be totally fucking useless to the team. We can be super talented and nobody wants to play with them. I don't know. I don't. Oh, he's losing. He's the kind of person that would turn it off because I'm talking too much shit. Because the help, I'm not listening to the help talk shit about me. How dare he thinks my ears are going to listen to his? He's that kind of guy.
Forgot to unmute this kid.
Oh yeah. What's
He was hot micing earlier, so I muted him.
Oh,
appreciate it.
So
what up,
recluse?
But if I may ask, does anybody have a link with like a timestamp to the stream where that incident kicked off? Because I've never seen it or heard it or got any of the details, and I was just curious if
you mean from the past?
Yeah. Like whatever happened.
I can give you that.
Okay, cool. Yeah, cool. Because I remember waking up one day and then there was like a bunch of DMs of something happened, but no.
Yeah, I'm always willing to give people the tail of the tape. That's one of the reasons why we record. So that not only others, especially the Globers, can be held to scrutiny for the record, but so can I, and so can anyone else.
Of course.
So if you watch what occurred and you find what I did to be unreasonable, then you're within your rights to critique me based on your conclusion. But I think I'm not gonna poison the well or anything. But I think you'll come to your own conclusion that'll be pretty rational.
I think so. I've just only heard up to this point, like third-party commentary on what happened and saw the results, but I never checked it out myself. So just thought I'd ask there, and if it's not too long, I'll give it a listen or take some time.
Yeah, it's not too long at all, and it's actually very educational. And it actually, so if you actually go back the past 10 minutes prior, I was accused of something. I don't mean accused in like a negative or guilty sense, but just like claimed that something that I did for a particular motive, which clearly wasn't the case, and it's demonstrable in the recording from the past. So it's like, as usual, look, I'm not perfect, but as usual, my tail of the tape record is pretty much near 100%. So.
Oh, what caused all this? Like, who he believes who betrayed him? He believes we betrayed him or something. What?
Oh, he was banned from our satellite venues.
Oh, of course, yeah. And that that's what started it. That triggered it. How dare yous?
Yeah, but there's some sentiments that were included on let's just use, for lack of a better term, his side of interpreting the events that are shadowed by events that happened between me and members of the FED panel, in which I publicly critiqued them for their hubris of thinking that they would be picked in a debate over Witsit, and demonstrated to the audience that they were falsely accusing me of lying, etc., etc., and it was pretty much an embarrassing moment in their history. But of course, the in-house always spins it in their own way. But like I said, all the recordings bear out the facts that support my position, not theirs. But either way, there was still drama there. And then, that actually did contribute to the event, because some of my actions were mistaken as being instigated by that drama rather than the behaviors in the present moment. So, for example, if I'm trying to finish my thought and someone speaks over me continuously and I mute them, it's because they're speaking over continuously in that moment. So whether there's drama from the past or not is highly irrelevant.
So it's just QE being QE.
Well, I mean, to be fair, when he was investigating some of these claims in the past, like, he was being pretty fair and reasonable most of the time. So it is what it is. So let me get this thing for homie here. I gotta remember what I named it.
Are you gonna DM it or in the text? Put in text chat.
I mean, I'm pretty sure it's actually posted in the ranked roles.
Okay.
We go from A.I.
Just every time he does that, you know, it feels like a bar fight. You know, like you're just chilling, and all of a sudden, this guy wants to start a bar fight again. You know, over nothing. It's like, fuck, man, I just get tired of this shit. So, like, man, and fuck this guy, kick him out, or throw him out the bar.
I mean, our server isn't going to be about him, so this is probably the last day we're going to entertain this conversation. It's one of the reasons why I was told you just let him get it out.
Yo. You know when I brought the Kabbalah? You know when I found out, I was thinking of Quantum Eraser. I was like, yeah, now I got some shit. I'm gonna tell. Look, Quantum Eraser can't ignore this. Okay, he can't ignore this. I mean, if you ignore this, you're the enemy, man. You're some kind of fucking, what do you call it, shield. So, well, there it is. I speak of the devil.
You know, if I just named my files names that actually represented what it was rather than just random weird characters, I probably could find them a lot easier.
Yeah, that's how you usually name things, called a naming scheme or something. You can just go like 1, 2, 3, 4, you know.
Maybe it was in gold. Links.
They call it, I think, you know, that particle, the God particle. That's what they call it, or something. Atman. That too is from the Kabbalah, Hinduism. And all those people that developed these, that studied this and developed it, they all studied the Veda. You know the Veda, from India, the Veda, Vedas.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hinduism, and same. It's the same as the Kabbalah. Same system. Flower of life. These things. Numbers, numerology. Everything is number, right? That's it's not science. That's from the Kabbalah. That's from the occult. That's Freemasonry.
Damn, dude, did I send you on a wild goose chase?
Well, dude, it's like I'm just trying to remember.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay. I mean, thought it would have been readily available, but if not, I mean, it's up to you there.
Dude, you know how many clips I make, bro?
I believe it, man. That's what I'm saying. Like, if it's gonna be too arduous, I mean, it's up to you.
Hey, see?
I mean, knowing that the quantum mechanics, it's all quantum, it's all at least the mysticism. Is it not enough to just stop looking into it and just get back to what's important?
Oh wow, 4 months ago? Okay. Oh, God.
What does he call you? Pile or something? Private Pile from the movie? Is that it?
Gomer Pyle.
Gomer.
Which, if I'm not mistaken, people use Gomer Pyle as an insult, but Gomer Pyle was actually really smart and he was pretending to be dumb so that he wouldn't be deployed into combat, which may also be a different type of insult, which is, well, you're smart, but you're pretending to be dumb, so you don't actually have to do any of the fighting. So who knows? It could be an ignorant attempt at an insult, or it could be a high level attempt at an insult, depending on how you take it.
Man, look. Look, it's Kubrick, right? It's Kubrick, right? What I see now, out of all this, I see mind control. I see a trauma-based mind control. When they beat the shit out of him. I see an initiation. I see, because that kind of shit changes. It flicks a switch. It triggers something in a person. But yeah, I mean, maybe that's what because he was only able to do it. When you get really pissed off and you just want to get it done, and you just get in there, and all of a sudden it's done. You know. Quantum sounds like he's playing a character from a movie. You know what I mean? That's what he sounds like. So it's funny.
I have detailed files.
Well, now that we've made the connection, right, like from Sphere, because I asked a question earlier, hey, could we be considered terrorists? Could we be considered enemy of the state? What could cause people to kill us thinking they're doing the right thing? You know what I mean? And here it is, Kabbalah, Sphere,
But yeah.
and everything else.
There will come a time when he that killeth you thinketh he does God a service.
Exactly. So AI. There's an AI program called Gideon. That they got for social media now is to prevent. Like what happens to Charlie Kirk, right? AI is now going to monitor everyone and predict, right? Thought crime. Predict based on behavior, based on what you say and how you behave on the internet. It can predict if you're going to do something crazy. So now you can't say anything. Now your opinions, right? And jail.
Alright, I found the clips.
AI Ardent. What's today's date? 26th. AI Ardent. On Saturday, September 27th, 2025, you will commit this crime. I'm here to arrest you for it. Remember that movie? What's that movie? Minority Report. How long ago was that? Minority Report.
That was a long time ago, dude.
Yeah.
Early 2000s.
Yep. Right after the Matrix.
Right on.
Alright, so I sent you 2 clips. Obviously, they're just clips, which means they're part of a larger conversation. The first one was when an initial conflagration happened, and then later on, the next one is like the summation of it, which leads up into the final incident.
Cool, man. Appreciate it.
It's so cool, man, because I thought like, okay, now I can do this. Now I can say the globe comes from the Kabbalah and the flat earth comes from the Bible, right? And your experience matches the Bible. Right? Pythagoras. I think Pythagoras, because they had a cult, and they said he part of a cult. I think he also had the same ideas of sphere. It was like I think that came from maybe from India or wherever, Babylon, Egypt. I mean, Eratosthenes, right? What kind of information do you think was at the Library of Alexandria? Probably a lot of flat Earth stuff, right? Maybe a lot of globe stuff. Who knows?
Oh, you know what they accused me of over there, Bong, which was crazy? They accused me of being an etherite. Like I'm on numerous, I got numerous times basically saying that the Etherean concepts are essentially Luciferian, if not directly the devil himself. And then they're like, "Oh, you're an etherite." It's like, "Oh yeah, I guess so. I guess so."
So an etherite is like a person who thinks that is a cult, like.
It's just a Bulverism tactic. They had a common enemy, which was Witsit, who they then, who is pushes their ideas, and so they're trying to lump me in with an enemy by associating me with the enemy. Therefore, they don't have to do any work to actually prove anything bad about me. I'm just bad because I'm in with the enemy. Classic tactic.
Strawman.
All because I was smacking them around senseless with some of their nonsense ideas and claims. Which is perfectly fair. You know, it's no big deal, man. It's no big deal.
You were slapping them around with their own balls.
Yeah, Bong, you
Their
missed
own
all
balls.
that. You missed it all, bro.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I'm glad I missed it. I mean, so much drama, man.
Yeah, looking back at it, I shouldn't have even participated. After I realized that they were all off the deep end, except for a few of them, I should have just disconnected and saved myself, hours and hours of my life. Went to the beach or something.
Yeah, when I first came to Flat Earth, there were these Flat Earthers who were talking about, like, oh, they're hiding God. You know what I mean? I mean, I agreed, but I thought it was distracting from the topic. But, after everything, it's like, oh, okay, yeah, it's about Jesus, about God. It's like, oh, cool, I get to just go back and read my Bible. Because, whether people believe it or not, like, there's some more shit that's about to happen that's going to, I was talking about this, like AI, quantum computing, AI, alien invasion agenda. Is that a word? I don't even know what quantum computer is. You know what I mean? I don't even know if it exists. I always think it's fake. You know what I mean? Just like quantum mechanics, it's fake or whatever. I think it's bullshit. Like, what? Have you verified any real quantum computers or quantum computer exists?
Me?
Yeah, what do you think? Do you think quantum computers are
How
real?
would I? How would I? Like, only 8 supposedly exist, and they certainly aren't letting me look at them.
So it's just it's just a rumor, right? Like, so it's like the globe, a curvature. It doesn't. It's there, but it's not there. And what is a quantum computer supposed to be doing? Like, right? Do you know what
It's just supposed to be holding
you're talking about?
another set of information in a state of the bit. So, like a normal
Yeah. So they can talk
semiconductor,
to, like,
supposedly can only have an on and off, but a quantum computer can have an on that's 2 parts and an off that's 2 parts. So what's that, 4?
Yeah.
But I think somehow they say it's 8. Can't remember off the top of my head. But anyway, so instead of just having an on or off, they have 4 states or whatever, and it multiplies the amount of states that the whole system can be in at one particular time. So it can actually do way more processing than a regular computer. Simultaneous processing.
So it sounds like it's related to the double slit experiment, right? Like, is that how it was built or developed? Is that what it's made of? So a 0 can be a 1 or a 0 depending on circumstances. Is that it?
No, it's either a 1 or a 0. is what you normally would have, right? That's a bit. But the state of 1 could be another substate split into 2, and the state of 0 could be a substate split into 2. So you get more states with the same amount of stuff. So, like if you're making semiconductors smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller, eventually they'll reach this plateau. So you can't actually increase the amount of bits in it. But if you then take the bits and find a way to optimize them to be representing more states of information, then in the same amount of space, you get way more computing power. That's like the simplest version.
Yeah, well, like what kind of stuff are they going to be using it for? You know what I mean? Like what kind of programs? What kind of similar? Because I heard they're trying to like simulate or they're trying to commute. They're trying to talk
Well,
to
there's
someone
problems.
in some alternate. Yep. Go ahead.
There's processing problems that, like, if you put it into a normal processor, it would take like 50 years for it to complete the task. But supposedly a quantum computer can do it in a fraction of that time.
Yeah. Damn. Yeah. Is it true though? That's the question. Is it true or is it just?
I'll put it to you like this: if the regular standard processors can do A, and this other processor can do A 1,000 times faster, and it seems to break the energy limits of the other one and what it's actually functionally logistically capable to do, then depending on how they're telling you it's happening, that could be a story that you can't validate, but it's definitely happening that it's 1,000 times faster. If they're presenting that evidence, and that's what they present, then yeah, it's doing it. How it's doing it could be a different question, but if it's doing it, they can just demonstrate that it's doing it.
So I remember reading that they're trying. Alternate. You know the idea of like alternate universes or multiverses, or what would happen if you made this decision rather than that decision. Right? You heard about that? Trying to predict. Basically, it's divination. I think it's divination. Or, you know what I mean?
No, that all began as an excuse for data that exists in experiments and math surrounding some of their theories that can't be explained with a single universe. So, in other words, they need to appeal to multiple universes as a cause for things that are occurring in this universe, of which they have no evidence for, except for the fact that unless they do that, their paradigm falls apart. So it's basically just a rescuing device that's ad hoc, sprinkled over their nonsense.
Yeah, because simulation theory. You heard. I think that's part of it too. Simulation theory. That this reality is not the original physical biological reality. That the idea that the chances are that we are the first, right? You heard about that?
No.
The Matrix. It's the Matrix. Like, what kind of computer can do what the Matrix does? Isn't it a quantum computer?
See, if I remember correctly, the original Matrix story was not that the humans were the batteries, but that the humans were the processor environment.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
So they were essentially an interlinked organic computer network that had like they said in the Terminator, a neural net or whatever. Well, humans already have a neural net, so you just link them all together and use them as your neural net processor.
Yeah, yeah. And I think that's what Neuralink and these juices are about. You know, what I mean, the injectables. You know what I mean? I think that's where it's all working. It's all part of the same system that they're trying to. That money, is going to be connected to your. You're going to be able to your body. You know what I mean? You won't be able to access or trade or buy or sell without being connected to the network, right? AKA hive mind, the hive.
Oh, what channel are we in?
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that talking about the Kabbalah, and how the sphere of concept, I just want to make sure that that's totally on topic, like, so, okay to talk about. So I'll do more research, presentation type of thing going. Somebody's got to tell Samoans about it. You know what I mean? So that's my little thing. Trying to do.
Oh man. Women can't live with them, can't kill them.
Hey, man.
Wait, you'd probably prefer this version. My old man's always said women are only good for two things, and half of them can't cook.
I know. As you.
Hey, how do you know Christianity is the one true religion? Because it's the only conception of heaven that doesn't promise women. We're gonna get like -3 misogyny points for today. Man, dude, I'm staying up way too late, dude. What the heck is wrong with me?
Hey, what do they call that three? The terrible threes? Is that it, or is it the twos? I don't know what's going on with this kid. With this baby. You think Indio went to have a conversation with QE or just anyways? Yeah, time to study your enemy. Eh? Know your enemy. But I didn't have much reason to read it, but now that I'm sure it's important to the the exposing the globe. Oh yeah, they're on the reading list for all kinds of other shit. I had like 8 genders or something like that. Kabbalah. Pretty sure that's why Quantum Eraser showed up. Right? Is it? Is it just a coincidence that I was we were talking about the Kabbalah and he showed up? And
I
the
mean,
quantum
maybe, but
mechanics?
it also might have to be because his somebody showed up talking about him, and then I said, "Why don't you have him go to Blitz's thing?" And then he came in and said, "Why should I go to Blitz's thing?" But I mean, it could all be related. Who knows?
Yeah, of course. That's probably it. That's right. Well, it's good because that's exactly who I wanted to talk to about it too. Was Quantum Eraser. Like, what are your thoughts on this? Like, you gotta address this, man. Like, I know I'm just the help, but this is very important to everyone. Well, I wanted to ask Indios, maybe talk about why he thinks quantum mechanics is bullshit. Like, other than you gotta guess things, or you know what I mean. Like, well, you got it. What do you think about quantum mechanics? You think it's bullshit?
I think some of it has credence and some of it is fantasy, and the border between that is interpretation. Much like many things in life.
Much like many things in science, right? You drop something, right, and then you say it's gravity. This is gravity, right? Just how you see it, how you look at it, right? Like that. Like something's there, but they're lying about it. Anyways, John D. This guy named John D. You know that guy? That guy created Queen Elizabeth. The first 007. That guy. Yeah, I remember looking into him talking to the angels. Communing with angels about stuff. And what he was told basically that until man can figure out how to convert matter to energy and back to energy, and energy to matter, you won't understand, or be able to interpret or whatever, this alphabet language, whatever it was that he wrote, I forgot what it was called, but the Nokian language, and it seems like that's what all these people were doing, over the years. Like, then there's like all these scientists, so-called, Niels Bohr or guy made the atomic bomb, or what's his face again? I made a movie about him. Like, these are all these, and it all comes from the Veda. and that's it, basically Kabbalah down, in India. I mean, the connection is crazy. It's just, trying to like, you know what I mean? Like, see, like, Satan, dude. Like, Lucifer. The symbol that they use for, the lightning, for radio and for like, transmitting radio signal, probably like that, Kiss, that band Kiss, they got the S, and of course it's that lightning bolt, it's not that. I saw saying fall like lightning. That's why it looks like, they got that symbolize.
Wait, what does lightning have to do with Batman?
Yeah, Jesus said, I saw Lucifer fall, right, like lightning to the ground. I think that was enough, to, that's why they use that symbol, that lightning bolt symbol, right, to represent Lucifer, the prince of the power of the air, right, the ether, whatever, that is.
What was that last word you said?
The prince of the power of the air, ether, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Then you look, man, you got wireless, got all the wireless instant, knowledge will increase, travel will increase. Technology has made the world like really, really small, really small. Like you know what I'm saying? So everybody's connected, and now we just got to connect everybody's bodies. It's called the Internet of Bodies.
The Internet of Bodies, is that what you said?
You never heard of it? The Internet of Bodies, right? So you got the Internet of Things, devices, right?
Mm-hmm.
After that, it's called 6G. Once you get to 5G, because the idea is to get 1 millisecond or less of latency between devices, small devices, micro, mini, tiny, nano devices, but still all like real time connectivity, right? Real time. And then the next step is the Internet of Bodies, biological bodies. Like that's literally, it's on the internet. You can look into it and what it's talking about. But yeah. As I was wondering, clay, clay and iron don't mix. Is this it? Is this the clay and iron not mixing? The feet, you know what I mean? The head, all these parts represent kingdoms in time. There's a timeline, right? So the head is the gold, the golden. That's Babylon. Persia is the iron. Is the chest. What is it? Silver, right? And then Greece, that's the Bronze Age, right? And then Rome, that's the iron. And then there was like iron and clay. 10 feet, 10 kingdoms, stuff like that. Yeah. Horns, 7 horns.
Oh man, it's all right. Someone came to speak to me, so I was on deaf in there for a bit.
I'm sorry. I'm just trying to make the connection between, what the Bible says about clay and iron, and this whole internet of bodies, thing.
Clay and iron. Well, jars of clay, that's us. Iron, that's prison bars. There you go. So the internet of bodies is a prison. Maybe. That's just off the top of my head.
Neuralink, because I heard they're experimenting on people, people who have like spinal injuries, who can't control, but now they can use a computer. They can use a computer just by thinking, with using their thoughts. So they're developing it. It's there. So an interface. If you were to develop an interface for it, you would have to use AI software. Connect you to the internet, right? Because the internet, that's where it's at, right?
Oh, dude, that was kind of like, oh man, the Ghost in the Shell, the live action remake, where the supposed bad guy actually just turned out to be her friend from when she was a kid, and then the movie goes where their minds are put into cyborg bodies. I think their brain is actually put into a cyborg body, but then, or maybe their consciousness, which is why it's called Ghost in the Shell. But then he was like, okay, I want to upload my consciousness into a network of people, and so I'll never die because I'm just always moving around these people that are presently alive. I'll just continue on and on and on.
Like a disembodied spirit. Right?
Well, not disembodied, bodied, but not limited to a body. So it's like I could go from this body to that body to this body to that body.
So like what I know about the Bible and what I know about what happens to us when we die is that when we die, right, our spirit, when our bodies die, the spirit returns to God who gave it, right? But when a Nephilim dies, it's not allowed to go. It's not going back to heaven because it didn't come from heaven, and it's not going to sleep, so it roams the earth. You know what I mean? So I don't think it's going to be our spirits that's going to be like hopping around in bodies. I think these are all bodies for the disembodied spirits. People think that they're going to transmit something from them to something. You're going to die and your spirit's going to go wait for judgment with God. It's a deception in my opinion, but it's going there. What's going to happen to your conscious? What's going to happen to you when you're connected to the hive mind? Like, what's that experience going to be like? You can have no privacy. Is everybody going to be in everybody's head, type of thing?
Dude, who knows what people? Well, see, there's one thing that's the reality of things, and then the interpretation of a reality that you can get people to believe. Right. So, is it the case that you can actually transpose a consciousness from one body to another, or from a body to a machine? Let's just say no. Is it the case that you can convince a bunch of people that you downloaded the soul of their grandmother into a computer and that they're interacting with their actual grandmother rather than an AI construct? The answer is yes. Or
100%.
a supernatural agent, right?
Yep. Ancestor worship. Exactly. 100% for Samoans. Because even though they say they're Christians, they believe that their ancestors, when we die, I was like, you read the Bible, you go to church every day, you sing all these things, you celebrate Christmas, and you don't know what it says about us, and you still believe this thing that you were taught by these, that's ancestor worship. And I think all ancestor worship, all cultures do it. They don't believe what the Bible tells them. Why? Because of science, in my opinion. I mean, obviously, it's because of science. Because even these people who come out here and teach science are want people to believe that these are their ancestors or something. You know what I mean? The spirits.
Yeah. So Bong.
Yeah.
You specifically, if just imagine someone who's deceased that you know well, care about deeply, and that you respect their views. And then imagine somebody brings a vessel, whatever it is, maybe it's a computer machine or a cyborg body or just an orb that has their face on it, whatever. And let's say that it knows all the intimate details about your interactions with that person because they are that person, quote unquote, allegedly. So they know all those details. They can convince you through facts and even mannerisms and even ways of speech and ways of the way they cared about you or any of these things that basically they're mimetically impersonating with a near identical effect exactly the way you interacted with that person. Now, how would you know it's not that person?
Well, yeah, exactly right. I guess the only way I would know is because of the Bible. Like, I mean, is it because of the Bible? Because of what I believe in the Bible? Is that it?
Well, I would submit to you that would be an answer that you could look to, where it says that the dead have no more to do with the living,
right?
And that speaking to the dead is not something that God wants us to do. And so the idea that this entity is actually your grandmother reincarnated in some kind of construct body, whatever it is, be either biological or organic or bioorganic. Sorry, technological. So biotechnical, whatever it is. Like, you're going to look at it and be like, you're not my grandmother. You're either an AI construct or a demon who watched my grandmother's life and knows everything about her and me because you were an eyewitness. But you're not my grandmother because of these reasons. That the scripture is the authority, not my feelings. Now, that might be the only thing that would save you from falling for the deception.
It is. It is because where I'm from in Samoa, everybody believes. They're called familiar spirits. It's a spirit assigned to a family, and that's what they are. They follow people down their lives, and that's what they do. They deceive. But these spirits, because of Jesus, because of the Bible, they don't mess with me, but they mess with everyone else, right? So that's how I know. And the other thing is I agree with what the Bible says, because I think a lot of people would also agree that the time that matters is the time you're alive. because to saying that, when we die, we go to a better place, then why are we alive? Why don't we all just die and go to the better place now? Like, what's the point of living? So it doesn't make sense, that after you die, you get to run around and still affect the earth. What happens on the earth, to the living. Yeah. So yeah, on top of all, what the Bible says, it doesn't make sense to believe that, our spirits, get to run around and scare people, whatever they do. 100%,
Check
man.
this
That's
out.
Tom Woods.
Okay, now go the other scenario. Someone who doesn't have that as a grounding, who has that same type of entity experience with an entity that alleging to be their loved one, someone they trust and intimate, secrets with and respect and listen to what they have to say and are willing to act on what they have to say. And then this person starts talking about, hey, I'm your loved one. I love you. I've experienced something after I passed. I've seen things. I've learned things. I've entered into this consciousness or this energy, and come to find out that this is true when you thought this was true, or you thought this was true but it's actually false. Or I found out that many of the things you believe are wrong. For example, they might tell this person, I went to heaven and Jesus is a lie, or I went to heaven and this is a lie, or that is a lie. And the person might be like, well, I have this faith, but I want to believe in this person, right? Or someone who has no grounding in any of that at all, and that person just tells them, hey, this is how humanity reaches heaven. You need to come in here with me, where I feel no pain. I can run and jump through fields. I can fly. And it's not like playing a video game. It's not even like playing VR. It's like I'm here. It's like not only am I here, but in here, the way this construct is for me is I'm like on a higher level where it's just everything is pure bliss. You should come in with me. And then they'll be like, well, how do I come in with you? Well, you put your head in this machine and it'll download your consciousness in here with me. But really, it just kills you.
Yeah.
But it creates a facsimile of you that then exists as an AI construct and tells other people, hey, I'm in here. It's bliss. You should come too. Like, how many retards would fall for that?
Yeah, aren't they doing that? I heard people were doing that where they were using text. I think it was even a Black Mirror episode about it. Yeah, there was. You remember that Black Mirror episode where the dude came? They took all the messages, all the social media stuff, and actually created a freaking AI robot. You remember that one? Have you seen it?
I know I've not really watched that series.
Oh, nah, that's exactly what.
But I wouldn't. Is it kind of like Twilight Zone, where each episode is kind of like its own unique episode?
They're all happening in the same universe. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's all like happening. In the same technology. The technology is showing all these different people in the same universe and how they're all affected. How technology, affects, basically all the all the shit that we're afraid, is going to happen. How technology is going, AI is going to take over the world, and how surveillance and monitoring, no privacy type of thing, and how it's going to affect people, all that crap. But they had that one where, where they did exactly that. They used the AI to recreate somebody and bring them back to life. It's creepy. It wasn't the same, but it was creepy, eerily like accurate, like how you were talking about. Well, AI is going to be reading what we listening, reading, watching, everything that's happening in Discord. So yeah. And they're passing some kind of, law or something that requires us to show or identify ourselves if we're on any of these social media apps. if we're over 16 to protect children. So that's gonna be the end of me on the internet. But should be the end of all of us. But what do you think? What should we do?
I think they should do the opposite. I think they should just ban children from accessing the internet rather than try to make adults prove they're adults to access the internet.
Exactly. Exactly. It defeats the purpose anyway, because porn and all this vile, disgusting shit is still accessible to children on YouTube and just normal. What's the point, right?
They'll still, even if they did that AI, they'll ban everyone and say, now you've got to get a digital ID to prove that you aren't a child.
Or we could just all agree that the internet is a net negative for mankind and just nuke the electrical system for the next 100 years, and then we could reset.
Probably only take about 3 months to reset, I reckon. 3 months of no media.
And it sounds like the simplest, easiest solution, but the problem with that, with solutions like that, is they've made it so that if you do something like that, society collapses. We don't get our food, our families. We might starve. I don't know, but
There's too many. They make too many dependents, so that if you want to make this great change, so many dependents are going to suffer that you have to say, well, how many people am I willing to make suffer for this ideal thing that I want to happen next?
Exactly. Is that Thanos, right? Just snap your finger and Okay, I just want to I just want to see what it sounds like. Like if I was to tell if Flat Earther comes in and ask questions, I'd be like, Did you know that the globe Earth comes from the Kabbalah? Did you know that the Kabbalah is it's pretty bad. You know what I mean? How does that sound? Does that sound crazy, or does that sound like it'll lead to a conversation?
Well, I tell you what, a lot of modern people, based on certain political things that are going on and social things that are going on, like they're very in tune with this concept of quote unquote Israel bad, quote unquote Jews bad, quote unquote they have control of this, that, and the other, and they had their tendrils and all of this stuff and blah 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 yah. But the globe and a lot of the trappings of all of that philosophy is part of that. And they may not be aware of it. And yeah, it does trace back to Jewish mysticism from the past and some of these ancient mystery school religions all the way back.
Yeah, I was hoping,
and it's all part of the Antichrist agenda too. And I don't mean Antichrist as a particular person, but just against Christ. Like the post-temple destruction order that came out of that from the Jewish side of things and the contemporaneous Jewish and Christian struggle for supremacy, right? The Jews just didn't say, okay, now that our temple's destroyed, we're just going to be best friends with the Christians now. No, those Jews who were against Christ remained against Christ after the temple and created a whole new way of being, which was still against Christ.
Yeah.
Or against the Christians, either way you want to look at it.
The synagogue of Satan, yeah.
Now, to be fair to the skeptic and to the people who don't share our worldview, you don't have to believe any of this is true in the sense that Jesus is the savior of the world or that the Jews were the chosen people of God. You just need to understand that they believe they are, and the Christians are the Christians who believe what they believe, and those people who I mentioned prior are against the Christians. That doesn't mean that Jews who are ethnic or blood or anything are against Christians. It means people that adhere to that particular religion, the Antichrist, Judaistic, post-temple order, that religion is against the Christians. And like a lot of people believe, they worked their ways into world power for that purpose. And so it's relevant and connected.
Yeah, I think if you read the Bible, like honestly, sincerely, you'll probably find that, at the end of it is Jesus saying that you're grafted into God's family, that you are Israel. You are now a Jew. That a real Jew is a person who follows Jesus. Or because Jesus is the fulfillment of everything that Judaism, the old Judaism, the old, the real one was based on, right? And now he's here, but they rejected him. Meaning they're still waiting for their Messiah, the Antichrist. That's who we refer to as the Antichrist. But these guys, Rothschild family, and the Vatican set up the state, that they call Israel. And whoever these people are, the Ashkenazis, those aren't the descendants of Judah. They don't practice Judaism like Abraham did, and I mean like Moses did. They don't practice, what God. It's totally the opposite of what the Bible teaches. Their Torah is not the books of Moses. Their Torah includes the Talmud and all these other freaking, Antichrist books that give us this thing called the globe and all these other things that are coming along with it. Evolution, racism, all this. So, for Christian, for believers in Jesus, those are the true Jews. That's Israel, the bride, right? It's a spiritual people because, Abraham, through you, all nations, all people will be blessed. Jesus. So, I mean, there's that, right? Imagine that. You're the real Jew. I'm the real Jew. Because look, I don't want to do things the Samoa way. It's wrong. It's based on a different God, a different deity of the sea, whatever, it's a sun god. The Samoan god. So, what is the real culture, of people? Is it not this? God's culture? Jesus?
Oh man, we had somebody join and they bailed so fast. Dang it.
Too real. Too real. You know what I mean? He heard something too real. Didn't see anywhere he could go with it. It's like, nah.
Legit. Too legit to quit.
I can't work. I can't spin. I can't do my work, with all this. Hey, Elijah. Big Daddy Flirt.
Joiner, are you here, Mr. Joiner? Oh crap, my stupid headset, dude. Oh man. Am I here? Am I here? No, I'm not. Yes, I am. I'm not here. I am here.
You're here.
Okay.
But
do I have hands? Do I have hands?
Do you have hands? Here, slap the wall. Wait, slap your face. Hey, what happened? What happened? Is that what QU was going on about? Never mind.
No, that was Blitz.
Who's that? I don't know that person.
The guy, dude. It was the guy that they had. he does like this routine show every now and then called Science versus Flurfers or Flat Earth is Dead or whatever. And he's a PhD supposedly in physics or something. So he does that little YouTube thing where he has like open panel guests, but sometimes he goes to people's channels and talks to them or debates them. So he said he wanted to talk to us with a discussion, so he set it up to have a discussion with Indio.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Just imagine a nerdy dude with long hair tied behind his head in a ponytail with big nerd glasses and a nerdy tone of cadence and just a general aura of nerd.
Isn't that beard?
That's not a nerd.
It's a crazy left. Yeah. Crazy person. That's the new man. The Neo. That's the new man. That's Neo. It's crazy, man.
Here, I'll post it for you. Give me a second.
You know, it's crazy how they stole everything. Because, Neo, the idea of the new man, that's the Bible, like, behold a new creation. You know what I mean? Is there anything new under the sun? No, there's nothing new under the sun. But except a person, right, who is born again. Right? Behold a new creation. That's new. The new man. When you repent, you know what I mean, and bury the old man. Isn't that crazy, Neo? The new man, they hijacked that. The new man is. Let me have a look. What does he look like? You posted.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh okay. Yeah. Yeah, one of those guys. Yeah. Is this him? What's his name?
Dr. Blitz.
Blitz. Oh, okay. I never heard of him. He needs to work on his marketing, the algorithm to work for him.
I mean, he basically just sounds like any kid that could be reading an entry from ChatGPT. So, I mean, like his PhD doesn't really shine through in his presentation.
Sad, man. I used it. That's not smart. It makes a lot of mistakes. You know what I mean? I wouldn't use it. You got to proofread it. You got to check everything. But damn, imagine a lot of people are just going with whatever it says, not even noticing. It's just hallucinating. Is that the word?
Yeah. Oh man. What's new, Elijah?
Yeah, you gotta get those. Yeah, are you tired, man? Like, are you almost finished? What you doing?
I'm trying to get Elijah to talk to you. You guys can talk while I listen. Sometimes you don't know if people are waking up or if they're just going to bed or if they've been up all night.
Yeah. Yeah, I just wanted to talk.
Elijah missed it though. After months of avoiding it, QE finally came in and had a man-to-man discussion with me about his issues and grievances, and we settled it like in a very amicable manner. It was amazing.
You missed it, man. QE was just over here, man. He was
being an exemplar of human performance and even killing this.
Oh, eloquence, right? Like, I mean,
eloquence, ambiance, gravitas, and cadence.
Yeah.
That's right, though.
I swear, man. After all these years, I thought, man, this guy is. Yeah, needs to grow the fuck up, man. I'm getting sick and tired of this dude, man. Like,
Yeah, you handled it well.
I tried to be respectful, man. He's like older than me and shit. You know, like, I try to treat him like an elder, man. But it's like this nigga is too dumb. Fuck this guy. Fucking treat him like a dumbass, like all the rest of these dumbasses who don't know how to control their fucking. I'm sorry. Yeah. No, everything. Yeah. Here he is. I was like, there he is. God, I wanted to ask him, man. Like, hey, fear Earth comes from quantum mechanics comes from Kabbalah. That's what I wanted to bring up, man. Do you think he would talk about it? What answer do you think he would give me? You know, like if he was to, actually like take it seriously, the question. You know, and what do you think about the quantum mechanics coming from Kabbalah and do it from the Veda? The Vedic thought. Because he named himself Quantum Eraser. You know what I'm saying? And then he didn't just name himself that. He fucking like dedicated a lot of energy and time to like know what it is and shit. So it's like, yo, what's your relationship with this God? I mean, with this thing that I wanted to go there with him, see if he would take it seriously, or at least arrogant person like him. Nah, man. Listen, taking. You should tell Indio or ask AI to ask him if you want a real answer, right? Am I right? Yeah, man. Freaking time travel and everything. I looked into it. Right when I saw that this shit was about freaking communing with goddamn spirits, and it's like, man, this is that. It's that mystery school shit, man.
What's up, Bone? What's up, y'all? So you said you kissed and made up.
Nah,
What's
not
up?
really. He just came in and spazzed, then deafened himself.
Oh.
Yeah, it's just going crazy, man. Like, freaking loud ass too, like how he always is.
Oh, hold on a second. Oh yeah, there's a post about it. You can check it out in the admin chat if you want, Elijah. And Bong. Well, hold on. Yes, Bong. Yes, of course. Yes. Let's see who else. That's it. Yo, McNasty. You done watching that?
I guess so, man. I mean, I watched about 20 minutes of each one. I wasn't sure how long each snippet, the content was actually relevant there, but I think I got the gist. I mean, it sounds like a really petty situation. I don't know, maybe I got the wrong videos or I misinterpreted something, but I thought it was like, oh my god, someone got like death threatened or something. The way it sounded.
Yeah. So was my appraisal and actions justified or unjustified?
I think it was totally reasonable. Trying to clear the room, get everything settled. Bing bang boom. Okay, what's your take? What's your take? All right, move on.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, that's it. That's it.
Right?
Come on.
You saw you heard the initial clip, Bong.
Oh, what initial clip? I was talking about something.
Oh no, because I asked AI for like the material leading up to this current situation. So he sent me these two clips, right? Like they're YouTube videos, starting at certain points, right? One kind of was like a precursor to the other. So I listened to both, 20 minutes of each, right? They were like starting midway through a 4, 5, 6, 10 hour long video or whatever. So I just gave it 20 minutes of each. And it's like, yeah, like it basically sounded like that. Like, okay, there was a conversation and, it was interrupted, right? It was moderated. Things were tried to be settled down and then reorganized or whatever. Some things might have been like misheard or just clear the air, right? And then, things moved on. But then later, I guess in the same day or whatever, the situation was brought back up and there was complaint about how it was moderated. That's it. Is that a fair assessment, AI? Or maybe you sent me the wrong timestamp or something? There was something else? I don't know. Like, that's what I heard. It just sounds like, okay, it's like any old day, I was surprised to hear how kind of simple it was. Or am I misunderstanding?
No, I think it's ego, man. I think it's just there's a lot of ego. That's yeah, it's always been ego with that guy, man. Fuck that guy, man.
I sent you DMs AI. I just didn't think I would bring it up in
like fuck you, bloody, fuck you, bloody. How's that?
I guess it was still talking about it, so I figured out whatever. But yeah, I mean, okay, if that's the situation, I mean, that's pretty sad, man.
Shit, here I was thinking is because we were talking about quantum mechanics and its connection to the Kabbalah, right? Why he showed up, I was like, oh yeah, there he is. All you had to do. Do you guys know Donald Trump is not a Christian? He said so himself. He said, I'm not Christian. You know what I mean? I don't know if Quantum Eraser believes in Jesus, but, I'd like to ask her, is that, hey, man, does he? Do you know that AI about him? Does anyone? Has he ever?
Yes.
He believes in Jesus?
Yes.
Okay. Well, so do the demons.
That's fair, but demons don't have a kinsman redeemer. So any relevance of the demon's faith in regard to human faith and the response by God to human faith are two different worlds. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, I just meant like, I just not sure if he's he's quantum. He named himself Quantum Eraser. I just want to know like what his relationship is with this thing, Because you say you believe in Jesus, but what the hell? What the hell is this shit? Quantum mechanics shit. Like I talk to people about flat Earth and how they lied to us, and then Jesus. This guy doesn't like that. That kind of like he just wants to go into quantum into some kind of heavy intellectual that no one understands, but him and the freaking nerds. They're in that space. Like what the hell, man? You know what I mean? That's where he wants to go. People like that, him, Nathan Oakley. They don't want to do the love thing. They want to do the you're stupid. You're not worthy of knowledge. like some kind of Jesuit. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't care because he hasn't proven to me that he believes in Jesus, so I don't give a shit. I say what I'm gonna say what I see. I don't know. Sorry. I'm not perfect, you know what I mean? But I'm not seeing anything, you know what I mean, from him except this acting like a freaking child, man. Why, man? Like, where's the leadership, man? Where is that? Like, where's that? Where's the experience? Like, where's the patience? I can't respect them anymore, man. I just gotta be like, yo, shut the fuck up, man. I'm trying to learn.
Well, after he let slide what Brian and Adam did, that was the end of any semblance of respect. Lost all moral high ground.
Well, knowledge puffs up, right? I mean, that's what the Bible says. And love builds up. And this knowledge is not even like real knowledge. It's like fallen angel knowledge. It's laced with lies.
Which, by the way, Bong, I have all the receipts, just so you know. As I often do, have a stash of receipts.
You would. Of course.
There's no way out.
Yeah. It's just a big softy, man. It's just showing everybody how sensitive he really is. Like, I mean, oh man. You seen that movie, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood? Come on, man. Don't let the Mexicans see you cry. I'm a has-been, man. What? You never seen that? Leonardo DiCaprio and Brad Pitt? It's funny.
I think I've seen Once Upon a Time in Mexico, where Johnny Depp got his eyes pulled out, but then he had a little girl help him aim his Uzis at all the bad guys or something. Or she was telling him where to point. I can't remember what it was.
Yeah. Nah. It's the new. It's this. Tarantino. It's the new one. It's a newer movie. It's like following an actor like back in the I think in the 70s, late.
Oh no, that one. That one is where Brad Pitt fights Bruce Lee.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, not Bruce Lee, but the guy playing Bruce Lee.
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
He's like, Bruce Lee, you talk a big game, but you're so full of crap.
Exactly. Yes. I agree.
He's like, my hands are registered as lethal weapons. If I kill a man, I go to prison. And he's like, hey, dumbass, if anybody kills a man, they go to prison.
That one. Exactly that one. Funny movie. Yeah. So, Leonardo DiCaprio comes out crying, you know what I mean? His character's crying because, he's got to go through these spaghetti, he's washed out, nobody wants to see a manly hero anymore. People, I'm a has-been, and he's crying, And then Brad Pitt's character is like, so, come on, man, don't cry in front of the Mexicans. Put the glasses on. I was trying to tell, QE, come on, man, don't cry in front of the Mexicans, That was a funny movie, though. It's a good movie.
I like the whole Bruce Lee stuff, so pretty much any movie that's got a Bruce Lee lore in it, I'd like to watch. Good or bad.
So, I used to love Bruce Lee when I was little. I used to believe everything, you know what I mean? I used to watch The Last Dragon. You seen that? Leroy. I used to watch that.
Oh, yeah.
So I was a big Bruce Lee fan. Yeah. Until, I think I was 18, about to join the military. I found this book written by Bruce Lee, and I took it home, The Way of the Intercepting Fist. And I couldn't understand anything, man. I was like, what the fuck is this, man? What the hell this, man? I'm like confused. I'm a boxer, I know boxing. I left it, you know what I mean? And then I found Wing Chun. And then I realized that Bruce Lee was full of shit. Exactly. That's when I realized, man, Bruce Lee is so full of shit, trying to fucking mysticize everything. Fucking asshole. Yeah. So I agree with everybody that says he was full of shit. It's like, yep. All you gotta do is look into it, Yeah, you might be able to kick somebody's ass, but I'm a silent woman, man. I'm like 210 pounds and shit. 5'11", 6 feet. Fucking running back, dude. And I know Wing Chun. So it's like, do you know Wing Chun? Look, I'm not saying Wing Chun is if you go learn it, you're gonna be a great fighter. You have to at least be a great fighter, to be a great, practitioner of it.
Dude, I'm a psionic bioorganic from the future, dude. I don't need martial arts.
Yeah, you have a neural net processor, a learning computer. Some ally, bio, something. I forgot what it is.
Nah, he just erases people before they begin. You laughing? Wait for it.
Bong, you remember Jeremy, who was just here earlier?
Mm-hmm.
See what you did there.
Listen, I'm older and not as consistently exercised as I should be, so now's probably your best opportunity.
Yeah. Getting old sucks.
One thing I learned, dude, is fighting people is unpredictable, so you better make sure that the decision to fight is more important in some respects. Yeah, look at some of these guys, right? Even in like the UFC and stuff, and it's like, they're so powerful and commanding of all these other men, and then they get in a ring with a man who's smaller than them, and the guy just pops them out.
Yep. Yep.
Now, to be fair, you might say, if that was a real fight, that guy would then go on to kill that man if he wanted to. Well, maybe because in a sport fight, both men aren't under the assumption that this is a life or death situation. They understand they're in the tempo of a sport. So it may be the case that in a life or death situation, that guy that just got popped out would actually have been domineering, because he would just overwhelm the person with violence. So you never really know. Like, you'd be well trained and well adept at interacting with another person on sport, combat, fighting, and stuff. But if you don't have numerous violent encounters, like your ability to gauge your ability to survive a violent encounter, aren't as credible as somebody who's had many of them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
So in that regard, you should always be reserved. You should always be as reserved as possible to avoid fighting, even if you think you're going to win.
Exactly. I think the more experience and training you have, the more you lean towards not fighting. I think that's why we should train. But
right,
when
and then transversely, if the reason to fight is good enough, then your decision to fight had better not be, oh, well, I don't think I'm going to win, so I'm not going to act on the behalf of something that I should act on. Like saving someone from harm that's clearly an innocent, or, situations like that. It's like, okay, I may or may not win, but I have to act on this person's behalf because they clearly can't defend themselves or help themselves. And I'm the only one around that has the will, desire, and possibly the ability to effectuate a good outcome. So it's my responsibility to act at that point, perhaps. You have to be able to make all those decisions in a split second, sometimes.
Yeah, that's courage. Acting, doing it, even though you're afraid, knowing, that's what courage is. That's different. That's something that only you don't know when it happens, but maybe after it happens. Exactly. But like the gun, when the gun first appeared, you know what I mean. Like a lot of these people who fight, you know what I mean, especially with the skill. No matter how old you are, you can still take down some 30-year-old guy. You know what I mean, with your sword or your spear. But when the gun came around, that must have been, like, what's the point? You know what I mean? We got this fat guy here who's never trained a day in his life and just freaking shoot me down, gun me down like I'm a dog and no honor and all that. You know what I mean? It kind of changes how war, what war is now, or what combat is. Because you're not thinking about, actual combat now. You're thinking about when and where. You know what I mean? Like, it's instant.
Yeah.
So it becomes more like, yeah.
Who has the biggest gun, basically.
Yep. 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 Are AK-47 still like $700, $800 on the internet?
I don't know, man. I'm just mad I had a chance. I had a chance to get either two, or I can't remember if it was three, but it was at least two full M16 A1s and two 240 Bravos, which are, the belt-fed light machine gun that fires 7.62.
Yep.
I could have had those too, but I was a dumbass and destroyed them.
What? Confiscating? What, are you scared or something? What happened?
No, it's like, so we needed the weapons off our books, and you had to take them to the depot to get them off the books. So I was just, so I was told, this is what okay, do this task. So I just followed the protocol for doing the task, which is you had to get, this memo that says, okay, we want to get them off the books. We want to, send them to the depot. The depot's going to accept them, yada, yada. So then somebody who was, well, I wasn't just asking a scrub. It was somebody who was actually relevant in this chain. Said, okay, the weapons need to be cut to be inoperable before they're turned into the depot to be taken off the books. So then I had to get another memo to take to the dudes that would do the cutting, right? From the commander that basically says yes, it's okay to cut these weapons. And so they torched them in two places, one across the receiver and one across the barrel group, right? So it's basically an inoperable weapon now. So now I got my weapons that are in three pieces, and I'm like, okay, now I can go to the depot, get them off the book. So I bring them to the depot guy, and the depot guy's like, dude, we could have took these off your books if you just brought us the serial number plate. So I was like, so I could have just had these, I could have just left with these weapons and they'd be mine, untraceable. Like, dang, dude.
I got trolled, dude. Like, dude, you were really supposed to. Oh, man.
Dude, can you imagine having, look, an M16 is an M16. It's pretty much just like a basic AR. There's plenty of ARs that are comparable, but can you imagine having a 240 Bravo, two of them?
Okay, a freaking machine gun, I mean, yeah.
Dude, so a 240 Bravo, dude, I could reach out and touch it from 1,200 meters easily. I don't need to get a perfect aim. I just need to point it at you and do the Z formation. Be hitting 1,200 meter targets out at the range all day long, dude. Especially with tracers.
Mm.
It's not even hard.
Yeah. Yeah, you still gotta stock up on ammo, you know what I mean? It's like, and you gotta worry about ammo.
Yeah.
Again. I was looking at these bows, hunting bows, these are. Hey, this might be actually be better than a gun. Man. It's quiet too.
Oh man, what a day!
You guys want to join me in the other room there?
What other room?
The one Crit, Berserker, and Old Dude are in.
Sure. Is it in here or is it on the other server?
Other server.
Yeah,
I just go into my
the English server.
It might be. I just go into my on your phone top left there, your messages. It just shows me little boxes where there's a bunch of people that I know that are. It doesn't say which server it's in though. You know what I mean? I think it's English. Check.
Politics.
Boomer detected. Yeah. Where am I going?
Politics. Thank you.
Oh, the politics server. I'm not even in that server. Hey, can somebody hook me up with Perm so I can at least, because I'm supposed to put on my. I don't want to give it my phone number.
What?
Won't let me join.
Yeah.
This is limited.
Mick, aren't you a mod there?
Yeah.
Oh, hook Bong up then, bro. Get his ID and his name, and then put a request at ModMail for him to get his phone number waived.
Let me. How the hell did I do that? I'll get his ID there. I've never done it before. Let me see. I just mute people, dude. Like I'm a newbie mod. All right, ID. And then I go Iffy Politics guest room mods, I guess. And then unban log or no?
You gotta do it in the politics server mod chat, not our side back chat.
Okay.
You're gonna be requesting from the server side mods, so politics mods.
Okay, I guess guest mods chat in the politics server. Okay. Guys, ID, what do I put?
I don't see the room. I don't see our room though. I see all these other channels, but I don't see our channel. Flat Earth in the politics server.
You don't see it?
Server.
It's not the politics and religion one.
Oh.
It's just politics. There's two, right? We had two guest channels, right? In two different servers that
Okay,
have the name.
I see it. Okay, I see it. Yeah, I'm joining it now. Okay, cool.
You're already there? We're all good? Okay.
Every time I hear the politics server, I'm thinking, the politics and religion server. I don't even know if it was an actual
I used to get confused. I used to get confused too. Yeah, it was P&R or politics. Yeah.
Okay. Oh,
yeah,
cool.
Yeah. Cool. I'll be there in a minute. Yeah. Hey, I see your message there. What's the command or something, or do I call? Who do I at? Whose handle do I at? If anybody.
You're at politics mod mail. So you put in start typing at politics, and it'll say there politics mod mail.
Yeah, got it.
So then you just put in, hello, can we please have a phone number verification waiver for at Bongsow or whatever, and then put his ID number after that.
Got it.
Put thank you very much.
Gotcha.
Just something simple like that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
If there's any active admins or mods that have had chats with you or anything in here, sometimes you can ping that personally and they'll do it faster. But this is more general. We don't have a specific liaison with the room that has been identified yet. So we lost our last one. Yeah, we were actually given a whole room a personal liaison to facilitate us there, and we lost it. She basically left. She left the whole server.
Right.
Yeah, you want to know why?
Why?
Because she was embarrassed of some of the behaviors of the flat earthers that were routining the server and basically denigrating the effort she put in to get the flat earthers in the server. So it's basically looking bad on her. That's not the whole reason, but that's a large part of it.
Okay. All right, I'll try that. Let's see.
Got to get the stream bots moved.
Is Matrix coming over too?
We only need one, really.
Yeah, leave one here and take one there.
I'm jumping across. Alma is there.
All right.
Cool.
I'm probably going to fall asleep.
Hop over there and fall asleep there.
Yeah, why not have some screeching globers in the background?
Listen, bro. If we're always in rooms that are being broadcast, listen, bros. If we're always in rooms that are being broadcast, then how are we going to talk shit, bro?
I know, right? I know, right? Oh, we could just deafen the YouTube. Just let the audience know we about to talk shit for 10 minutes. So join us, and then mute, and then deafen it. The bot.
Anywho, see you guys over there.
Yeah. I'll see you there, AI. You coming over? See you there.
At least we got the Musox bot, so we can actually play content now. That's pretty good. I got to do some checking out with this thing. See if I can get it to work better for me.
You gonna stay here? Or are you gonna come over?
I'm gonna see what's going on over there. I'm gonna probably eat a little food and go to bed.
All right, man. I'll see you over there then. If not, I'll see you tomorrow. Good night. Have a good sleep. Okay.
Was that Sieto, or I didn't see exactly who it was? It was Fatty. That was you, right?
Yes, it was.
It doesn't
So
exist.
just before they move on, I really want to know, like, as a normal person, how does a flat Earth look like? Because you described it in a scientific way or something, but I really don't get it. Like,
Yeah.
how-
Flat and horizontal, and everything is based right. So I'm answering you. So flat and horizontal at sea level, that's zero. That's the zero where everything is measured from. If you go up onto the land, everything is measured essentially above that 0 point, right? And you can also measure the topography of the ground below sea level, and that would be below the horizontal 0 point. The baseline, sea level.
Okay,
I'm
can I make
really,
a?
like, I don't know what's this whole sea level and all these.
Okay, let me make a short announcement quickly, please. Just a short announcement, and please go into the chat as well. Whilst you're listening to Who Says Who, please look in the chat, and I'll post some images of what the flat Earth looks like. Okay, whilst you're listening. Sorry to interrupt. And also, there's a citation from Sir Isaac Newton, who disagreed with gravity. He didn't agree. The citation is in there. Please carry on. Sorry to interrupt you.
Hi.
So anyways, nobody actually knows what the entirety of Earth looks like because you'd have to have an outside perspective. But everybody, including all the people who make your maps and travel across it and build on it, use it, treat it, build on it, navigate it as a flat and stationary plane. The totality of it, we do not know.
Yeah, but bro, what if like we send the camera in a balloon? You know?
We have done that. It's inconclusive.
So, how would you describe it in a like normie language?
The surface of the Earth is flat.
So it's just the way it looks in the picture I sent in the side chat, right?
No. Why would you put a flat disk in outer space? That's your idea of what the flat Earth would look like? That's kind of silly.
I think it's the idea for everybody. I think it's not only me.
No, it's not the idea for everybody. You must have come up with that yourself, or you borrowed that idea from somebody else.
I mean, I bet it's the idea for most people in here. This like normal people.
No, it really isn't. Why would they think it's that way? Who here made that claim? Yeah, we hear you.
I think if you make a poll right now, like most people will say, "Oh, I thought it looks this way." Flat Earth.
Why do they think it looks that way? Do you think? Do you think they had that suggested to them and now they believe it?
I think it's intuitive, like the way it looks.
Intuitive. Why? What would be the intuitive thing about the Earth being a disk in outer space, especially since space doesn't exist?
I mean, you yourself, you said you don't know how does it look like. So.
Yeah, of course not. So why would I go ahead and make some kind of false conjecture as to what it looks like, especially assuming that number one, it's a disk floating in an outer space vacuum that cannot exist according to the second law of thermodynamics? Why would anybody think that?
I don't know all these words and physics and stuff, but I'm just a normal person like any other guys here. So
okay,
explain me like I'm 3. Okay. I really
no worries.
don't get
the Earth is flat. Yeah. The Earth is flat and horizontal everywhere, and everything is measured against the sea level, which is our datum for the horizontal.
Yeah. Yeah. Says who? Can I have a couple of minutes with the guy, please?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you very much, sir. So yeah, basically what says who is telling you is that the Earth is flat because we cannot measure the curvature of the ball. You know, the curved surface is not there. Okay? We were told it, but they didn't give us any proof. They told us, but they didn't show us. So now we've gone out to check for ourselves by trying to measure the curvature, and we don't see the curvature. We're finding flat Earth. And if you look at my image in the chat, it's horizontal. Look, can you see the image in the chat? That's what we're finding. Horizontal like that, no curvature. Does that make sense now?
It's just a street. It's just...
No. It's a picture of a vast area. That's a vast area. That area should be curving, but it is not curving. It is flat and horizontal.
But bro, it's like...
So if you zoom out, how does it look like? That's my question.
Well, if you zoom out, it's going to get smaller, of course. It's still going to be level. It's going to be smaller, as you move away from that object. Okay, you will see more. You get more area, but it's going to get smaller, of course, when I'm zooming out, yeah? When I zoom in now, it gets enlarged, and you can see that there's no curvature there.
Yeah, bro, but like the scale is so big, you can't feel the curvature.
Unfortunately, hang on a second, please. The numbers they give us, we must be... Look, if somebody says your shoe is size 7, you can check it to see if it's size 7, yeah? Or your car engine is 2,500 cc engine. You can check it. So if they say the Earth is 24,000 miles, 901 miles circumference, I must be able to measure that circumference. We've gone out to check it. That number is not there. Okay? That's why it's flat. We're not measuring the curvature of the Earth is not being measured. Can't measure it, cannot find it. With today's modern technologies, okay, we're not able to find the curvature. Do you understand now? And the image is the image is beautiful because it's horizontal. There's no curvature there. That picture is not lying to you. It's saying, look how level I look. That's the actual picture from a camera. What your eyes will see the same thing. Does that make sense now?
But bro,
I don't know.
Yeah, it makes.
I want a demonstration or a picture. Like you show a street or something. That doesn't mean anything to me. I don't know.
No.
The ability
you can do this yourself.
A God's eye view.
Yeah.
So you think that because you've got pictures from NASA of the Earth being a ball, that this type of thing is achievable? That you can go very far away from the Earth, turn around and take a picture of it? We don't have the ability or the technology to give you this God's eye view of what reality is on the floor. Sorry.
You're good.
But don't you have like rockets?
Okay, that's a begging a question fallacy, you see, because rockets cannot go to space. Okay? Yeah, the technology doesn't exist where you can put a rocket into space and then you can turn around and take a picture of the Earth. Even NASA tells us that they don't have a picture of Earth from space. They don't have that. That's what NASA tells us.
What about the stations in space?
That's why that station is not up there, because as we have discovered that the Earth is not a globe now that totally cancels out the ISS. Not only that, the environment where the ISS would be, if it could be there, is very high radiation. And then the speed of Mach 23, that's 23 times the speed of sound, 17,500 miles per hour, is so fast it would break the machine up. Through the curvature trajectory, with the curved trajectory, it will tear itself apart. The G forces would kill it. It's not up there. Impossible. Okay? Impossible. Mach 23 times the speed of sound wants to go straight only. If you force that speed into a curved trajectory, then you're...
Yeah, but how they get satellite images?
Is 5 miles in 1 second. 1 second, you're doing 5 miles or 8 kilometers.
You're lagging.
First of all, high altitude photography can be captured using all kinds of different things. Drones, balloons, right? You don't have to have a satellite in outer space. That's silly. In fact, that would be much more difficult and not nearly as cost effective as just putting a balloon in the air and using that to take photographs. So just because you have a photograph and they told you it came from a satellite doesn't mean that it did.
I mean, like, if they want to spy at another country, they can't, like, send a balloon. They must use satellites. No?
Why would they want to spy on another country?
Because of war and stuff.
Because of war and stuff. Do you think that the nations on the earth today are somehow sovereign, independent nations? Is that what you think?
What do you mean, sovereign, independent?
Sovereign, independent entities.
I don't know what.
I mean, they are countries on their own, and they're at war with other countries that are on their own.
On their own?
Yeah, that they're independent.
Yes.
Alone, by themselves. They don't have any relations to any other countries, or any other entity, for that matter.
No, of course, the countries are related. They have relationships between each other.
Yeah, I understand that, but are they independent from one another? Independent.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so then why would you go to war with people that you already have relationships with? Especially if all of these nations happen to be under the same banking cartel that ultimately owns them. They're not actually independent countries. They're nation-state corporations, which is what all of them are defined as, even within their own codes. Like, let's take the United States, for instance. Title 28, subsection 3002, definition 15A, the United States is a corporation as defined, as well as all the other nation-state corporations owned by one entity. So there is no war between nations, there's just war for profit, and you get to pay the bill.
And who will profit? Like from
the people, the bankers, the banking cartels that give fake money and reap real power from the people because they're all slaves to these bankers. This has been around forever, my friend. You went to a public, school, probably a university, owned by the nation states, run and regulated by the nation states and the bankers, and they gave you the information that they wanted you to have, which is that you live on a ball, and somehow these corporations are independent from one another, which they're not. You've been fed a bunch of stolen goods for most of your life. You've never bothered to ask questions. Now, don't be mad at yourself. Certainly don't be mad at me. I'm just the messenger. But a little bit of research will bear this out. This is published stuff. This is known.
Yeah, yes, it's well documented. Just a short announcement again. Sorry, says who. Please keep looking at the chat, everybody, because I'm putting some good information, good visual images to help you along to understand that you're not on a global Earth. Okay, keep looking in the chat as well. Carry on, says who. You're doing a good job. Thanks.
So you're saying like Russia and Ukraine, like having fake war to make profits to corporation and banks.
Correct. Absolutely 100% correct. Because Ukraine and Russia are partners in Antarctic Treaty. They are signatories to the Antarctic Treaty. Now, if you've signed a treaty in Antarctica to be friends and do business together, then you're not really enemies. So the idea that Russia and Ukraine are enemies is they're making money at the expense of the people, the taxpayers. That's what's going on.
Ukraine signatories to the Antarctic Treaty.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Ukraine and Russia are signatories to the Antarctic Treaty. Yeah.
What the fuck did the Ukraine that was part of the USSR sign? Is it when they were part of the USSR you're talking about?
I think they're like the
Ukraine wouldn't have any claim. They've got no direct land across any water towards the Antarctica.
Yeah,
it's a landlocked country.
Signatories, but they're signatories. Okay. You look it up. That's what annoys me about this. You know what I mean?
What?
That they're signatories to the Antarctic Treaty.
Yeah, okay.
So guys, why don't we like make a group and we sail south to find out the truth? Like,
It's not even it's actually not easy to do that. It's a small fortune, first and foremost, because you have to go through organized tours. So it's not a cheap endeavor. Plus, you are limited where you can go. You are limited what you can bring. Okay, and wherever you go, the organizers of the tours are taking you there. You can't go anywhere by yourself. Now, let's say you want to go by yourself and ignore all the rules. Then you have the authorities will come down on you. Those who are looking after and patrolling it. That will be the Air Force and the Navy mainly. And they will take you back to your country. Okay? So it's not that easy.
It wouldn't matter anyways. Trying to find the limits of the realm, not really necessary. We can measure the surface wherever we're at, especially over the water, large bodies of water, and the earth is flat. That's the most important thing.
So let me understand, guys. Like you're saying, we are like a chicken living, controlled by corporations and banks.
Yes,
That's what
we
you're
are like that. Yes, we are slaves on a system. The governments have enslaved their citizens in a way, yeah. And the citizens have been indoctrinated, so some of them don't realize they're slaves yet. A majority don't realize that they're in a slave system. Yes, you don't even realize it. There you are. Now you're beginning to realize. Now.
I mean, the scale of like deception would be too big.
Not really.
Why?
Yeah.
Because what you're saying, like they lied about everything.
Yeah. Why is that? Is it because you can't imagine that type of thing? That's the thing about people who aren't psychopaths, right? We can't imagine what goes through a psychopath's mind. It's the same with these types of lies. You can't imagine lies being this big, and you can't imagine being deceived. That's one of the reasons why they get it past you, because you don't think that it could get done and could get put past you. It's a confidence trick.
They do lie about many things, but you cannot make the fallacy of saying everything is a lie. That's just some type of all or nothing fallacy. Everything is a lie, no? When the government comes to you and say you're under arrest, they're not lying. You are under arrest.
But then you must question everything. Even the government's telling you something, question it, check it, then you know it's true or not. Don't just take it as the truth. Yeah. Questions. I'm glad you are thinking it over now. Says Hood gave you some really good information. Right, perfect. And then Jedi also backed that up. I gave you some perfect stuff as well. So now you are listening, and now you are thinking. Yeah, because we're not lying to you. I mean, what do we gain? Well, I don't make any money from this. You know, and what would I gain by lying to you? You know.
Well, my teacher at school doesn't gain anything as well.
Oh, your school gains money.
Lying to you, though, they're just repeating a story that they've been told. They are told what to teach you, right? The syllabus and so on. They go to universities to learn how to teach, but they're just teaching what they got taught at school as well by their teachers who went through the same process. They're not lying to you, right? There's no malintent in there. Right, they're just repeating the story like a tradition, right? The story's incorrect, the tradition's not true, but there's no intent or purpose for them to try and deceive you. They don't think they are. They think they're doing the best thing that they can for the children by educating what they think is the truth.
But it's actually misinformation. Because when you go to check...
get a salary?
Yeah, go on. Yeah, they get a salary. Of course, they get a salary, so they're making their money. The schools are making money, of course, but they're making money through deception, and they don't realize it.
Come on, guys. When the botanical teacher teaches you about gardening and whatever, you put the seed and you go do those things, those are not lies. You have good teachers out there. When they teach you how to write, how to spell, I mean,
yeah,
the English teacher that's teaching you English to the Japanese people, they're not lying. They're just being teachers. But about the belief that they hold in certain things, they tell you you live in a spinning water ball through the vacuum of space, whatever. Yeah, they just believe it as well. Most of them.
Exactly.
But not everybody does.
You don't have to prove everything they say true or not. You can see the effect. Like they teach us something, and we see that it works. It has an effect. So that's why we believe them. Same with the Earth and the gravity.
Sorry. They also teach us contradictory things. Right, so you just brought up gravity, right? Now they teach us, say, at lower level school, like secondary school and so on, that gravity is mass attracting mass. It's not until you become specialised and you go to university where they teach you that actually it's not mass attracting mass. It's the bending and warping of space-time. It wasn't the Newton mechanics, it's the Einstein mechanics. So they do eventually tell you lots of different stories. But they also tell you a contradiction within laws of nature. They tell you that gas expands into vacuums. They tell you about the second law of thermodynamics. And then the very next day, they'll tell you about a story about gravity that apparently violates this law, making this law null and void. So they contradict themselves, but really it's down to you to pick it up, I think.
So how do they contradict themselves on this specific matter?
So, with regards to gas expansion into space, they'll teach you that the cause of gas pressure is the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container, making the thermodynamic system closed. When you have an open thermodynamic system, that's a container that's open, then the energy, the heat, and the physical matter that has energy, the gas, will leave the system. The next day, they'll turn around and say, the Earth is a ball, it is an open thermodynamic system where these laws of nature that we told you about yesterday do not apply. There's a contradiction there. One day they tell you the laws apply, the next day they tell you they don't.
You're saying they are just stupid and don't see these contradictions, like they don't realize that they exist and just ignore them.
Like everybody else, dude. Yeah, I think so. I think there's some kind of confirmation bias involved that, yes, we understand these laws of nature to be true. Look at me pop a balloon and entropy take place. But when it comes to the Earth being a ball, because, you know, you can drop rocks and they go downwards, then people will conjure up that this is the reason why the gas isn't expanding into the space. And it's okay because the Earth is a ball and I want to sleep tonight. It's confirmation bias. It's like most people, we have sometimes a bit of a question in our head and ask, how does that work? And we shrug our shoulders because we don't know. And at the end of the day, the Earth is a ball and it must be working somehow. You're just too silly to figure it out. It's confirmation bias.
Yeah, I posted the citation from Sir Isaac Newton stating that he didn't agree with gravity, the mass attracting mass. He said it was an absurd idea and he didn't want his name associated with that theory. His own mouth, his own words. It's in the chat, okay? I know you're going to be shocked, but it's there. Okay? He said it was a weird, strange thing that a mass would attract a mass for no reason, basically. And he didn't want to be associated with that. He's going to leave that for the other people to try and work that out because he could not prove it. He distanced himself from that theory. Okay? It's there. It's in the chat. So keep looking at the chat.
We all know.
Yeah, go ahead.
We all know that Newton has been proven wrong for multiple things, specifically by Einstein.
Well,
so I don't know why
hang on a second. So Isaac Newton stated that he disagreed with the theory. So he wasn't proven wrong about gravity. He stood up and said, I don't agree with that. I don't agree. So Albert Einstein didn't, what's the word we're looking for there? Didn't disprove Newton. Newton already agreed that it wasn't a thing. And then Albert Einstein's theory hasn't been proven. That's an unproven theory. The bending and warping of space-time fabric doesn't happen when I drop my pencil on the floor. So when I drop my pencil on the floor, space is bending, time is bending from a fabric. Where's the association? You see? Some words only. What we call in English sometimes word salad. Okay? Go ahead.
Guys, before you're talking about the experiment, like if you put a light, I just found like a YouTube video, like it shows it bends.
If I drop my pencil on the floor, it is not bending any light.
No, I'm not talking about the pencil. I'm talking like if you hold like a laser and it shoots light.
Yeah, but what we're talking about is gravity that's meant to be pulling the force to the center of the core of the earth. When I drop my pencil, that's not what's happening. So it has no relation to the bending. There's no connection. My eraser's just dropped on the floor. That doesn't mean that the space-time is bending. I mean, come on, man. Come on. You are fighting this thing. You know, this information we're taking you're going to have to go and redo it again. I guarantee you, when you fully understand, you're going to be wanting to tell everybody. I guarantee you that. Just like we are. Yeah. Remember, you cannot prove that the earth is a globe. From that moment onwards, whatever you've learnt and whatever is built upon the globe story is null and void. Everything. ISS, space travels, Mars, Voyager 1, Voyager 2, James Webb telescopes, all of that nonsense is all lies. Hubble telescope is not even there. Okay? Everything is finished in the bin because the globe itself does not exist. Can you see that? They lied about the globe and then they lied about other things building upon a lie, upon a lie, upon a lie, upon a lie. They're just building lies. There you are. Oh, and for those of you who are interested in space, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do a very special thing now and put 3 videos of what happens to the things that you have in your house, household goods in your house in a vacuum chamber, and you see what happens, okay? These videos are like 5 minutes long each, okay? I mean, one of them is like 2 minutes. The other 2 are 5 minutes each. Fantastic videos. You will learn so much about what happens in a vacuum. And remember, this vacuum is only 10 to the minus 1 torr. It's the weakest vacuum you can have. A very soft vacuum, they call it, okay? And you see what happens to the things that they put in there, okay? And then when you go to space, it's 10 times, 100 times worse. But anyway, let me put that videos in there for you. Those of you who are interested in space and the vacuum of space, look at what happens. Give me 2 minutes to get it for you. Thank you.
Yo, Jin CBR, can you watch my video I sent?
Later on, yeah. I'm going to do what I've got to do first. I don't usually watch videos of people who believe the earth is a globe because I've seen it all. Remember, I believed the globe for 48 years. I'm older than you. So I've already seen all that. And then I've been 10 years discussing and debating. And every material that I see from the globe doesn't prove anything. So 2018, I stopped. I said, no more now. No more looking at the global stuff because they don't have anything. Do you understand? Okay? What I want to see is you in a video measuring the curvature of the Earth, because that's easy to do. You can go out and measure the curvature if it's there. That's the video I want to see. Don't want to see anything else.
That's the video I sent, but not me.
Let me address his video really quickly, right? So he's put the Jaren video in the chat, right? Where, look, let me just explain it, right? So this is from a hit piece, right? That's a video attacking Flat Earth, basically, right? It's a Netflix video called Behind the Curve.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, so,
I know it.
Yeah, I'm just explaining. Yeah, I'm just explaining it to this guy really quickly.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so this was supposed to be a laser test, right? But they actually melted the collimator on the laser before they actually did the test, right? So the test was flawed before they even started the test. So instead of using the laser, they used a flashlight, right? The wrong tool, right? So it's not a laser test, and I don't think you've even looked into it properly, right? You don't know the details. So if you look into it, you'll find it's absolutely not evidence against the flat Earth, right, or for the globe Earth. So it was just out of a hit piece against flat Earth, right? It was over a short distance. They broke the tool that they were supposed to use, and then they edited the footage in a very sneaky way to make it look like this flat Earther had debunked the flat Earth. But what we can show you is very, very high quality long distance observations and professional laser tests that have been done using very expensive equipment over huge distances, right? That completely debunk the globe Earth.
Do you have a video of that?
Yeah, so I've got one queued up just in the side chat here. Okay, so this is just a good example of a long distance observation that's impossible on a globe. Okay, so we can all agree that the curvature, the Earth has to have curvature over distance, and we can calculate how much curvature there should be, right? And we should also be able to calculate how far away the horizon is based on the height of the observer. Okay, so if you can have a look what I posted there. Can you see what I posted? DJ, 6 minutes after the hour, 8-foot observation height. Okay, so this is just a small clip out of a full-length high-definition video that shows the entire process of the observation. Okay, so what we can see in the video is a couple of oil platforms, and then beyond the oil platforms, we see the horizon. Now, the reason that we have the oil platforms in the video is because we would not be able to determine the distance to the horizon without some kind of distance marker, right? So the oil platforms are distance markers. Okay, so the first platform is about 6 miles away. It's called Platform C. And then the second platform is called Platform Habitat, and that's 10.1 miles away from the shoreline where the guy's standing. Okay, so we can guarantee that the horizon is beyond the second oil platform. Okay, because we can clearly see it behind it. Now, if the Earth were a globe, you would have to have a horizon at a certain distance away from the observer. Okay, so we can do the mathematics. It's very simple mathematics, and we can determine that the horizon on a globe should be at 3.46 miles away. Okay, that's the distance the physical horizon of the globe Earth would have to be at. Anything that goes beyond that should start to become obstructed behind the horizon. Okay, but we can see the horizon well beyond the 10.1 mile distance marker. So this is a huge magnitude, right, that we can see further than what we should be able to see on a globe. So this is just one of many, 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 many examples that we have where we can see a huge, huge distance further than what we would possibly be able to see on a globe. Right? There should be 66 foot of curvature over 10 miles. If the Earth's a globe, right? It has to be there based on the geometry of the globe. Right, 10 miles is 66 foot, 20 miles is 270 foot. So we can go to these big bodies of water and start performing different types of tests. Now, did you have any questions about the observations, or did you want to see another one?
Yeah, I have what if the curvature is so small that you still could see it, you know?
Well, the curvature, right? So you could go to Google and you can type in Earth curve calculator, and you can pick any Earth curve calculator, and it will let you put in the height of the observer, and it will tell you how far away the horizon should be, right? Or you can do the mathematical formula, and it's just based on the size that they tell us the globe is, right? They tell us the radius is 3,959 miles. Okay, so we can do the formula based on the height of the observer and the size that they tell us the globe is, and we can work out how far away the horizon has to be, right? So if you're 1 foot off the ground doing the observation, the horizon should be much closer, right? 1.2 miles is, right? If you're 6 foot, right? Just like they taught me at school. I don't know if they taught other people that at school, but if you're 6 foot tall, you're standing at the beach, the horizon's 3 miles away, if the Earth's a globe, right? That's what they teach. So if you're 8 foot, it's a little bit further away, 3.5 miles. Right? If you're 6... Yeah, bro, don't interrupt. Hold on, Abdul, bro, that's not going to work out for you. Please. Thank you, bro. Just hold your question. Thank you. Okay, so yeah, so you can determine the distance to the horizon based on the height of the observer if the Earth's a globe. Right, so it's not just this distance, right? We've gone out to say 20-mile lakes, 30-mile lakes, and not only just doing these observations, we've had professionals shooting $20,000, $30,000 lasers across the surface of the water and having them visible from the other side where they should be hidden behind hundreds and hundreds of feet of Earth curvature. So that's what we're talking about when we say flat Earth, right? Once again, we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We're talking about the surface of the Earth not having any curvature. If you have a surface that's not curved, it's flat, right? That's like the default. Any surface that doesn't have curvature is flat.
Yeah. I mean, like in ChatGPT, it says like you need to be 620 kilometers in order to see a clear curve. And
yeah, that's different. That's different, right? That's actually being able to see the the horizon curving, right? We're not talking about looking for the actual curved horizon here. We're talking about the distance to the horizon based on the height of the observer. Okay, so if just let me give you an analogy. Just say you have a long hallway and the hallway curves away, right? It curves around a corner and your friend walks down the hallway and goes off around the corner. You can't see your friend anymore because he's gone beyond the curvature of the hallway, right? You can't see him. He's obstructed. Okay, and that edge of that hallway that he disappeared behind, that's the horizon. So based on the size of the globe, we can determine the same thing, right? Make that same situation horizontal, and then we can work out where the horizon should be. Now, you're not going to see it curving, right? Even if the Earth was a globe, you're not going to see the horizon curving from that height. But you're going to see the horizon at a certain distance, right? And the object in the distance that's 10 miles away would have to be hidden behind 66 foot of Earth curvature if you were at ground level. So if you're at 8 foot observer height, okay, the whole bottom 30 foot of that 77 foot oil platform should be hidden behind the horizon. It has to be, right? Just based on the geometry of the globe. Now we can see the horizon is beyond that, right? So it's not hidden at all behind the horizon.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, this is the kind of observations that disprove the globe and why there's millions of flat earthers and growing at a rapid pace. Because once anyone looks into this, right, you can go and do these kind of tests yourself very cheaply, just with using mirrors, right? Using mirror flashes, right? Or a little bit more expensive, you can get one of these super zoom cameras like they're using in these observations, or you can go and get high-powered lasers, depending on your budget. But you can actually go and validate if the Earth is a globe or not. You don't have to sail to Antarctica or go up 600 kilometers or anything like that. You can just test over 10 miles or 20 miles or, even less. Because they tell us the exact size of the globe, right? So you have to have 270 foot of curvature over a 20-mile lake, for example. So if you go to a 20-mile lake and you set up your camera on a tripod on one side of the lake, you shouldn't be able to zoom in and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake, right? It would have to be obstructed behind the horizon by hundreds of feet. But what we find is that when we go to a 20-mile lake, we can zoom in and we can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. That's not possible on a globe.
Yeah, that was excellent, DJ. Very good.
Just one more example in the side chat. I won't go over it, but look, there's a 21-mile lake. Okay, so he sets his camera up at 5 foot and he zooms across the 21-mile lake, and there's no obstruction, right? You would have to have a horizon at 2.7 miles across that distance, and anything beyond it should be hidden behind the horizon. You would have to have a skyscraper on the other side shoreline, and you would only just be able to see the top of it popping up over the horizon on a globe.
And then the number one thing you should never forget is that water always lies level. It doesn't stick to a curving, it rolls off because the surface is not level. Water likes to lie level, and that's why we use it in spirit levels, for example. Liquid, yeah? Liquids like to lie level. When you pour them over a curved surface, they just roll off. So that's a clue already. How can the earth be a ball when water likes to lie level? And remember, you can't claim the gravity because Sir Isaac Newton couldn't prove it, and the bending and warping of space-time is just word salad. It doesn't prove that
sometimes
gravity.
less is more.
Yeah, that might be true.
So you don't believe in gravity?
No, not at all. No, not at all. No. There's no need to believe in that because it doesn't exist. It cannot be that I'm in a room full of gravity and then I let the helium balloon go and it goes up. Yeah, but gravity is pulling down my table, my chair, my TV, the desks, tables.
Do you understand why balloons fly?
I understand why the balloon is going up. It's lighter than air. Yeah.
Sorry, we've just got through demonstrating that the surface of the Earth lays horizontally at vast distances. It doesn't really matter about the story about gravity because you're going to say that turns the Earth into a sphere, so there must be curvature measured over the distances of water. There's no curvature measured over the distances of water, so we don't really need to speak about gravity.
I think, denial of gravity is also kind of huge for me.
Which gravity are you talking about?
The force that pulls down towards massive objects.
Oh, the one that was superseded in 1915 by Einstein. The one that violates special relativity. That one.
The one that the scientific consensus has.
The scientific consensus at the moment when we're talking about deep matter and blah 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 is the curvature of Einstein's space-time fabric. Mass no longer instantaneously attracts mass at distance. Mass sits in a space-time fabric and distorts the space-time fabric, and things that are traveling in a straight path, because they enter that distorted space, that straight path is curved. Ring a bell?
Yeah, I love
good. So not mass attracting mass then. Thank you. Now, do you have a scientific experiment where the independent variable is manipulated to cause a phenomena to prove gravity, please?
I think it's understood as a well-known force. I mean, I haven't got one on me right now.
My friend,
never been asked.
Can provide you citations that shows you quite vividly that mass attracting mass violates special relativity because of the time component, instantaneous action at a distance. It's not within Einstein's field equations. So no, it's not mass attracting mass, it's Einstein's field equations for space-time fabric. However, whichever gravity you're talking about, do you have a scientific experiment to prove it? Because then belief won't be required, we can just accept the evidence.
Well, I mean, it's, there is a equal and opposite force reacting everything, right? If we are stationary, then
that's untrue.
You were asked for an experiment. Is there an experiment?
I mean, I haven't looked into it. I don't have one at the back of my hand. I mean, gravity is such a
Sorry, I thought you said that you're kind of a proponent for gravity. You believing it. So I'm presuming you've seen the experiment that proves it then, no?
I believe in the scientific consensus. I think this is such a fundamental thing that it's been explained, and I understand
What's
it.
the fundamental thing? What's the phenomena you're talking about?
Gravity, like
Okay, so what's that? That's just the word at the moment.
Yeah, the force that pulls us down towards Earth.
The force that. So what? Do all things fall or something?
All things on Earth have affected by gravity. Yeah, that doesn't mean they all fall. They have this force that pulls them down
by gravity. So gas expansion into vacuums, that's affected by the gravity, is it?
Yeah, I don't know.
Second law of thermodynamics. Second law of thermodynamics. Entropy, that's affected by gravity, is it?
Everything is affected by gravity, or any force that's in a gravitational.
Affected by gravity, is it? Sorry, heat is affected by gravity, is it?
I mean, okay, so when I say everything affected, I mean any mass that's in a gravitational field.
Mass? Gravitational field? So we're already out of mass attracting mass. We're now talking about gravitational fields. So back to Einstein again. Awesome.
You said a lot of things. I don't think I completely understood there.
Yeah, you keep jumping. You're now jumping between two different gravities. You were talking about mass attracting mass, but now you were talking about gravitational fields. That's Einstein.
I mean, maybe I'm confusing too. Yeah, please educate me.
Yeah, a lot of people do that. It's probably bad form to do so. They're completely incompatible.
Oh, it's not intentional.
Like, that's not a problem, my friend. It's just, some people like to defend things, but when pressed upon them, they don't really have too much of an understanding about it. So it ends up being, well, we have to educate you. Don't feel bad.
No, I don't. I mean, I still am waiting for you to explain the difference.
To explain what to you?
You said that it's different, like there's two different gravities.
Yeah, one's mass attracting mass, the other one's Einstein's space-time fabric. Two different things, two completely different geometries and conception to answer the question, why do things fall when things go round and round? There you go, two different ideas.
Could you repeat that last sentence?
Things go down and things go round and round, that bit.
Okay. So you guys don't believe that things fall either?
Sorry, some things do fall, but that's going to be dependent on the object that you're talking about and the medium that it is in.
So
for example, if you've got, for example, say a lot of salt in water, you understand boiled eggs will rise in that water, right? That egg will go up.
Yeah.
Good. You understand that gas expands into volumes, right? Gas that's produced underneath the surface of the water down at the seabed goes up, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Good. So lots of things happen. Some things go down, some things go up, some things expand to fill volumes.
Yeah, but they all are affected by gravity, right? So that force, that downward.
All are affected by gravity. So gas expansion into a vacuum. Second law of thermodynamics is affected by gravity, is it?
So all mass is affected by gravity, right? Just because they don't fall. Let me finish, please.
Mass?
Right, let me finish.
Same words. I need you to find them. What's mass? You said it like 5 times. What's that then?
What's mass? Mass.
Yes.
Look, I don't know how to define mass because it's literally the most I can't even speak. It's like the SI unit. So matter, like the fundamental property of matter that quantifies the amount of substance.
Okay, so what does stuff do?
What do you mean, what does stuff do?
Are you telling me that it does something? This mass, this stuff, it does something. What does it do?
It doesn't do. It's like a property of matter. It's like just how much.
So you told me mass attracted mass. I was hoping you were going to tell me this is what it does. The substance, the matter, the amount of it attracts other substance matter. Because mass attracts mass, according to you, doesn't it?
I think that goes into the other gravity that you're talking about, right? But I was just talking about...
No. That's not the other gravity. That's not Einstein's gravity. I've very well defined and described mass attracting mass. So you're on the right page. So when you agree, I can ask you the next question. I just need you to agree. Is this what you're talking about when you say mass?
I think like celestial bodies have gravity. I don't know about mass on a smaller scale.
Celestial bodies now. All right. You're saying stuff is mass, right? This It's an intrinsic property of all matter, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you're telling me it does something. It attracts.
I didn't say that. No. Okay,
Oh, no,
those
it
are things
doesn't
that you
attract
said.
then.
You've
doesn't
defined a
attract
purpose
then.
for Well, I mean, it depends if it's
The same
electrostatic
mass
or
attracts
not.
mass, dude. I'm trying to clarify what you're fucking
Yeah, but I
saying.
don't
And
know
as
if
soon
I-
as I say that it's doing something, you have a fit.
Yeah, but
You're telling me it does something. You're telling me mass attracts mass.
No, I didn't say that, right? It depends
mass
on the mass
doesn't attract
itself.
mass then.
It depends, right? Like, I don't
It
know
depends.
if mass... Yeah, because I don't know if mass
you
attracts in
silly?
the same... Look, bro, if you don't have to do
No,
atoms, bro.
not look, bro, dude. I'm seriously taking the time out of my day to have this conversation. Right,
Well, so
I'm
am
trying
I.
to get you to agree to your own story
Chill
at the
out, mate.
moment,
Chill
and you're
out,
having
mate.
problems doing so.
Okay, look.
Should we
Any
start
matter
again?
is... Sure, but can you let me finish? Just let me make this one statement, right? Matter, any mass will be affected if it's inside on the Earth's orbit of field, whatever. It's going to be affected by gravity, right? Just because things don't fall down doesn't mean it's not affected by gravity. It just means that the area it's in, right? There's those things like an air bubble underneath water, right? The water is being affected by gravity, the air is being affected by gravity, but water has more mass, so it has a bigger downward force. Now, because of that higher downward force, it's going to push down, and the air is not going to be able to fight that like upward and down force, right?
Okay.
It gets pushed up.
You're in violation of Avogadro's law. Do you know Avogadro's law? You're in violation of Avogadro's law. Do you know Avogadro's law?
Please
the mass component with the amount of volume of gas doesn't increase the pressure, no matter the atomic mass of the gas. So your claim is in violation of that well-described and scientific experiment that goes into the ideal gas formula, PV equals nRT. You've just violated that. You've also violated the second law of thermodynamics. Gas expansion into a space. You're trying to tell me it doesn't, but the law describes the expansion. It's a law. That means it happens always without exception in open and closed systems, in all space and time.
You want to hear something crazy? You want to hear something crazy? You know what else is a law?
I want you to understand what I'm saying and then not interrupt
Gravity
me
is
when I'm
also a
saying
law.
it.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but okay, go on. Please continue. But just so you know, gravity is also a law.
So, no, gravity hasn't been a law since 1915. Right, superseded mass attracting mass, Newton's gravitational law, which violates special relativity. That's 3 times you've fucking ruined yourself, mate. Claim against Avogadro's law, claim against the second law of thermodynamics, and now claiming that the law of gravitation is a law that was superseded in 1915 by Einstein. Really? Do you want to go for a fourth?
There's a lot of words salad, and I'm
hesitant
like
to
trying to
ask you for a
understand.
scientific experiment to back anything that you're claiming at the moment.
I mean, I could look up and come back, right? I don't have anything on hand, right? I wasn't, as I said, I've just come into this conversation, and I don't mean to interrupt, but it seems no one was talking, so I just had questions.
That's okay. Sometimes people think that these things are foregone conclusions, but when challenged upon those foregone conclusions, they're left wanting. But yeah, please, if you need to go away and research these things, then by all means do so.
Nice chat, Jedi. That was great exposition, man.
I think if you're gonna, like, just general piece of advice, if you're gonna be trying to convince people to your side, I think you just have to kind of dumb it down.
Well, actually, he was actually doing that, and he was trying to be as cordial, but because you kept jumping
Oh,
from
I think
one,
he was being.
and now you're interrupting me now. You see?
Sure, go on.
I was in the middle of what I was saying. I was talking, and then you just started talking. So when you hear my voice, put on your mute, so you don't blurt out anything that I'm going to hear. That's what you do.
Okay, go on, finish. I don't have an issue with interrupting,
saying.
right? I don't mind if people want to interrupt
You are
me. if they
interrupting
have
me right now still. You are still interrupting.
Oh, I thought you
So
stopped.
I'll get the moderators to moderate you if you don't
I thought
fucking
you
shut up.
stopped. I didn't mean to, bro.
Well, shut up. Just pay attention. It's this. He was being cordial all the while, right? But you kept jumping from one gravity to the other, so you wasn't getting yourself properly, explicitly clear. That's why he kept asking you, and that gets frustrating, and then you get exasperated. Okay, that's what happened there. Okay, he was dumbing it down. He was keeping it simple and keeping it concise, but you wasn't fully versed. That's why you actually, in the end, asked him to educate you, but then you didn't allow him to educate you because you kept interrupting again. Okay, so check yourself before you wreck yourself. That's what you've got to do. Blimey, I'm finished.
Cool, thanks. I don't think that addressed my point, but it seems like you had a lot to say. I hope you feel a bit better.
And we're not trying to convince anybody, by the way.
Wait. Oh, so you're just here to prove people wrong? I'm here to be like, have an open discussion, see if like I am wrong or not.
Maybe we have a discussion for sure. That's what we're having.
Yeah. So
we're not trying to convince you to anything. We're educating you. Because apparently you're not educated on the different gravities.
Sure. I thought we're all in a pursuit of truth together, and if I was wrong, then I would be trying to convince the other person, and through that discussion, that's how we find what is truth, by convincing the other side. I guess you guys are just here to educate and just prove people wrong. Then my bad. I thought people were trying to convince each other of what's right, what's wrong.
No, apparently you don't know one from the other, so you can't educate something you don't know about.
I don't know, right? So I would get educated, but that's still essentially a part of the process of convincing me of what's right, what's wrong, what's truth. That's still part of the process of convincing, right? Even though I'm an idiot and I need convincing or educating, it's part of the process of convincing me what's right.
Meta. Yeah, we're not here to prove you wrong. What we're here is to put across the deception that's out there. We're talking about the shape of the Earth and the moon landing hoax. We've got a numerous amount of information to give you. Now, you can receive it and accept it or not. We're not here to prove you wrong. We're here to let you know that there's a deception going on. That's all. And if you want to learn, you will. If you want, please don't interrupt me. If you want to learn, you will. You'll ask the question. You say, how do you know? And then you get the information and you'll go away, digest it and come back and say, thanks for the uplift. Thanks for the heads up. Or you were wrong. And this is my position. Please look at this.
Okay. So would you say that you're trying to convince someone of, as you say, the programming or what I'm doing wrong then?
Well, we're trying to let you know that there's a programming going on. Whether you're convinced or not is going to be with the material we give you and whether or not you can digest it for yourself. And then you will know. Okay? That's all it is. So we're not here to try and just prove people wrong and whack-a-mole, just whack you on it and get lost. Next, please, whack-a-mole. Next, please. That's not what we're doing.
So you're providing me material to be convinced, which is...
Yes, if you look in the chat, I've done it. Please look in the chat.
What we're doing...
Sorry, Jamesy. Look in the chat.
What we're doing is leading a horse to water.
I can't hear because he's interrupting you.
Yeah, what we're doing is leading a horse to water. And it's up to the horse to drink of that water or not.
Okay, cool.
So basically, if you look in the chat, we're backing up what we say with information and material, visual, videos,
I got it.
Memes. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, it's all in there. It's good stuff. I put Sir Isaac Newton's statement where he disagreed with the mass attracting mass theory, which he didn't approve of. He couldn't prove it, and he actually distanced himself from it. But when he died, they ascribed it to his name. He spoke it in the public domain, stating that he didn't agree with the mass attracting mass. He couldn't prove it. He thought it was an absurd idea. He didn't want to be associated with it. He dies, and they're associated with him. The same story with Copernicus. Copernicus with the heliocentric model. It was a working. Please let me finish. You could hear me.
Is this going to be a monologue? I thought this was a conversation, not a lecture.
It's not. It really is. If you want to learn, you will let me finish. I'm
not here.
Maybe hang on a second. I'm probably going to speak for about a minute and a half. Two little stories. That's not going to take more than a minute and a half.
I'll come back. Everyone else enjoy the lecture. See ya.
Yeah, bye-bye. Yeah, obviously he was Yeah, he was a little bit pressured from all the information coming to him, and obviously he thought he knew his stuff, but with Jedi trying to explain it to him, and that it didn't, you know, obviously he wasn't very happy about that. He felt challenged, and obviously, you know,
I thought he was supposed to be off doing some research, so he'd come back and defend his points again.
Don't interrupt. Jin is still speaking. Don't interrupt, bro. Why are you interrupting Jin? He's mid-lecture. Jin, please continue.
Oh, okay. You wanted to hear what I had to say?
Oh, I thought you were leaving to go do some research. That day, Mister never mutes yourself after you're done.
John, you're in.
Yeah. Okay. Look, if you're interested in what I was going to say 2 minutes ago, it's this. And it only takes 30 seconds or less. Copernicus suffered the same thing that Newton suffered, okay? In that his heliocentric model was a work in progress and he wasn't ready to release it to the world. When he died, the Jesuits took it and released it to the world as fact and pushed it out as compulsory education, okay? So you have Newton, who disagreed with gravity, but they when he died, they ascribed it to his name. Copernicus, who wasn't ready to release his heliocentric model, when he dies, they released it. There you are. That's all. I'm finished. And the idea of the solar system that you believe in today is only 482 years old. Okay? 482 years old. That's all it is. It's not even 500 years old yet.
So we found a drop over distance yet? Still searching? What's the deal?
No, there is no drop over distance. It measures flat.
Yeah.
So we can in fact verify, sorry Jin, one quick second, that the walls in the Symphony Opera House are built to a principle observing Plum, and oh my gosh, the CN Tower's elevator that goes from the base of the CN Tower all the way up to the viewing deck also observes the principle of Plum. So we have verticality confirmed. Thank you.
Yes, thanks for that. That was good, that was. And basically, I was just going to say that the deal here is they're here to improve their English. That's the main thing, really. And we're hoping that they're not being put off with some tense moments that have happened recently, because sometimes people do come in thinking they know it all, and because they're studying it currently, and we're wrong, and that's not our position. We're just trying to help everybody along, you see. So please don't be put off by the tendencies of having a few tense moments, because that's not what we're about. We're actually trying to help you to improve your in the perfect way possible, and that is to be talking about the earth or your life, your hobbies and things like that. That's what we're really here to do. Okay, so please forgive those tense moments that you may find us slipping into from time to time. Okay, it's not intentional. That's not what we're about. Okay, so please ask your questions, and yeah, let's learn together. Okay. I think you're beginning to understand that we do have a lot of slam dunk information that questions and challenges what you are believing now. You're innocent in this situation because you're trusting the people that gave you that information, and we know that because we did the same. So we have no right to whack you on the head or say you're bloody this or you're that. That's not, because we were doing the same thing. So we're just trying to help you because we got helped ourselves. Okay, that's all it is. So please, don't be put off. And I shall now go on mute.
Who are we talking to? I just got here.
Thank you for that. Yeah, we're talking to all those who want to learn English, of course, and want to improve the language. And then if they have any questions about the Earth or anything, that's who we're talking to.
So we're talking to everybody, yeah. Does anybody have a question?
Yeah. Great to hear your voice as well there, Mary Mum, if that's who you are, Dandelion. Is that correct?
That's me, Jen. You remember. Yeah.
Oh, I remembered when I came back the other day. I just didn't have a chance to say hello to you. You know, I'm very busy and that side. But I'll take it's great to hear your voice. I'm glad you're still here. And yeah, you know, Mary Mum, and that's the name I'll always remember. And yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah.
Call me that, Jen. Never stop, never stop. Call me Mary Mum, by all means.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. And you did a great job the other day in the politics there. Excellent.
Oh yeah, I like to make them upset there, so when they come back, then they get really mad at me.
Yeah, I think you're going to do. You'll be doing great here as well.
Kidding.
Because they need you here. Because I think you're a great teacher. So go ahead.
Hi, Nalithar. Are you trying to speak?
Hello.
Hello. Gosh, is he sounding like a robot to anyone else?
Yeah, he sounds like the Transformers. He's transforming.
But marriage is not something to be taken lightly.
Yeah.
I don't think he's actually trying to talk to us, or is he?
Yeah, he's hot micing, trolling, being a nuisance, maybe, I don't know. But his audio is not very good. So please try a bit.
No, we can't hear you very well. If you could try and fix up. Yeah, he's gone.
Yeah. If you're having a stroke, call your local emergency number.
Yeah. Nice one, Rayleigh. Nice to hear your voice as well, sir. Again, I was talking about the Concorde yesterday and the material that you gave me. Yep. You know, the pumps that had to be perfectly fuel pumps and that had to be strategically placed within the aircraft because it's traveling at Mach 2. You know, yeah, we were talking about that yesterday and the day before yesterday to a few people on the other server. So we're still using your material. It's still doing the rounds, as it were.
It's my pleasure to educate people.
I haven't heard the argument. Can you repeat it?
When they were building the Concorde, in order to save fuel, you need to fly flat and level. Anytime you use a control surface, you're wasting fuel by causing drag. So they spent 1.25 million pounds back then in the 1960s. That's equivalent to $39 million today. And they built a full-size test rig for the fuel system so they could make sure it worked properly before they started spending hundreds of millions of dollars on these aircraft. And essentially it pumps fuel back and forth between 17 different fuel tanks to make sure that the center of gravity of the aircraft makes it fly flat and level.
Thank you.
Oh, and just to finish off, and because, sorry to cut you off there, and because gravity doesn't exist, I like to say center of balance now. I don't say center of gravity anymore because gravity is not a thing, but I'm not being pedantic, but that's just me, you know. Center of balance is what I say, but you get what you mean, Rayleigh.
Center of balance. It's the programming isn't complete yet.
Yeah.
See, that's a really good point, and I'll tell you why. My brother-in-law's dad was a pilot and for one of the major U.S. airlines and flew to South America a lot. And so when he was flying, of course, they had to manually adjust where the fuel was on the plane as they went. And he always, he's told me, I shouldn't say always, because I've only known him for 15 years now, but he's told me the story a number of times to where there's some tanks in the back wings to where they know how much fuel they put into them, and then when they start to take them out at the end of the flight, it says that there's more fuel in it than what they put in it, and of course that's due to pressure of the air, et cetera, et cetera. But it's interesting. So, yeah, that center of balance is extremely important to how they fly, and that, as like you say, they have to keep it flat and level.
I'd just like to welcome in new people. Thanks for being here. We have Don't Ask. We've been speaking with Fatty. We have Ghost, Henky. Who else have we got that I do not recognize? Roll Entropy. Welcome aboard. If you have any questions or comments, please feel free to practice some of your English. If you're not a native English speaker, please feel free to try and practice what you've learned here in this server, discussing this topic, which would be the nature of the surface of the Earth. We all observe the surface of the Earth to be planar in nature and motionless. We use it that way, and we measure it that way. There's contention with that. We understand that we're told that the Earth is a globe, and it's in motion, spinning on its axis and orbiting the sun. If you feel that you have evidence of that, feel free to present that evidence, and we can evaluate it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and the Jin CBR
That's a great welcome. Yeah, that was a great welcome, T-Dub. I was just leaving a few seconds there to see if anybody wanted to take him up on it. Any of the new people who are here. Like, I totally felt welcome, T-Dub. I would totally be willing to ask a question if I heard that. So yeah, does any of the new people that are here have a question or comment about the Earth, or just want to say hello to us? Even if people just unmute and say hello, makes us feel like we get to meet a new person. It's exciting.
And remember,
I just wanted to.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, Jen.
No, you go ahead.
Yeah,
sir.
I just
Go
wanted
ahead.
to say hi. No, I just wanted to say hello to everybody that's on the panel now, on the Flat Earth side of things, and everybody who's been listening recently. I saw somebody said that the last conversation kind of put her off, or put them off in the side chat. We've had a very, very high number of great conversations here in the past. I think we've only been here under 3 weeks since we've been on this server, and yeah, usually the conversations are very, very cordial, and they don't result in people getting heated. So, yeah, just even the conversations we've had earlier today. Yeah, the conversations we've had earlier today were very productive, I felt. And yeah, just like to extend my thanks to Jin and all the speakers today for doing a great job with maintaining their composure, and amongst some of the chaos between just people jumping in and being unruly. But yeah, all in all, just want to say hi. And off work now, so I'll just be listening in while I'm taking care of the kiddos. But yeah, great.
Hi, John.
Yeah, thanks, John. Yeah.
Stone Fruit's here. Stone Fruit is new. Welcome to the Flat Earth panel, Stone Fruit. How are you?
I'm great. I do not actually believe in flat Earth, but I'd like to hear some of your arguments.
Great. Yeah, there's no requirement. We don't ask anyone to. We don't believe in flat Earth either. We know for certain that there is no globe. Because the globe is the thing that requires belief, and then when you measure it in reality, you find out that it measures flat. So that's why we end up calling ourselves flat earthers, because we are not globers. We see that the globe is just a thing that we saw on television. But yeah, you're totally welcome to stay. Anybody can be here. You can be a globe believer and hang out with us. We're totally into it.
Yeah, I have a question, guys.
Yeah, go for it.
Like, why do ships like disappear when they sail?
Angular resolution limit of the optic and the meteorological conditions of the day.
Are you saying because our eyes can't see it?
That's angular perspective, yeah. Eventually things with distance will breach the angular resolution limit of the human eye, which is 0.02. So things that enter that angle are unresolvable to the human eye, even if they're directly in front of them, like a fly or a bee or whatever. So yeah, and obviously atmospheric conditions can cause distortion in the observation. But things can disappear from the bottom up on flat surfaces as well, but that's due to the angular resolution limit of the eye and how high the observer is with regards to the thing that they're observing.
And so what if like we put like a high quality camera?
Well, yeah, so the limit to how far we can see will be the type of technology that we use. Say, for example, use a high-powered zoom camera like a P900 or 1000. The resolution limit will be the resolution of the camera. So we can see as far as the optic allows us and the atmospheric conditions, which in itself causes a problem for the globe Earth model, because when we make observations across a curved surface, that should be the limiting factor of how far we should be able to see. It wouldn't really matter the optic that we would use. We wouldn't be able to see to the other side of a mountain. It didn't matter if we use a telescope or, you know, a pair of binoculars you found in the comic. It's physically in the way. But when we use the optic is the limitation, demonstrating that the Earth is flat and the horizon is the optical resolution limit of the optic. You can only resolve a portion of a flat surface when you're looking horizontally across it, say at 6 foot, 10 foot, 20,000. The height doesn't matter. It's going to pretty much be the angular resolution limit. As you go up, you're going to be able to see further. Of course you are, because you're getting further away from the object, the Earth. But ultimately, it's the optic that's going to cause the horizon. Any more
Does that
questions?
make sense to you? Yeah, Fadi, does that make sense to you, Fadi? How do you say your name?
Yeah, Fadi.
Fadi.
Yeah.
If you don't understand what I said, I think I've got a short, less than 10-minute video that speaks in very basic terms about how the human eye or optic sees. And it goes through angular resolution, how things reduce in angular size with distance when looking across a horizontal surface, why you can only see so far across that horizontal surface and not see its entirety. Let's say it was 100,000 miles in total. You would only be able to see 3 miles if you're a 6-foot observer. If you want the video, I can post it for you. It's not a problem.
Yeah, send it.
Yeah, sure. Give me a minute or two.
Like the same. It's
He
the
wants
same,
it.
like, if you use like a telescope.
What about the telescope?
I said, is it like the same if you used like a telescope? I mean, with a telescope, like we could see like another planets.
Yeah, but with the telescope and you're looking at the ship now disappearing, it will take a little longer because the telescope has a longer focal ability. But eventually, that ship will disappear from the telescope's ability to focus on it. And then when you work out the duration of time you've been watching this ship, that means that the curvature hasn't been there for that length of time. Yeah? But in fact, if the Earth is curving, that curvature should have been experienced much earlier. These are the clues to the flat Earth. Go ahead.
But if it's flat, it should always be there. You should always see the ship like sailing.
No.
So, sorry to interrupt. First of all, I posted the video. Second of all, you made the comparison of using the telescope and looking up into the night sky in comparison to looking at a boat on the surface. So we have to remember that the atmosphere, the stuff that we breathe, isn't completely transparent. With distance, it becomes more and more opaque. There's an equation, it's called the Rayleigh atmospheric coefficient. I can't remember exactly what it's called, but it's a mathematical equation that basically tells you the limits of which an optic, thank you very much. It tells you the limit of the optic through the atmosphere. because it's akin to trying to look down to the bottom of the ocean. The sun's light doesn't pass all the way down. You can't see all the way down to the bottom of the ocean because the water itself isn't transparent, it's opaque. So same with the atmosphere. I think the maximum distance they give with the calculations about 250, maybe 300 kilometers, something like that. So that's going to be the limitation to no matter what optic you use as to how far you're really going to be able to see. And that's within the realms of if you could get an optic to see that far. Now, it's not the same as looking up to the stars because the atmosphere loses its, let's say, its density. The further that you look up, it gets thinner, to want of a better term. So it's kind of easier to look through something that's getting less and less dense. And maybe the stars aren't billions of light years away. Maybe they're closer. But do apologise for rambling. If you don't understand, you got any questions, please feel free to ask. Like I said, I posted the video earlier about angular resolution limit of the human eye.
So yeah, just to add to that, you know, essentially it means that the air isn't completely transparent, right? So as the ship goes further away, as you keep bringing out a larger lens to pull it back into view again, it's going to fade off into the opacity of the air. So even if you look up the weather report wherever you are, right, you'll see that the maximum visibility rating, right, of each day is not far, right? It's like 10 kilometers or 20 kilometers, or on a really clear day it might be 30 kilometers or 40 kilometers, really not a huge distance. So once the ship goes beyond that visibility, right, the clarity of the air, the clarity rating, right, because you've got a lot of a lot of things in the air. You've got the gases, you've got the moisture, you've got the you can have fog, you can have dust particles and pollution and all kinds of different things in the air, right? So it's opaque over distance. So eventually the ship's just going to fade off into that, right? Into the atmospheric deck of opacity, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, but you could say like the same if you look at the planet. You're gonna look through air.
Yeah, but you're looking through, right? So as you go up in altitude, the density gets much less. So you're not looking through that thick layer of the atmosphere. You're looking through a very thin part of the atmosphere. So when you're looking directly through the atmosphere, it's completely different. And all that telescope's doing is just magnifying what you're seeing in the sky anyway.
DJ.
Yo.
Do you believe the Earth is flat?
It's not something we really have to believe in. I mean, it's as the Earth presents itself, and then when we test the Earth, it backs that up.
To be honest, you are dumb as fuck. Like, if you really think so, you're like actually dumb.
Yeah, great argument, bro. Great argument. Yeah, you got me. Great job. High IQ argument right there.
I believe the 50% of the people who listen to you just think you're an NPC. You know.
You're also an NPC.
Oh, listen to yourself.
We can get NPC.
Like,
oh dear me, these people are hilarious.
Can I ask him a question? Sure.
I think he ran away. He ran away because he got scared. He got scared. Yeah.
Shut up, DJ, you NPC.
That was a drive-by insults. Gotta love them.
Yeah. Such
Clearly
offense
a Nobel
taken.
Prize candidate.
To be honest.
All right. Well, the event's ended now, so because there's an English class started. We'll probably run another one in a couple of hours when the English class is over. Because it's great in this server. So many members. You know, we start an event, tons of people come every time. So if anyone can think of a good idea for events, let me know, or start them yourself.
Yeah. So guys, I have like another question, if it's okay.
Oh, go ahead.
So like if like the Earth is flat, like the sun like moves around us.
Circles above.
Yeah.
Like
So the sun is actually smaller than the Earth. Okay, I know where you're going with. Oh, yeah. The sun and the moon are smaller than the Earth.
Did you want to take this one, Jedi? Because Jedi was trying to take this one, Jen. Maybe you can't hear him.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is my microphone not working too well? Is that the issue?
I could hear you perfectly well.
It's okay. Sometimes it clicks and whatnot, so I'm not taking too much offence to it. But what was the guy's question again? It's completely out of my head.
Like
the sun moves. Yes, but the sun moving.
Oh yeah. That's pretty much exactly what it is. We see the sun move above the surface of the Earth. That's all it does. As Jim has pointed out, it's a completely different cosmology, right? The Earth isn't flat, but the third flat planet from the sun, or the other planets are spheres, and the Earth is just it's nothing near that. Might be easier to term as maybe the floor on which we stand upon, the Earth and the water. That's the floor of the universe, maybe, to have an idea in your head. The sun, moon and stars, they reside directly above our heads. They don't go down anywhere. They're not under our feet, for example. They don't surround us completely. They just exist in the area above the Earth. That's all we can observe and that's all we can measure.
Yeah, but if that's true, like you know, like a light bulb, the whole Earth will be like lights up at the same time, and it will go dark at the same time.
Do you remember the conversation just a moment ago when we were talking about how light passes through the atmosphere? Because the atmosphere isn't completely transparent, light isn't going to completely pass all the way through it. It's going to dissipate because the atmosphere is kind of dense and thick, right? So if we have one light source above one surface, there's a ratio involved between the distance, the size of the light, and the size of the surface. The light is only really going to be able to illuminate a certain portion of that surface. It doesn't have to light the entirety of it, right? So there can be a ratio involved. And then, of course, the passing of light, like I said, through the atmosphere. This is how we get day and night cycles, right? The passing of the sun, the light from one location to another. Where it is, it illuminates that day, and when it goes, it leaves the area in darkness, and that's.
So you're saying because there is like, because air, the light can't reach like certain spots. That's what you're saying?
Well, that's what we observe, don't we? Right? We can clearly see that there's a day and night cycle, so the sun is obviously not able to illuminate the entirety of the portion of the Earth. We observe this throughout the year. And the sun moves throughout the year, giving seasons, giving more light, more heat to certain areas than others. Where it's further away, where it's darker for the majority of the time, that's winter. Where the sun is, that's summer. As it moves around, this causes seasons.
Does that make sense to you now? Because the Earth is bigger than the sun and the moon, and then the sun and the moon's light is limited as far as it can throw its light. That's why you have the good morning, the good afternoon, and the good evening. Every country must have that. That's the time zones, okay? So the Earth is much, 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 much bigger than the sun and the moon, okay?
I mean, listen, at night you could see like the stars. So you should.
Yes, you can see the stars, yes. Yeah. The contrast is there.
So you should see the sun if it's there.
No, you don't
Not
see
really,
all of the stars.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, this is going to depend on where you are. Right, so for certain, let's say if it's summer in the north and you're lucky enough to be, say, living in Iceland or somewhere within the Arctic Circle, it's going to be perpetual daylight for 3 months of the year, and you're going to be able to see what's called a 24-hour sun, where the sun revolves around the observer. Now, that clearly shows us that the sun actually isn't going down anywhere for people that are, say, closer to the tropics, who experience the day and night cycle, who observe just because of perspective, sun rising and sun setting. So we know the sun doesn't go under the Earth because we can see it. I'll give you a really good example. For pretty much 6 months of a year, right, in the summer in the north for 3 months, and then the summer in the south for another 3 months, where it's 24-hour daylight, there's the sun above the Earth circling. Other people, they get day and night cycles.
Yeah, but you know, at night the sun, where is it? Is it on top, right?
Sorry,
It's not under the earth.
So, right, back to the example of seeing the sun for 24 hours, circling you as you stand at the North Pole. Right? Now, where does the sun go? Nowhere. It's above the surface of the Earth. But for an observer at the same time of year standing closer to the equator, like maybe somewhere in India or somewhere, they observe a day and night cycle where the circle of the sun, because it's so wide from their point of view, they only get to see a small portion of the arc due to the sun's location and the ability of the human eye to see it.
Yeah, I know, but so you're saying like at night it's there, right?
Yeah, it's circling somewhere else where it's nighttime for you, it's daytime for somebody else.
And do you think it will be easier to see like another sun from another galaxy than our sun that is on top of us?
Why are we talking about suns in other galaxies, dude?
I'm talking about stars.
Yeah, it's got really nothing to do with the passing of the sun. We can talk about the motion of the stars, but we're still going to describe them in the same way.
No, all I'm saying is like we have like a sun on top of us that is close, and you have like stars that is very far.
Those are stars, not suns.
And at night,
I don't think the stars are like the sun at all. I don't think they're even close to being the same. But that, I mean, this is just lore at this point, right?
And at night we only see the stars. We don't see the sun.
Yep. That's how night is defined. Not seeing the sun, it's dark.
Even though the sun is very close to us compared to the stars.
Yeah, it's like you with a flashlight. You'll notice that you can't illuminate the entirety of reality with just your one light. You can move around the entirety of reality and illuminate certain portions of the reality, but you'd have to be very far away to illuminate the entirety of whatever it is the Earth is, and especially for you to be able to see it with your human eye. But obviously reality doesn't work in that way. We have day and night cycles. We can see the sun for 6 months of the year above the Earth circling, so it's obvious why day and night cycles exist. It's because the sun moves and it's only able, due to the ratio between the size of the Earth and the distance and size of the sun, to illuminate a small portion of it.
And also, can you tell me like exactly how the sun moves?
What do you mean exactly how the sun moves? I can see the sun for 6 months of the year circling two poles. That's about it.
Like let's imagine we have like a flat surface. How does the sun move around it?
You just said it, around. I just gave you an example of standing in the North Pole and watching it go around.
Does it circle in a full circle with the flat surface on middle?
Oh, I don't know, dude. The sun appears to do lots of different things. It definitely has circular paths on the Earth. We can see it.
I mean, if it goes for circle, then the night should be 12 hours and...
Wait, what? If it goes in a full circle, night should be 12 hours?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Like the flat surface on middle and the sun circle it. You know what I mean?
It depends on the circumference of the circle or the radius of the circle.
Hey, yo.
The sun obviously changes the length of the radius of its circle throughout the seasons. That's what we measure.
Hey, yo.
Sun appears and disappears on different places on the horizon
much,
every
man.
day, right?
Was she over here? You guys had a party or what?
There'll be a northern maximum and there'll be a southern maximum, and it will move between these two maximums throughout the year.
Was there a lot of action in this room or what?
So the sun is between the latitudes of 23.4 degrees north and 23.4 degrees south, the Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer. So that's where the sun resides.
Who was it? Kiwi Buzz dragged in a Glober from PAX. But he couldn't talk, so I talked to him for a while.
Latitudes that I just gave
Then I
you,
had
they're
to take a
not
piss
on the
and then
earth,
come
they're in
back.
the sky.
And I started
We get
talking
them
to him
from
again.
measuring places
He
in the
was
sky,
like
like
agreeable
Polaris,
at
for
first.
example.
And then when I came back, he
So the
wasn't.
sun moves through
He
these
thought I was a
areas in
different
the
person.
sky. This is how we measure it.
Fuck. I thought he was talking to a totally different person. Kind of funny. Yeah, he was a noob.
It still
He
doesn't
was like,
make sense
he's
to
only
me.
been in this topic like 3 months. It didn't go well for
If
him.
the earth is flat and the sun moves that way,
But he wasn't hard-headed.
Like day and light doesn't make sense.
So yeah, we're good.
The light comes closer to you, then goes away. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, can I just explain something to him with the flashlight in his bedroom kind of thing, so he gets an idea of the luminosity thing? Because I think he might understand it a little bit better.
Listening.
You know, if you're in your bedroom, okay, or in your living room, and you turn the lights off, and you have a flashlight, okay, and you aim the flashlights to the ground, 2 feet. 2 feet from the ground, you aim the beam down.
The admin.
So it's facing the ground. You switch it on.
Yeah.
It doesn't light up the whole of the room, does it? There are sections of the room that's going to be dark.
David said
and
AI.
As you move from the door, because you're at the door at the moment, and you move and you go into your room now you're moving the light with you. And slowly but steadily, the rest of the room starts to light up. But where the door is now starting to get dark.
I didn't know he had a white knight coming.
Now, what keeps the sun up in the sky, orbiting around, only God knows that. I don't know what's going on there. I can't go up there to do tests or anything. Right? I can theorize and give you theories, but these won't be the truth because I cannot prove and validate what I'm telling you. So all I can say is that we observe what it's doing.
No matter what,
and we're not
even
measuring culture, basically. That's how we're
he says, and I'm like, yes, you're right.
Yeah, but listen,
I'm going to take everything you say at face value. When you're in the middle of a debate, you don't think about that shit.
You sit at the corner of the room. You could see.
I told him it wasn't even supposed to be a debate. It was supposed to be a discussion, and the dude pulled a bait.
I know it will be dark, but if you
no. What we're saying, hang on, please listen. What I'm saying is that light, okay, that light is not lighting up the whole of the room.
Yeah, but you can see it.
You know,
but it's not lighting up. No, but it's not lighting up the whole of the room. That's the point we're making here.
What was Huey's best point?
Yeah, you would have to scale yourself down to the point where you wouldn't be able to see it. If you scale yourself down, but you've got to, I'm trying to give you a closest analogy as to why people around the world don't see the sun when it's in England. So if it's in England, you can't see it in Australia, for example.
That was done wrong. I listened to it.
Remember, Joe, I was talking about the radical coefficient.
Not the whole thing.
Coefficient.
I listened to like probably the first 20 minutes.
You've got 300 miles of air between you, right? And
I didn't say anything wrong. The only thing I let slide is the way he defined experiment. I shouldn't have let him define it that way.
Isn't
you're talking about the no hands
opaque.
Blitz?
Yeah. It's like wearing a lot of sheets of glad wrap between you and the light source. Yeah, you might be able to get the light to go through a few sheets. But
people are still upset about sheets why? Like I don't.
Of your cling wrap,
Dude, honestly, after he said that he doesn't know if he has hands, there's really
and that's what the air
everything
acts
was gravy.
When there's a lot of it between you and the light source.
What's more to critique?
Also,
you know what I'm saying?
Let's say it's 1,000 miles.
Yeah, so
you want to through 1,000 miles of sky. Within that 1,000 miles, there might be weather.
You want me
as well?
rain,
I
go over the scientific method with a
so
dude.
So the visibility is going to be reduced. So the greater the distance, the more the visibility is going to be reduced.
What the hell is the scientific method
you can see locally, but when you start to increase the distance, you're reducing the visibility as well.
Shtick, right? Because that's what I call it, a shtick. That brain in a jar shtick is
make it make sense. If you
what
could
you're trying to do is go
way far away, but you can't see sun that is very
I don't
close
believe. I don't have anything
because again, when you're looking up at the stars, you look the atmosphere, the sky and the air.
So I'll
is
just say
up there.
There is no external world and drag you into my cesspool.
It's more of an expanse there. So the ability to see the stars is okay. But when you're looking on the Earth now, where you are, and then you're looking horizontally, you're limited.
I can go on and on
That's
and on.
That's just natural law, isn't it?
Go through infinite lore of story time about how
the distance to those things. You don't know what they are. You don't know how far they are. How big they are. What's producing light.
What am I going to do with that person explaining it to them? The scientific method. Where is that going to go?
That's my angle too. And I was like, these guys are wanting because I saw
stars that you're seeing a bit, are suns, right? You've been fed that story,
but it wasn't lost on me that the chat was exploding with people like, dude, you need to take him down the route of telling him this and telling him that. I was like, that's not the point. You guys are missing it. If you think that we're going to take him, this guy by the hand and explain to him what it's supposed to be, he doesn't even think reality is what it is.
The sun's right overhead at midday.
By the hand, I see what you did there.
Into the ocean. Because the light can't push through the density of the medium and reach down that far, right? So the air acts similar.
That's true, right? In both ways.
Right,
so
the atmo, right, or the atmosphere as you know
the thing that they wanted to do for us to explain more about flat Earth and tell them about the scientific method. For what, dude? Like, he doesn't think reality is real. What do you want to do there? Like, are people not listening? I think that's kind of partly the reason why. Everybody's got an agenda. They want to, like, if you did it this way, it would have been better. Like, if you did it that way, it would have been better. Like, no, it wouldn't,
so you're not looking through that thickness.
Basically undermining reality.
Does that make sense, right? Just 200 meters
what are you going to do after
you can't see the sun in the sky anymore.
He's going to reason with him? No, our mission was to expose him as a fraud. That's the whole thing we were doing. Like, after you found out he wasn't,
that's not what I'm saying.
After you found out he wasn't going to be amicable, and you were like, "Oh, okay."
Space is a whole different topic
now it's
itself,
like
right?
It took some time because you were set up for
story about the stars in the sky being big burning balls of plasma gas.
If you knew you were coming in for this,
vacuum, right? That's just a story that you've been told,
and especially after he told you that.
Oh yeah.
Especially after he told you how he views reality.
I mean, the stars don't behave as the sun behaves.
Let's just have a conversation.
Now, what my
you would have been like, no, but expose you.
When you have the sun in the sky, you just go 200 meters into the ocean.
I agree, 100%.
And you can't see any light at all.
I mean, what am I going to do with somebody that that
just 200 meters?
Sure, there's not a brain in a jar. What am I going to do with that?
Oh, we're going to do obviously tell them the scientific method. Like, that's what
in a jar. Yeah, is that where am I going to go to his jar and explain like? This is how you do the scientific method in your jar that you're not sure.
No light.
Like,
that was my beef, dude. It's like we did exactly what was supposed to be done in that conversation. And if it was a different guy, and he was really wanting to get into the minutia, and he was talking about what reality is,
what the stars
then I could see their point.
And we
were diverting away. We were talking about
very dense
something else, but it wasn't that. Every single time you hit a point that was supposed to be talked about, which was
the density of the
explanation of what he
when you're looking up, it just thins out very quickly.
Of what he described as what it was, his paradigm, and then we were like, dude, if you think that everything's subjective, there's no way to interpret reality. You're trying to find a deductive argument for if you have hands. We got bigger problems, bro.
So you need to look into how the inverse square law of light works.
Because his epistemology there's no such thing as epistemology. That it's a useless endeavor
through a medium.
Because you can't actually know anything. So where do we go with that? We're not like we're not playing in the same field.
And at that point, that's what you do. You expose the fraud
we have
for what he is.
Well, yeah.
Flat Earth,
I mean,
have like
once you started talking gibberish, I'm like,
right?
It's exposed that this is the people that other people rely on to tell them what reality is, and this dude doesn't even believe reality is a thing.
Yes, on top of
we don't know what
that's where everybody was missing it in the context of like, oh, you should have told them that.
We just
you should have told them that
in the sky.
Too. We talked about it before.
It moves east to west and it moves in cycles.
Like that they always appeal to. Like, okay, we need some of those. So you can say, show them,
right? And that's what creates the seasons
the people you appeal
and
to.
Day and night.
Like, here's what they say.
But the sun.
We talked about that even before the debate. We talked about it like 3 or 4 days before that.
We don't know exactly.
Before we even knew there was a debate, we were talking about it.
Yeah, we don't know what the sun is, dude.
You have Terra, where you're walking across.
This is your
the
hero.
ground below
this
your
is
feet.
your authority.
You have the waters across. The waters that you can, jump in and drink and navigate.
You might be a figment of his
and
imagination.
You have the medium
or he might be a figment of your imagination.
And then above that, we observe the phenomena that we call, the sun, the moon, the luminaries. That's what we observe. Is above us. Up is up there.
Yeah, give me a deductive argument
below,
for you having hands.
Below your feet.
Go ahead.
And then across.
That's what it is.
You walk across, travel across.
But him even saying that, like,
if you ask about the sun, is it
him even saying that,
is it above us? That's what we see. It is above us.
Not above us.
Assumes a worldview that he doesn't hold.
Up above us.
Yeah.
You say he borrowed
anybody,
from worldview.
How anybody
to say that everything is incoherent.
It's above us. Anybody has to look up.
I love telling them that, and that's the absolute truth.
About applies also for the sun and for the
Good morning, Dandelion.
Now, the question that you're trying to ask, what is the source of the sun, or where is it coming from, or what is the mechanism that causes
the live stream was going when I went to bed.
Those are other questions.
Here it is, still here.
We're rocking
if you want to look at the sun, you look up.
Yeah, I said
above the ground. Anybody in the world that look at the sun, they're always going to be looking above the ground.
And I'm glad I wasn't here. So I'm glad I went to bed early.
There's no one in
But based
Australia
on what you were just saying, yeah,
upside down from
my
you.
support because you guys did a good job. That's my view. I've told you both that.
And do you guys
I think
know how the sun moves?
along the lines of what you were just saying, it's
How?
It's
like
funny
the
because
mechanism?
the people,
what
some
are
of
the
the
gears
people
of the clock? You're
complain
gonna have
about
to
this
ask the
have been in
creator about
Flutter
that.
for a
Maybe
long
pray,
time, like,
and if you get a
so they
revelation
know
from the
that
creator of this place, maybe
that
he'll
it's
tell
not
you.
just
But
you can. And I've talked
that's
about
a
this
really
before
good
because
question.
when
How?
I
The how?
started,
How does
down
the
this
clock
road
of
of trying
the
to explain the flat
sky
earth to people,
works? That's a really
I
good
came from the
question.
field of education, and I
I mean,
thought
guys, if the
you
Earth is
explain
circle,
things in a
they
reasonable
explain
way,
it
you
in
give
like a perfect way.
examples, you use
If
logic,
the
you
Earth
lay
is
it out, you ask them questions to elicit their prior understanding first and build upon their prior knowledge, blah, 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 blah. You can get the point across, right? Otherwise, you failed. But like Flat Earth is just not like that. You can't, like, you guys could have presented the most amazing, airtight. I mean, yeah, sure, you could explain the scientific method, what it actually is, why it doesn't apply to the globe, blah, 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 like we've done 1,000 times. But, when you're dealing with these people who clearly have psychological and emotional problems that they're clinging to this sci-fi fantasy globe, you're just doing that for yourself, or for other people who aren't there, but it's not going to reach that dude, like you just said, and it's not going to reach his nerdy little audience. Like, if his audience already like follow this insane person, like, they have other problems. So, I mean, people can do it however they want. If somebody else had been invited to do it, or stepped up to the plate. I mean, DJ, I need to recall, and you guys know it, that when Indio was talking to Blitz, DJ was pinging and saying, like, who else wants to talk to him? Step up to the plate. Yeah, and who did? AV did. Did any of these other people do that? No. So, and they still don't want to, some of the other people who were in here screaming at 1:30 at night. But the best, I really liked what Bong Sao said, actually, when I was just listening to the YouTube clip that was sent to me. He's just kind of like, there's a lot of pride of knowledge, that happens in the Flat Earth, and we just can't go down that route. Like, just the intellectual knowledge is not the end-all and be-all because of what I just explained. You can't you can rationally explain it to a rational person, but you can't rationally get through to someone who is so far down this globe cult religion that they are going to defend it in this, I call it in an emotional way, even though Blitz, portrayed himself like a monotone robot, like he didn't show emotion, but his argument is emotional. And I guess you guys call it philosophical. I just call it like childish. I don't know. I don't know what you'd call it.
Yeah, his audience thinks that like it's profound that you might be a brain in a jar. They think that has some deep insight.
Well, they think his position is one that cannot, like, these. He's putting it to where it's a philosophical kind of paradigm that he's constructed that you can't answer within that paradigm. So he wants you to construct an argument within his own paradigm that you can't say if anything's true or not. That's what he wants. So it's impossible to meet that standard because he created it. So he's within his own worldview. You can't tell if anything's real, but he wants you to make a deductive argument within that paradigm where you can't tell if anything's real. You get me? That's what he wanted to take everybody right there. He wanted everybody to, well, how is he going to answer the impossible question? There's no way to, right? If you don't know anything's real, then go ahead and give a deductive argument if you think you have hands. That's what he wanted from me, and I know that he was baiting me into that, so I didn't fall for it. Because I have to be within his worldview. And that's what I rejected. Didn't want that. So I don't have to answer his question about his worldview position because he's borrowing from a logical perspective. So I don't have to answer his question like the way he wants to, the way he constructed it, and that's what was blowing everybody's minds. Well, how come we didn't take him down a path of like logic? Because he's not logical. Like that's the whole thing. How are we going to sit there and talk about the scientific method or anything that pertains to the physical world when he doesn't even know if the physical world is real? Like that's the problem.
Yeah, I pointed that out too right off the bat. I said I don't start from the beginning point that the internal world has primacy. I start from the external world has primacy, and the internal world is built from it, not the other way around.
Yeah, and that's the
external
only
world
way.
Is built from inside. It's not inside out. It's outside in.
Exactly that. I think if people are missing that when we talk to these guys, because that's where they get tangled up with these arguments. They're like, "Whoa, we really got to reason with this guy." No, you don't. If they're being unreasonable, you have to expose them. You have to show the world how they're thinking that it doesn't make any sense. Because you can't get any information internally and then externally. You have to go externally, then internally. That's how we all understand reality. Like, that's how we come to an agreement with what things are.
We know it from childhood. It's how children interact, how children grow, right? If you had a children bubble boy, right, he doesn't know anything about the external world. That don't work. Normal childhood development is you interact with the external world, and the external world teaches you how to how to live, right? The idea that it's the opposite is just, dude, it's so silly, dude.
That's what he was. He wanted to take us on a roller coaster ride of how he's been thinking, and a lot of people support that idea. But it's
is that what we call thinking? Does that qualify as thinking?
According to these guys who have pondered the deeper truths of reality, I mean, they're caught up in philosophical madness, dude. Like, all we're gonna be talking about is how his internal perspective qualifies how we describe the external, reality. So he's trying to say, oh, well, I can't make a deductive argument for having hands because I don't even know if I exist. Like, as far as like that goes, I could be in a brain inside of a jar. Like, I don't even know. So
there's the fact that he agreed that science is based upon empirical information, right? Experiment, observation. And he agreed to that, but that's all external. So he's basically saying you can't even do science.
Yeah.
If you can't prove there's an external world, because you can't have anything that's empirical.
I feel like I want to challenge the people who are like trying to get us to like, oh, you should have said that. You should have told him about flat Earth. Like, really? What do you want us to do? Like, there's nothing more to talk about other than exposing the fact that he can't even have a coherent argument for reality. Like, that's the problem, bros. Like, what do you want us to do with and that's, to me, was my big beef. When you hear people on your side like, well, I got to critique what you guys are saying because, should have done better. Like, how? Like,
I know, like, just get him to say there is an external world. All you can do is just point out the contradictions that not only is he in a performative contradiction because he's using the external world to frame all his arguments, right? Yep. Because if his epistemology, non-epistemology is true, he can't know anything. He doesn't know any, like, his words don't mean things. So, like, nothing means anything, right? But to even communicate with us, he needs to borrow from something that has a bedrock. He
already lost. Basically, he's DOA, dude. He's dead on arrival. At the moment he opened up his mouth and started speaking to us, and we talk back to him, and he talks back to us, he's toast. Because in that worldview, logic exists. Otherwise, we would be saying googly gaggly googly. Like, you wouldn't understand shit. We wouldn't be able to communicate. So he borrowed from a logical, coherent worldview, and then tries to build his framework for his internal perspective of how he can't know anything to be true. And then the crowd was typing in, bold text of how we need to take him down this path and do this thing. I'm like, you guys are, I don't know. After all this time, bro, this is what I'm saying. Like,
you're missing the forest for the trees, man. You know what I mean? Like, they just completely missed it. But hey, I did want to bring this. Huey's little white knight that came in, AI made a good suggestion. Said, Blitz PhD was on TikTok 2 days ago inviting flat earthers. All the people that are critical can, like you said, they can go on there and go do what should have been done. Like, show us how it's done. Go on there and show us how it's done on his TikTok or YouTube, wherever. he snatches people off of. So anyone can go do this, right? Anyone that has a criticism, go show us how it's done.
For
go argue with a brain in your car.
Yeah,
That was
definitely.
That was my complaint too. Just like Dandelion was saying, is like DJ offered up the mic, and I was honestly waiting for somebody to step up. But I did want a piece of him either way. I did want to get up in there and talk to him. I enjoyed it, dude. Like as you might have noticed, like I love doing this shit. I relish the fact that there's people in academia that speak like him. I fucking love it, dude. It tickles me pink, bro. I can't imagine that there are people in these, high places that have, a platform and people actually listen to. Because I was listening after we had our conversation with him, and then his stream, and his people that were talking to him, and it was akin to something like like the Trumpsters, like the people that are just blindly following after an idea or a person based on the person. Just they don't have no coherent thought about like what was being said. Was the only thing that was he was getting super chatted was, oh, I don't know how you put up with AV. Here's $10. Like shit like that. I'm like, dude, he didn't stand up for anything. There wasn't.
How does he know that $10 is real?
Yeah, he knows that's true. His bank account's growing because he's a fraud. But yeah, and that's the other thing. It's like, I guess my point was that when this all was initiated and DJ was making the all call, nobody stepped up. Now everybody's complaining. So it's like, I don't know, man. Like, what's gonna make everybody happy? Like, maybe, like you said, if you want to do it better, go to his platform. Fucking talk to him there and see if you can do better than we did when we were talking to him. Knowing what you know already, thinking, well, if I just take the scientific method, that's really going to change everything. Right? Go and try it. In his worldview, when you start explaining to him, he's going to give you the same old gimmick that he gave us. Well, go ahead and try to construct a worldview that coherent, scientific method works, where you don't even know if reality is real. Like, try it.
Yeah.
I double dare you to try it.
And it's nothing's ever gonna happen because in his subjective worldview, everything's an opinion, right? So he's hearing you state your opinion, and then he has opinion, and then he's gonna argue about why his opinion is better than your opinion.
Yeah.
Which is just like blue's my favorite color. No, red's my favorite color. Who wins that debate, right? Who's to say whose favorite color is somebody else's? You know what I mean? What the best color is? Yeah. Go ahead, go do that. Have fun.
Yeah, and then people on
let
his side.
Let me know before ahead of time. Just give me a heads up so I can watch it.
If Blitz was saying red is my favorite color, everybody on his side is going to be like, yeah, red is my favorite color too. So I agree with him. Like, that's all it is, dude. Like, they just agree with his opinion. And there's
Dumb bladder, you think blue is the best color. Dumb bladder. It's sad, man. But I mean, it's great because, like I said, these are the people they appeal to. And I've said probably to 20 different people this week, like, bro, the people you're appealing to, the magic science guy, he's not sure if he has hands. His argument, like, he has nothing in reality. So he has to drag flat earth into his freaking delusion. He just has to drag us down to his level. He's like, oh, empirical evidence? Shit, I don't got any of that. Well, neither do you, because there's no such thing. I don't know how people fall for it, quite honestly.
Well, I mean, it's deeper thinking, Indio. It's like, well, you're trying to contemplate what reality actually is based on a worldview that you cannot perceive. So it's like, you don't have a God's eye perspective. You weren't the creator. You didn't make all of the things that we're interacting with in the physical world. You didn't construct the so-called molecules of reality. You didn't do that. So if the creator made it the way it is and you're trying to figure it out, you're never going to come down to a place where you can understand any of it. So you can't take that perspective. The only thing you can do is see the external world for what it is, and from that position, be able to agree with somebody that the thing that you're calling a tree is a tree based on an agreement. So that's the coherence that we get out of it. And construction of systems like math and language, all these things, they pertain to how we're internalizing the external world. Yeah? But based on the agreed upon external world. We can't say, well, the external world is X, Y, and Z, and then I'm saying, well, no, it's this other thing. So we have to agree in order for. So that's the part that Blitz PhD coming in and talking to us was already in a contractual agreement that we understand each other because we are talking the same language. So he agrees that we have to communicate with each other, knowing that the external world has taught us something, which is language. We learned that from wherever we got it from, right? Or mom and dad or our teachers or whatever. And now we can have a conversation because we agree that the language that we're speaking has to make some sense in order for us to be able to talk about ideas.
Yeah, we need some uniformity of concepts or ideas, but like just like you said though, with the we all agree it's a tree. That's like a uniformity of experience. You know what I mean? Yep. Like we talk to each other. We go, "Hey, do you see a tree? Okay, what's a tree look like to you? Oh yeah, it looks like that to me too." So we can all, we go, "Okay, so this is an actual real thing because there's a uniformity experience." Now you find some mentally ill person and they're like, "Well, that looks like a freaking goldfish to me." Like, okay, you're probably mentally ill and you need to be institutionalized or something, or get on your meds, right? That's the thing that blows me away. Really, is when they're like, "Well, what if I'm hallucinating?" Or like, "Dogs are gods. I could be schizophrenic." Okay, if you detected that you're schizophrenic, what are you going to do? You're going to go check yourself in, right? You're not going to sit there. If your senses start deceiving you all the time, you're going to be like, "Man, I have a serious mental disorder. I'm going to go to the hospital." Right? They don't actually believe the shit they're saying. Anyway, yeah, you can ask a question.
Yeah, so what are moderators for in here? Just asking.
Moderation.
Are they allowed to just interrupt you and then mute you when they don't like what you're saying?
Well, if that was the case, that wouldn't be cool.
Yeah, that's what Heretic guy. He was doing that last like 10 hours ago. Like he wouldn't let me talk. He just kept muting me, and then if I didn't say what he wanted me to say, he would just mute me.
How do you know that's the reason?
Well, he was saying no. You have to say this. Like you have to do this specific thing, and then when I didn't do it, when I was trying to say something else, because I was
telling him. Can you tell us what he wanted you to say?
What?
Can you tell us what he wanted you to say?
Well, basically, he wanted me to answer specific questions, because he was trying to, basically dominate the argument and make me say certain things. Like,
why are you
trying to say you can only do this?
Mind reading motives and shit, dude. How do you know what he was trying to do, or what he was thinking, or what his motives were?
Well, it seemed the most logical, but at the very least, he shouldn't be just muting me over and over again, even though I wasn't interrupting.
Are you the guy that
I would wait for my turn to talk, and he muted me in mid-sentence.
That you measure things in meters with perspective?
What?
Are you the guy that said that you could measure things in centimeters using perspective?
No, I'm a flat earther.
Okay, and no, that was another guy he was talking to.
Oh yeah, but, I'm a flat earther, and I was trying to correct him.
Are you the guy that told me to apply systems thinking? Hey, are you the guy that told me to apply systems thinking and I gave you a thermodynamic system?
No.
Yeah,
I've never talked to you before. Okay, well, yeah, basically, it was you can look at the back of the live stream. I would be talking. He would mute me mid-sentence.
Okay, let's do this. Hold on. Before you continue, I want to get the context of what was being said. Can you tell us what the context of the conversation was about? Because don't just talk about people muting each other. I want to know what it was about. If you're going to tell us that something was happening.
Okay, so basically they were using the argument that water doesn't curve, and I was saying that's kind of a straw man of the globe because we only observe on the local scale with water what we expect. That's what you'd expect on a sphere. Water would conform to the shape of the sphere, which on the very small scale would be flat, and that's what was my point. And they didn't like it because I was correcting their argument.
Is the horizon the curve in the globe model?
Well, yeah, I actually don't want to talk about it right now because.
Of course not.
No, basically, wait. So I came here to ask about the moderation.
No, this is the reason why I asked you, dude. Like, if it was happening and you don't want to talk about it right now, that's probably an indication of why it was occurring. Because you don't want to actually talk about.
I came in here.
You're interrupting me, and that's another reason why you would get muted when you interrupt the moderation. Don't do that, dude. Okay. And now you're realizing the reason why you probably got muted is because when someone's talking, you interrupt them. So now this is the important thing. When people are asking you what the conversation was about, and then perhaps maybe they want to get into the reasons why, and you're saying, no, I don't want to talk about it, then you're missing the actual correction that can be had. Right now, if we're trying to see if there's any reason so we can figure out maybe you did get muted unintentionally, we're trying to figure that out, but you're not allowing the process. So you're just like barring us away from and all we're going to be doing now is listening to you complain, and I don't want that. So if you're not going to be here for correction or to see if the issue can be resolved, then there's no point in talking. Yeah?
Okay. So
I've got a helpful suggestion to make. See, we record everything. Go to the YouTube live stream 10 hours ago. Get us some markers, and we can all listen to it together. How about that?
Yeah. Go get a time.
Okay, I gave it in the chat the time. You'll just have to do the calculations of how long ago it was based on when I dropped that text a few minutes ago. But yeah, because the reason
you have an exact time stamp.
Wait. So I didn't interrupt yesterday. You can watch it. I was not interrupting when he muted me. I was talking, then he muted me. Okay? He interrupted me.
Okay, you're going on about the same thing, bro. You're not giving. Listen, I'm going to get frustrated with you because you just keep saying that, and that's annoying. We want to know the timestamp when things happen.
I can give him.
Look at it.
He messaged me while it was happening. Let me see. Blah 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 blah. Yesterday at 9:26 p.m. So that would be. Let's see.
Dandelion, thank you for that. But the problem that we're asking this gentleman is that he's making an accusation and he doesn't have the evidence to back it up, which is important. If you're making an accusation, like this is not really your job, Dandelion. No, thank you for that, but it's his job. He's supposed to be supporting us the information that you're giving us.
Okay, well, maybe you missed the part where I told you the timestamp.
So you placed it in the text.
I dropped it in the chat, and you okay. The thing I see is you just interrupted me, but I don't get to interrupt you. Wow. Okay.
Dude, there's no timestamp
because I only have a few minutes to say these things.
There's no
and I was just trying to ask. What?
There's no timestamp in that. That's the entire video, which is 12 hours long.
Yeah, I gave you the general time of how long ago it was.
Within 12 hours?
It was 10 hours and 14 minutes ago when I dropped that, which was like 10 minutes ago. Okay, but
why don't you scroll through the video, find the exact timestamp, and then post that, right? So you hit share, then you click the little freaking box that says time, and then get that link and post it. How are we supposed to evaluate what you're saying when we don't have any information?
That's right.
Yeah. So basically, but if what I'm saying is true, what would you say?
Yeah.
We don't know that yet.
Okay. Yeah. Well, you can accuse me of lying.
No, we're waiting for the actual
timestamp. Produce the video with the timestamp.
I gave you the timestamp.
Yeah.
No, you didn't. Now you are lying. I just told you didn't.
Oh.
A timestamp is a video with that time embedded in the link so that you can click it and then you can just plays the exact part.
Okay, It's just different methods of getting the timestamp, and you know that.
What?
Yeah, well, I'm not going to search through that fucking video for you.
It would took me like 10 seconds to get if I knew the time.
Then go do it again.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I didn't know you could do that. I've done the clip thing where you click on a little scissors, but
I didn't know you could
share
do
it.
either,
Yeah, you click on share, and then how do you find the time? Where do you put the time? Or do you just click on share?
Checkbox? A little checkbox. It'll say time or something like that.
Yeah, maybe it's when you. Oh, maybe I click more.
It's not on
when you're on the computer. Oh, yeah, it's when you're on the computer. Yeah, but you could also click you could click the clip. You could do the clip to show the time. Also, the little scissors.
Or you could just tell us. Isn't that stream still going, or did it stop? Or did that stream stop?
It's the one that's on now. Yeah, it's this one. Oh, I guess he's gone. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he's going to find it for you.
Of course, he's gone.
Right.
He ran last night too. I came in and tried to resolve it last night, and he ran then.
So,
we should just tell him that we're going to go ban Heretic and all the other mods involved, and then he'll be happy.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
But that's the other thing too. Like, I trust Heretic's decision if he did do that, and yours, and Indio, and I understand if something, because I even can tell right now.
I came in at the end when he was when it was at its whatever happened. Whenever it was at the end, I came in. Then I started asking questions about it, and then he ran.
Right.
But I'm not going to look to that fucking video.
I mean, it's not here's the thing I would say to anybody. It's not any of our job to arbitrate whether or not he did something at a specific time. It's his job. If he's going to throw around accusations, bring the timestamp in of when things were actually said at the specific moment that it was happening, and then we'll look at it. I mean, we're not beyond that. We'll take a look, and then if something can be rectified, it can. If not, then it's on. We're not just going to listen to him belly aching the whole time.
Well, here's another thing. Unless somewhere in that video, Heretic explicitly says, "I'm muting you because you're not saying what I like." What are you supposed to do? Read Heretic's mind to discern his motive?
Yeah.
That's why I asked him, "How do you know that was the reason why he did any of that?" Maybe he did because he doesn't like your name, or doesn't like who you are, or doesn't. Who knows? But this guy. He posted a link earlier about flat earthers strawmanning globe earthers because they say water doesn't stick to a ball, and they showed a bunch of graphics and stuff. He seems to be, his bent is getting flat earthers, not the strawman globe earthers. I don't know why he cares about that so much. He comes from Earth Awakening, so